Godzilla in Konoha. After crossing over to Naruto World, Shiranui Yuuji found that there was an incomparably terrifying Godzilla in his body. Chapter 1, The Mummy in the Corner. Today's life in Konoha was still simple and unadorned. Although the situation at the front line was getting even more tense, it only caused a little tension in the village. From time to time, Kakashi's deeds came from the front line, and he was called the youngest super genius in history at any time. In the ninja school, the theory courses were constantly decreasing, and the actual combat courses greatly increased. It was as boring as ever. Recently, the main focus is still the previous combat classes. The outstanding people will get the opportunity to graduate early and become a glorious Konoha ninja. Yashida-sensei announced the news. The whole classroom was boiling, and the students who didn't know what was going on cheered and rubbed their palms together. It was as if after graduation, they would immediately become the second Kakashi, shining and bringing glory to the village. It seems that Konoha can't hold on for much longer. The war on the front line is getting more and more difficult. We urgently need to replenish our troops. In the corner of the classroom, a guy wrapped in special bandages lazily raised his head. In the Third Ninja War, Konoha fought against 4, and its cruelty far exceeded that of the First and Second Ninja War. It lasted for a very long time, and the casualties were particularly tragic. Although there was a Hokage-level expert like Namikaze Minato, and there was also a super genius like Sakumo and Kakashi who had set a series of records in Konoha, more tragedies occurred during the third battle. Shiranui Yuuji was already prepared for what was happening in front of him, but when it came to this moment, he couldn't help but scratch his head. Forget it. Although the preparation is not completely in place, it is still enough. My body has finally adapted to the radioactive substance that Godzilla emitted. Yuuji could not help but shake his head. The Naruto world was a world that emphasized bloodlines. Whoever was closest to Rikuta Sennin would have a noble bloodline, and whoever had a higher bloodline would be stronger. Fortunately, Yuuji also had a cheat, but it had nothing to do with Rikuta Sennin and old ancestor Kagaya. The moment he, a transmigrator, came to this world, he discovered that there was a giant monster in his body at the same time. This was his unique power, and it was also the biggest secret that he tried his best to hide. One giant fell into a slumber. Godzilla. In other words, he, Shiranui Yuuji, had become an existence similar to a Jinchuriki, and there was a big guy in his stomach. TL note, Jinchuriki, literally meaning, power of human sacrifice, are humans that have tailed beasts sealed within them. They exhibit extraordinary powers due to the immense chakra reserves they possess. After so many years of trying to adapt, I did not let the nuclear radiation in my body leak out. I am really a great man. The people in this classroom can live until now. They really should thank me for not killing them. Yuuji lazily looked at the noisy classroom. As long as he was not paying attention, he would loosen the bandage on his body that was used to block radiation. Even if they did not die, the people in this room had genetic mutations. Although there's no guarantee, the Uchiha clansmen in the front row might suddenly open their Sharingan. And the Hyuga clansmen might open their Byakugan. Nuclear radiation was a catastrophic weapon. In the world of Naruto, there had never been such a thing as nuclear radiation, but there were a few spells that were comparable to nuclear explosions, such as Bijuudama. After all, a creature like Godzilla was a terrifying nuclear radiation source. Not to mention releasing an atomic breath, even if it were for just a casual move, it could pollute the environment, leaving behind terrifying nuclear radiation that covered a large area nearby. Although Yuuji did not know what level the Godzilla in his body was, the continuous nuclear radiation from his body was real. In the past few years, as he grew up, he seemed to have unlocked Godzilla's shackles to a certain extent. It increased the amount of nuclear radiation in his body year by year. Fortunately, during these 2 years, Yuuji continued to refine chakras and began to try to control the nuclear radiation in his body. The effect was brilliant, and he successfully controlled and suppressed the increasing amount of nuclear radiation. Give me another year, no, half a year. I am confident that I can perfectly control all the nuclear radiation and completely abandon these troublesome bandages. Masato Yoshino-sensei looked at the noisy classroom and sighed silently in his heart. He knew that this was not a good thing. Now that they had graduated, they had to participate in the war. He didn't know how many people would survive after the war ended. Hey, Yuuji, you have to be more enthusiastic. Are you not interested in the honor of graduating early? When he saw the Yuuji in the corner, he could not help but shout. A deep sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Shiranui Yuuji was simply a legend in the whole school. Every year, he was a strong candidate to fight with Uchiha Obito over the last place in the actual combat lesson. It was said that Uchiha Obito only had a strong external nature, which led to inexplicable mistakes, but at least Obito had been working hard. But Shiranui Yuuji was really a weirdo. In theoretical class, he was the absolute first, with full marks in science. He was a super genius in the whole year and ever since the school was built. Especially for the series of courses about the will of fire, the reading questions made by Yuuji were particularly wonderful, which made people clap on the table. He had written analysis of the will of fire and the inheritance of village leaders, taking the 3 generations of Hokage as an example, analysis of villagers' common understanding of where the leaves fly, the flames grow continuously, my views of people in a village who loves each other and other content. It was said that the Hokage had read it well. As long as it involved theoretical classes, especially the ideological classes, Shiranui Yuuji could be called the god of Konoha. But as soon as it came to the actual combat lesson, this guy was just a pity. He basically never won a fight. He fought with Uchiha Obito and fought bravely for the honor of being the last. This is not good. Ninjas always have to fight. It is not good to rely on theory alone. Masato Yoshino criticized. Got it, Yoshino-sensei, so can class end now? Yuuji lazily raised his hand. The entire classroom burst into laughter. Only Yuuji, who was naturally lacking in fear of Masato Yoshino, could always say what everyone wanted to say at a critical moment. Although Yuuji was very salty, his popularity had always been very high. I remember that in this batch ninja student, other than Kakashi who graduated at 5 years old and Might Guy who graduated at 8 years old, Obito and the others stepped into the battlefield around the age of 11 years old. Obito was scared to tears when he went to the battlefield, but thanks to Minato, he saved Obito. No one knew that Shiranui Yuuji was sitting in the classroom, looking at the few classmates who could survive in 2 years, but his brain was working rapidly. The teaching system of the ninja school was 6 years. However, it would soon be changed to 4 years. The Third Ninja World War had already been going on for more than 2 years, and the front line had suffered heavy casualties. It was when Obito, Guy, Aoba, and Ebisu all stepped onto the battlefield. Therefore, it was inevitable for Shiranui Yuuji to take a walk on the battlefield. Chapter 2, Gene Mutation. That afternoon, Yoshino organized an internal combat class for Class C. Every student stepped onto the stage and shouted to show their talents. Shua! A young girl kicked Marino Ibiki away, her movements decisive. Well done! The one in our class that makes me feel the most at ease is Uchiha Kazue. You all have seen her performance. In recent years, she has made rapid progress. Her grades in various subjects have advanced by leaps and bounds. If you all work as hard as Kazue, I will feel more at ease. Yoshino praised loudly, and his face was full of admiration. Uchiha Kazue was grateful. In the past few years, her performance has been mediocre. In recent years, she did not know what had happened. Her strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and she had not graduated yet. She almost had the strength of a genin ninja. Yuuji naturally went on stage as well. His opponent was Hayate Gekao. The two of them drank and pecked each other. Yuuji's performance was even more mediocre. In this competition, Uchiha Kazue won first place in one go. Everyone was surprised by her sudden burst of talent. After class, when most people had left, Yuuji got up and left, returning to his own residence. As the orphan of the war, the village would not mistreat Yuuji. In addition to the inheritance, the wealth was not bad. The most expensive consumption in daily life was to make silver fiber bandages, spending a lot of his wealth, but this kind of spending was necessary. In at most half a year, I will definitely be able to control the nuclear radiation in my body perfectly. Does this count as a balance between Godzilla and me? Yuuji was cooking while thinking. There was no need to mention how powerful and mighty a creature like Godzilla was. He could be said to be in existence like the sun of the earth. In various versions, Godzilla was often an important dimensional user and supplement to the ecological environment of the earth. He was also a rare titan beast that had no absolute malice towards humans. But the problem was that this kind of terrifying monster, even if it were for just a trivial move, could cause extremely terrible consequences. For example, the nuclear radiation that had troubled Yuuji for many years. Nuclear radiation was also the fundamental reason why Yuuji was so lazy to move. The less it moved, the lower the total amount of nuclear leakage. Moreover, Yuuji had absolute reason to believe that his physique was also being subtly modified by Godzilla, perhaps it was also influenced by the power of chakra. Otherwise, he would have been unable to withstand the increasing nuclear radiation. At the same time, the process of refining his chakra, along with his own will, also affected the sleeping Godzilla to a certain extent. This was a two-way process and also the process of adapting to each other's existence. Because of various reasons, I don't dare to refine the chakra recklessly, but according to the information gathered in the past, it can be calculated. The total amount of cells in my body is definitely far more than that of ordinary people. This was the conclusion that Yuuji came to after learning the three body techniques in school and combining it with the number of times he used ninjutsu with others. At that time, many of his peers used the three body techniques a few times and were already gasping for breath. Yuuji felt that he had not warmed up yet and did not feel anything. This was the result of him deliberately not refining a large amount of chakra. The total amount of cells in a normal human body was around 13 trillion. To refine chakra, one had to use these 13 trillion cells to combine their spiritual energy to refine it. Because he was a transmigrator, Yuuji was confident that his spiritual energy was higher than that of ordinary people. Still, pure spiritual energy was not enough for him to have such a terrifying chakra talent. It could only be because of his physique. His body definitely contained a terrifying amount of cells. I have a powerful self-healing ability and astonishing energy. Logically speaking, this is a physique that only the Thousand Hand race and the Vortex race possess. It looks like I have to find a way to obtain some precision instruments and study my body. Yuuji took a deep breath. It wouldn't be long before he went to the battlefield. Even if he were just doing logistics work, he would have to participate in the war sooner or later. Some things had to be done. It's time for us to meet officially, big guy. Yuuji murmured in a low voice. After dinner, Yuuji directly went to bed and sat cross-legged as if he was refining chakra. No matter who saw it, they would not feel anything wrong. After the Ninja World War, NBU and other organizations monitored everything closely to prevent spies from the enemy from sneaking in. At this time, he absolutely could not show any form of specification. This time, he wanted to see the behemoth in his body with his own eyes. Moreover, he had to first confirm which Godzilla was the big guy in his body. Chapter 3, Unknown Godzilla. Soon, his consciousness sank. Yuuji directly arrived at an incomparably dark space. This was the small time and space within his body. It was Godzilla's residence. I tried so many times in the past, but I failed. This time, I finally did it. As expected, I am continuously approaching this Godzilla from all directions. Yuuji looked around. As far as the eye could see, there was only endless darkness. The only source of light was himself. His skin emitted a faint light that barely illuminated his surroundings. He raised his foot and slowly arrived in front of a huge monster. Looking up, even though Yuuji was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by this big guy in front of him. Although it was extremely dark, he could only barely make out a rough and vague outline. However, he could still clearly feel the might of this terrifying fellow in front of him. The heavy breathing was carried out at a specific rhythm. Every breath seemed to be the rhythm of the entire world. It was impossible to accurately describe this huge existence in front of him with words. Standing in front of this fellow, it was as if he was facing the convergence of countless lives. This kind of exaggerated size is not ordinary Godzilla. Yuuji's face was shocked. Godzilla in the ordinary form, such as the first and second generations, was about 50 meters tall. The strength of this type of Godzilla was actually not strong. Earth humans used technology methods. As long as they did not foolishly use nuclear bombs to explode but arranged cold condensate and so on, they could basically win. And the height of nine-tailed beasts was between 50 to 70 meters. It could be said that an ordinary adult Godzilla was no less than a Kyuubi in size. Of course, if they really fought, ordinary Godzilla would be torn into pieces by the Kyuubi in no time. However, this one in front of him, even though it had fallen into a deep slumber, it was still able to emit a terrifying pressure that shook the soul. In this endless darkness, it was brewing an unfathomable and oppressive feeling, as if it were for facing a complete world. This Godzilla in my body is definitely over 50 meters in size. Although it is dark and can't be seen clearly, but... Yuuji clenched his fists tightly, his face full of excitement. He had originally thought that the big guy in his body would at least be a second-generation Godzilla with a certain level of combat strength. It could be used as a super psychic beast, just like Hanzo and his pepper fish. It was like a human walking on poisonous gas, dying wherever he went. However, in reality, the scene he saw gave Yuuji a huge surprise or shock. Such a huge body! I'm afraid it's those big shots with names. Yuuji's eyes were deep. He had already locked his guess on the top few Godzilla. Space Godzilla, Hell Godzilla, Ice Godzilla, and Old Void Godzilla. These 4 Godzilla. Space Godzilla was in existence known as the god of destruction. Its range of action had already left Earth, and it was like playing with ordinary Godzilla. On the other hand, Hell Godzilla came from a comic that had been officially recognized by the government. This guy directly killed through heaven and hell and was extremely fierce. Ice and Snow Godzilla was covered in ice and snow, possessing the ability to pierce through space. Old Void Godzilla was more powerful and could also be said to be the most powerful of all Godzilla. In this version, the purpose of the birth and development of human beings was to give birth to Old Void Godzilla. Humanity was just a cross and catalyst for Old Void Godzilla to be born. After driving the Earthlings and the other 2 civilizations out of Earth, Old Void Godzilla had dominated the Earth for 20,000 years. He could even take out a 50-meter-tall sub-Godzilla from his body. The strongest atomic breath that this guy spat out, it could crush a star the size of a moon in one blow. If it really is one of these 4 Godzilla, then there really is an amazing thing in my body. I am a solid human pillar level, but how to excavate this power is a big problem. If I am not careful, I will kill myself. Yuuji took a deep breath. He walked a little closer and observed the guy in front of him. However, when he was 100 meters away, the huge resistance made Yuuji give up the idea of touching this big guy. Right now, he was only building the balance mechanism with this Godzilla. It was still far from the level where he could communicate freely. Even now, he could not determine what kind of attitude this big guy in front of him had towards him. This was also a huge hidden danger. I have to think of a way to establish a suitable relationship before this fellow officially awakens. Whether it is through various forms of relationship, life sharing, sealing techniques, or other methods. Yuuji silently pondered. In the next moment, he sat down cross-legged in this distance of 100 meters and continuously felt this shocking resistance. At the same time, he did his best to try and adapt to everything that Godzilla brought. It was not only this resistance but also the explosive power of radiation that subtly transformed and sublimated his body. All of this, Yuuji was carefully comprehending. His thoughts and consciousness were under too much pressure, and he observed the huge Godzilla in front of him. At the same time, he also tried to monitor every change in his body. Soon, Yuuji's consciousness fell into great exhaustion. Whew! Yuuji slowly opened his eyes. It was as if a lifetime had passed, and his entire body was already drenched in sweat. Even the sheets were drenched. His face was filled with exhaustion, but it couldn't hide the trace of light in his eyes. My spirit is exhausted from enduring the pressure and undergoing high-intensity thinking. However, my body has become more active, as if I have endless strength. I also felt some different changes. The nuclear radiation in my body can almost be perfectly controlled by me, saving me half a year of time. More importantly, the blood succession boundary that I envisioned, which I tried once but almost killed myself, seems to be usable with my current mental and physical conditions. Yuuji suddenly clapped his hands. He began to mobilize the chakra in his body. In an instant, a large amount of chakra gathered together. Then, with a loud bang, the terrifying nuclear reaction that involved atoms and molecules exploded with astonishing fluctuations with the magical power of the chakra as the medium. As long as Yuuji wanted to, he could use the technique he imagined at a lower price, instead of nearly killing himself like before. This unprecedented new Kekii Jinchuriki, Yuuji called it. Nuclear release. TL note, a Kekii Jinchuriki, literally meaning, bloodline limit, is an anomaly of the DNA that allows the wielder to use unique techniques. A Kekii Jinchuriki's name describes both the anomaly and the resulting technique. Most Kekii Jinchuriki are passed down between generations of a clan, an exception being Hashirama Senju's wood release. Chapter 4, Really Cruel. Nuclear Release. This was the name given to him by the unique power that Yuuji had mastered. It was simply an unprecedented thing to master the power of the nucleus with a body of flesh and blood, and it was incomparably crazy. Using chakra as a medium and driving, using powerful spirit and robust body to control the collision of atomic levels, the terrifying power erupted. This was the nuclear release. It was powerful, strange, and had never appeared in the Naruto world. This was the most special Kekii Jinchuriki, and it also belonged to Yuuji. However, the nuclear release was not perfect, and the problem that Yuuji faced was also extremely serious. Even if it's just the most basic use of nuclear escape, it will still consume an astonishing amount of energy and physical strength. Yuuji sat on the bed, feeling the little bit of nuclear power that had gathered in his body. He was silent. The most basic essence of nuclear was that it involved the change in the atomic level. It was easy to imagine the difficulty and pressure to push this step with manpower. If not for the fact that Godzilla was there and directly transformed his body imperceptibly, Yuuji would have been finished long ago, let alone try to cultivate nuclear release. Godzilla is born with the ability to control nuclear fusion. There is even a special organ in his body that can conduct nuclear fusion at all times. By swallowing air and water as energy, he can have unlimited nuclear fusion. Yuuji could not help but rub his eyebrows. That organ was called atomic furnace. Yuuji did not have this organ in his body. Still, thanks to Godzilla, Yuuji had survived the most difficult period of adapting, and he had touched the threshold of controllable core when running. I generally understand that in the original work, Yamato was embarrassed when he first used Mokuton. They spent a lot of effort to create a dry wooden stake, which made Danzo speechless. Yuuji sighed and looked out of the window. It was dark. The difficulty was only one aspect, and the danger was, on the other hand. A year ago, after the ability to control the nuclear radiation in his body gradually stabilized, Yuuji also tried to develop the power of nuclear radiation further. Still, in the end, he almost killed himself. That time, it was only a preliminary attempt, and the terrible burns were instantly scattered on his arm, and the unprecedented explosive nuclear radiation was crazily eroding his body. Fortunately, relying on his amazing self-healing ability and the perennial bandage, it did not attract the attention of others and saved him from more trouble. The technique that he had conceived back then did not even have the possibility of being used. If he continued forcefully, it would only end with him being blasted into smithereens. And that technique was also one of Godzilla's signature abilities. It was also the trump card that Yuuji had envisioned in his early stage. I couldn't even use that technique before, let alone anything else. Every technique unleashed by the nuclear release can be said to be a kinjutsu. TL note, kinjutsu, literally meaning, forbidden techniques, are techniques that have been banned from being taught or used. Yuuji was deep in thought. Rather than saying that the difficulty of cultivating a forbidden technique was high, it was more accurate to say that it was too dangerous and could easily cause harm to oneself. Multiple shadow clone technique and wind release, Rasen Shuriken were both classified as forbidden techniques. As for Yuuji's technique, as long as he used it, not to mention destructive power, just the spread of nuclear radiation would be enough to make the enemy suffer. Fortunately, he now possessed the ability to control nuclear radiation. I should be able to do it now. Although I have to pay the price, it should not be a problem for me to use nuclear mode successfully. Yuuji continued to refine his chakra and then adapt to the nuclear mode. It was dawn. There were some hidden dangers that he could now clear. Yuuji did not sleep for the whole night, but his mental state had recovered, and his body condition was surprisingly good. He got up an hour earlier than before. He entered the woods next to the village. Taking advantage of the time before school, Yuuji had always had the habit of studying and studying hard, especially sneaking into the woods. Holding a few works written by the third Hokage, such as The Will of Fire, The Will of the First Hokage, and so on, what Yuuji liked most was reading this kind of book. After going through it dozens of times, he thoughtfully made a pile of annotations. In particular, Yuuji paid the most attention to the book of the third Hokage. He wrote many notes on it, so much so that even Yuuji himself did not know what he was writing at the end. Anyway, it was right to write it blindly. He did not write it for himself to see. Every time I open it, I feel that this set of village theory is a pile of good-looking but useless words piled up. There are only a large number of piles of empty theories and rough and straightforward examples to testify. Yuuji scratched his head. For example, in the chapter Loving a Village Person, a certain clan member of the Senju clan took the initiative to give up their false reputation and enter the ninja school to shine and heat up. They were happy to help others and often went next door to help the widow who lost her husband in the war. In the end, the two of them lived happily without shame. Later on, Yuuji also deliberately verified that this Senju clansman died in the second battlefield not long after becoming a father. Of course, the latter part was not recorded on it. There is no stable pyramid framework, no specific guide outline. It all depends on the third Hokage's theory as the general outline. Yuuji looked disgusted. He was really trying to suppress his annoyance and look at this childish thing. Shua, shua, shua. At this time, an Anbu in the village was secretly patrolling and appeared here. He glanced at Yuuji, who was frowning and reading and could not help but nod secretly. It's this child again. The expression under the fox's face mask was full of strangeness. Is this the legendary child who broke the village record in theory class? Hokage said he's good. Unfortunately, the direction of his efforts was wrong. It was better to practice ninjutsu more. Soon, the Anbu disappeared, and everything was silent. 2 hours passed in a row. Yuuji closed the book with a snap. Then, he stood up from the stone and stretched himself to the rising sun. It's another beautiful day, but why didn't I see Mr. Du this morning? If not for the fact that he often trained here, I wouldn't have chosen this place. After a few hours of not seeing Might Du, Yuuji felt particularly insecure. It was as if the enemy's spies would appear by his side at any time and then wipe his neck at an innocent child like him. Might Du was a publicly known 10,000-year genin. Every day, he took his son, Mighty Guy, and carried out self-abuse exercises, suffering discrimination and ridicule. However, Yuuji would not ridicule them. He also wished that everyone would not humiliate Might Du and Guy. At this time, Du, because he only knew physical skills and did not know any ninjutsu and illusions, could not be reused. He was even being cannon fodder made people feel superfluous. Therefore, he occasionally went to the battlefield as a logistics personnel and spent most of his time in the village. Also, because the war situation was getting more and more serious, the number of tasks that Du could receive was sharply reduced. He could not even receive garbage tasks like weeding and finding cats. Moreover, no one was willing to team up with Du to take on a higher-level mission. In the original work, when Guy, Genma, and Ebisu were in the territory of the Fire Country when they encountered the 7 people who sneaked into the mist, it was Might Du who went to save them alone. It could be imagined how difficult it was for Du and Guy to be in Konoha at this time. In addition to their training, the quality and quantity of food were very high. When their lives were in a huge dilemma, Yuuji decisively made a move. At this time, Yuuji did not hesitate to take out the few savings and specially issued low-level tasks such as chopping wood, doing housework, cleaning the roof, and so on to Du and Guy. In the past 2 years, Yuuji had almost gone from a small, rich family to a pauper, spending his entire family to raise Might Du and Guy. For this, he also received the praise of the villagers. Everyone felt that Yuuji's awareness was too high. He spared no effort to help his companions, worthy of being a perfect seedling to inherit the will of fire. Even if it were for a second time, Yuuji would still do the same. With Mr. Dai here, I will feel safe. However, where is he now? Yuuji yawned. It was almost time to go to school. He directly walked out of the training forest and strolled around the forest outside Konohagakure. In the past, he had always been like this. But today, it was a little different. There's actually someone there. Yuuji's expression changed slightly, and he looked at an inconspicuous little forest out of the corner of his eye. Inside was the place where Yuuji had conducted secret training when he had developed that highly dangerous technique. A year ago, the development had failed, causing this place to be filled with a certain degree of radiation clouds. It had always been regarded as a forbidden area by Yuuji. Anyone who went in other than him would be affected by nuclear radiation. Today, Yuuji was planning to retrieve the nuclear radiation. It's so early. Why would someone appear in such a place? Yuuji was silent for a moment and felt that it was a little tricky. But in the end, he still tried to get closer. He caught a glimpse of it in the gap between the trees and saw Uchiha Kazue, the sister of Uchiha Izumi, future lover of Itaki. This woman was sweating all over as she trained. She was breathing heavily. It was obvious that she had been bitterly cultivating for a period of time. Moreover, after her cultivation was completed, she even took out her bento box and ate it on the spot. At first glance, it seemed like there was no problem. However, when Yuuji saw that this woman used her dusty hand, seemingly inadvertently, in fact, deliberately sprinkled the dust into the bento box and ate it in large mouthfuls, he realized it. This was a ruthless person. After more than a year, there was not much left of the nuclear radiation scattered in the air. The real big head was buried deep in the soil. Who is it? Kazue suddenly turned around, took out the kunao, and threw it out. Chapter 5, Weird Eyes. Kazue's eyes revealed killing intent. This time, her attack was even more ruthless. The moment she threw kunao, her figure moved quickly and rushed out. When she saw Yuuji, her expression was slightly startled. How can you be so ruthless to your classmate? Kazue, this is not like the usual you. Yuuji used a finger to flick the kunao. Kazue suddenly fell down, one hand supporting the ground, and then kicked sideways. The powerful force made Kazue groan on the spot. With a backflip, Kazue opened up a distance and looked at him with fear and surprise. Why are you here? And your strength? Kazue's expression changed slightly. She took out a new kunao and clenched it slightly. This place was the reason why she could become stronger in the past year. It was the reason why she broke the fate of mediocrity and was valued by the clan. She was absolutely not allowed to be discovered by outsiders. You really worked hard. You were able to advance by leaps and bounds this year, and you actually relied on this method. In this year, you have already eaten a whole layer of land, right? If not for the fact that I came an hour earlier today, I really wouldn't have been able to find you. Yuuji sized up Kazue. This was also his first time solemnly observing this Uchiha. Well, for the time being, I haven't found any place with a genetic mutation, such as some extra organs or something like that. To be able to direct this dangerous power from a large level, Kazue, they all misjudged you. You are a genius, a true genius. Yuuji spoke with a serious expression. Kazue's face filled with killing intent was instantly stunned, and she revealed a bewildered and horrified expression. How did you know? The reason is very simple. Yuuji formed a seal with both hands. Then, in front of Kazue's vigilant and furious gaze, he squatted down slightly and fiercely slapped the ground. Pa! Yuuji instantly absorbed the radiation that was buried deep underground. Even if someone found out that something was wrong in the future, they would not be able to find any clues. I admire your courage and awareness to become stronger. If you want to continue to become stronger, then come find me. At the very least, I won't let you eat dirt anymore. Yuuji smiled and turned around. He revealed his back to the shocked Kazue and left unhurriedly. Kazue's heart was in turmoil. She repeatedly confirmed that the strange power that could stimulate her body and make her stronger disappeared. Who the hell are you? Ninja Academy. Those who had just entered the gate could see that Might Guy was running around the playground like a fool. His father, Might Do, stood outside the fence and loudly encouraged him. When Yuuji arrived at the school, Guy, you bastard! Do fiercely punched through the fence and sent his son, Guy, flying. I'm sorry, father. I let you down again. I'm almost 11 years old, but I still can't run 1,000 laps around the playground. I'm really a waste. Might Guy knelt on the ground and cried, Guy, my son. You shouldn't have given up so easily. Your physical skills are to witness the mettle of your youth. Youth will not lie. Woo, I understand, father. I will do 800 push UPS immediately. If I can't do 800 push UPS, I will jump the rope 1,500 times. Guy. Father. The father and son hugged their heads and cried bitterly. Yuuji felt that his eyes were about to go blind. He finally understood why he had not seen Dua and Guy this morning. Oh. Yuuji, it's rare for you to come so early today. Dua waved at Yuuji, his face full of respect. Still working hard as always, Mr. Du. But Guy has already graduated early, right? Why are you back here again? Yuuji walked over and said with a smile, ignoring the people around him, pointing fingers, and looking at him with disdain. Among this batch of people, Kakashi graduated at the age of 5. Might Guy graduated at the age of 8. Du straightened the forehead guard on his forehead. That's right. Guy and I received a mission from the village. We especially returned to the ninja school to maintain order. There is still some time before the start of the competition. We must not waste it. Fighting is youth. Yuuji-san, thank you very much. After the war ends, I will definitely work hard to make money to make up for your loss. Dua and Guy bowed at the same time, grateful to the point their eyes started tearing. The will of fire in your bodies is so strong that I can clearly feel it. However, if you say that again, I will be angry. We are all ninjas of Konoha, so it is only right for us to contribute to the village. Moreover, I agree with your point of view. Yuuji nodded and praised. Guy clenched his fists and encouraged, Yuuji-san, with your strength, if you work hard, you might be able to graduate early. At this time, the surrounding crowd that came and went suddenly roared with laughter. A guy like Yuuji wants to graduate early. No matter how strong the theory class is, it is useless. Damn it. I don't know what the village is thinking. They actually let Guy graduate early. The students of various grades walked past one after another. Some of them were extremely jealous. Kakashi was very powerful. It was fine if he could graduate early, but what's with Might Guy? The theory class was poor, and the ninjutsu and illusion skills were not very strong. He relied on powerful physical skills to sweep through the same class. In the end, he became the second person to graduate early. You only know physical skills. What kind of ninja are you? You, father and son, are the joke of the village. Oh, thank you for your support. Do gave a thumbs up to all the people who laughed at them. Yuuji shook his head and encouraged him. Then, he walked directly to the classroom. Might Guy looked at Yuuji's back. Yuuji is really a great man. He raised my father and me and never discriminated against us. From beginning to end, he has been encouraging us. He is not good at fighting, so I must protect him with all my might. Guy clenched his fists tightly in the dark, and two flames burned in his eyes. Yuuji, who was walking in the front, noticed something and nodded secretly. What a good look. He was deeply looking forward to the day when Guy would burn all his youth for him. Soon, Yuuji returned to his class. Many people were whispering about the content of today's actual combat lesson, and their faces were full of anxiety and expectation. Graduating early. This was an honor that only geniuses had the right to obtain. Apart from a very small number of people who received some vague news from their fathers and felt slightly worried, most people were ignorant and longed to become the second Kakashi instead of the second Might Guy. The village had achieved the goal of setting Kakashi as the new generation benchmark. Yuuji sat back in his seat, waiting for a new round of combat lessons to start. Regarding this combat lesson, Yuuji had an indifferent attitude. Now, he only claimed that he would select outstanding people to graduate early, but in fact, soon, all of Yuuji's peers would graduate forcefully and be sent to the battlefield to shine and heat up the village. Moreover, Yuuji had already grasped nuclear release's strength in the preliminary stage and could be considered to have the strength to protect himself. You are really relaxed. Aren't you worried about your future at all? Beside him, a guy with pale skin asked casually. It was Gekao Hayate. He didn't know much about Gekao Hayate, but he was sick when he was in school. There is no way to worry. I just need to go all out. Yuuji said with a smile. Hayate shook his head. He couldn't understand Yuuji's mentality. The Gekao family and the Shiranui family were both small families in Konoha, and even the Gekao family had a sword technique as a family inheritance. However, they didn't know that the Shiranui family was even worse. If it had to be said, perhaps it was the Senbon throwing techniques? The future of the Shiranui family had fallen directly onto Shiranui Genma of the next class. As for Yuuji, the theoretical master, all-mouthy king, he could become Genma's assistant in the future. After all, it was impossible for him to be the pillar of support. At this time, Uchiha Kazue walked into the classroom. She looked straight ahead and didn't even look at Yuuji as if nothing had happened. Soon, Yoshino-sensei walked into the classroom and directly led everyone to the playground. The people of the other classes were also in place one after another. For a time, it was very noisy. It is actually a cross-match between each class. Yuuji touched his chin. This is probably to observe the strength of their current batch of students, assessing the possibility of all this batch of students graduating in advance and sending them to the battlefield. The 6-year system was about to be changed to the 4-year system, and the most tragic time of the 3 battles was about to come. A ninja appeared in the blink of an eye and officially announced the start of this actual combat lesson. First match, Uchiha Kazue against Hyuga Iroha. The crowd was in an uproar. Hey! It is the first match between Uchiha and Hyuga. The two big families. These two people are very powerful in the same period. Although they can't compare to Kakashi, they are still one of the best. Kazue raised his head with a cold face and stepped into the arena, forming an opposing seal with Hyuga Iroha. In the next class, Hyuga Iroha. Yuuji thought for a moment and looked at it with interest. In the original work, Hyuga Iroha only officially appeared in the Fourth World War. And, now, it was the same period between Kakashi and Yuuji. Crack! I have heard of you. I will not lose to you, the most outstanding genius of the Uchiha clan in recent years. Hyuga Iroha had a face full of confidence and directly rolled his eyes. White eyes. It is a pair of good eyes. But in front of my eyes, your pride is worthless. Kazue shook her head and slowly closed her eyes. Shua. When she opened her eyes again, a pair of beautiful eyes, which also had a bit of pressure, was opened. If one looked carefully, one would find that this pair of eyes were much more blurred than normal Sharingan, except for a large area of blood red. This? Kazue actually awakened Sharingan? When did this happen? Yoshino was stunned. He had taught Kazue for 4 years, but he actually didn't know about this at all. To awaken Sharingan at this age, was this a genius? Author note, about Genma, this person's age is a mystery. From the ninja number, the number is very close to Kakashi. In other words, the two of them almost became genin at the same time. Considering that Kakashi graduated at 5 years old, Genma should be at least 3 or 5 years older than Kakashi. But in the original work, when Might Do fought against the 7 people of Mist Village, Genma was in a team with Guy. From the content, the two of them were about the same height and size, and they should be the same age. This should be a bug in the original story. The book chose to list Genma as the same year. Chapter 6, You Actually Poisoned Your Blood. Uchiha vs. Hyuga. From the looks of it, the village wanted to use these two most outstanding people apart from Kakashi and Guy to give the others an example. In the distance, there were already some people sent by the higher UPS of the village who were observing a battle between two great dojutsu families. Uchiha and the Hyuga clan claim to be the #1 clan in Konoha. This battle will be interesting. Most of the people of these two clans are fighting against the Kirigakure. I only hope that their descendants are equally outstanding. These people silently paid attention to this battle. They all had important tasks on their shoulders, which was to evaluate the overall level of this year and whether they could be sent to the battlefield. The war on the front line was getting more and more intense, and even Konoha couldn't bear it. Oh! Sharingan! Soon, they were shocked. A 10-year-old little girl had awakened the blood of Uchiha clan. This kind of talent. Oh, really amazing. I thought that this year's Uchiha clan would not produce any real geniuses. I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise. The leader nodded slightly, feeling satisfied. Shibi-sama, do you need to report to the Hokage? Such a child is definitely worthy of attention. A masked Anbu said in a low voice. No, let's wait a bit longer. At least after this year's competition is over, I will submit a detailed report to the Hokage-sama. Abarame Shibi's face was covered in a huge hood, and he said in a low voice. Uchiha Kazue's Sharingan triggered a huge shock. Opening her eyes at the age of 10 was enough to be called a genius. One had to know that many of the Uchiha clansmen would never be able to open their eyes in their entire lives. Originally, because of this freak Obito, they had once lost all face to the Uchiha clan. But now, Kazue's eyes directly shattered all the rumors and gossip. Uchiha was still that Uchiha, a generation of geniuses. Hyuga Iroha was also shocked. He suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and solemnly said, it's actually the Sharingan. But I won't lose. My dojutsu are also similarly powerful. Everyone knew that the Uchihas with Sharingan and the Uchihas who didn't have Sharingan were completely different people. Kazue just smiled and shook her head. She no longer said anything. She suddenly retreated and immediately made a series of hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. The first move was the signature ninjutsu of Uchiha's family. This was even more shocking. A fireball the size of a person roared as it pounced towards Iroha. That crazy burning flame illuminated everything. In this split second, Kazue used the remaining light to instantly glance at a fellow who was watching the battle from the side. Then, she silently shifted her gaze away. A look of amazement and admiration appeared on Yuuji's face. This is crazy. In this year, how much did this woman pay to become stronger? How much nuclear radiation did she consume to stimulate her body? Even this pair of Sharingan was slightly different, as if it were forcibly produced under the circumstances that all aspects were not up to standard. He clearly remembered that in this generation of people in the original work, in the entire Uchiha family, the only one who was truly awesome was Obito, who opened his Mangekyo Sharingan at the age of 12. But now, there was a 10-year-old Kazue who had opened her eyes. In the future, Itaka's sister-in-law was inconsistent with the original work, and the plot had already been changed. Using nuclear radiation to induce Kekii Genkai. Although Kazue was definitely only one in a million accidents, it was good that she didn't die, but there was no lack of research value in this subject. Who knows what role the all-purpose energy that runs through spirit and matter will play in later on. God Tree and Otsutsuki clan. Yuuji silently pondered. At this time, the confrontation between the two people also triggered bursts of exclamations in the arena, which made many people open their eyes. The contest of perception of the Sharingan and the ability to see through the eyes of the students of this year was really a bit ahead. In the end, Kazue used the sword-throwing technique of the Uchiha clan to force Iroha to retreat again and again. In the end, Kazue seized the opportunity to kick him away, and he was defeated on the spot. Damn it, if I can hit your body. Iroha was unwilling. There was no room for him to use his soft punches. Even in close combat, Kazue dodged them one by one. The two formed a seal of reconciliation. The wails of the weak. Kazue glanced at Iroha and said heart-wrenching words in a gentle tone before walking out of the arena. She walked to Yuuji's side and paused for a moment. After a slight hesitation, she stood behind Yuuji. The competition continued. With the confrontation between Kazue and Iroha, the competition after that had actually lost a lot of colors. One round after another, all kinds of chickens pecked at each other, making people unable to look straight at them. It seems that this year's people are also like this. Most of the outstanding ones are from the great ninja clan. We can't send these people to the battlefield. Once they are attacked by the enemy team, other than Kazue and Iroha, I'm afraid they will suffer heavy casualties. However, the other villages have already sent new people to participate in the battle. We have already done our best to drag this out until now. The many people who were observing the battle discussed in low voices. Meanwhile, many people were already preparing to leave. Let's wait a little longer. There is another very important guy. Abarame Shibi said lightly. Next match, Mitarashi Anko vs. Shiranui Yuuji. Soon, the two of them walked onto the arena. So it's you, a weakling in actual combat. You're really unlucky to be my opponent. Anko crossed her arms and looked at Yuuji with a strange expression. What are you talking about? What? It turns out that you don't know at all. But it's no wonder that this is a piece of news that hasn't been made public yet. I was just accepted as a disciple by Orochimaru-sama not long ago. Anko had a strange smile on her face, and her face was full of the words praise me. The surrounding people all revealed looks of shock as they looked at Anko in astonishment. Anko actually became a disciple of Orochimaru-sama, the Sunin ninja. Damn it! I also want to. What right does she have? I'm not worse than her. Many people revealed looks of envy, jealousy, and hatred in their eyes. That was Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, a cage-level expert. Even the expressions of all the leaders and teachers changed, and they looked at Anko with some respect. To be able to become a disciple of the Sunin, Anko would definitely become an excellent ninja who protected the village in the future. At this time, Anko stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. This was the action she learned from Orochimaru. Anko felt that she needed to be close to Orochimaru-sama in all aspects, even if it were for just her words and actions. Really? So powerful? Yuuji exclaimed. Anko sneered. For some reason, she felt a little unhappy. She suddenly took out the kunai and rushed over, cutting Yuuji in the face. Whoosh! The bandage was cut off, and a trace of blood appeared on his face. A large amount of blood spilled out and stained the kunai. You actually didn't run away? What a pitiful fellow! You actually can't even catch my speed. In addition, let me tell you one more thing. Anko smiled devilishly. Under the sudden change in Yuuji's expression, she stuck out her tongue, pretending to be greedy and intoxicated as she licked the bitter blood. Yuuji stretched out his hand weakly, but it was too late to stop her. I like drinking fresh blood the most. Et. Anko swallowed Yuuji's blood in one gulp. Before she could savor it carefully, she was suddenly stunned. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, she spat it out with a cry. Her face was full of disbelief, and she stretched out her trembling fingers. Despicable, you actually poisoned the blood. Chapter 7, What a delicious bite of nuclear radiation. The Hokage building. The man standing at the peak of Konoha, Sandaime Hokage, had just finished the latest documents, looking exhausted. Sandaime Hokage took a puff of smoke and fell into deep thought. Is there any result from Shibi? After a while, he called Anbu and asked. The competition is coming to an end. Shibi-sama plans to observe Mitarashi Anko's performance from a close distance so that he can make the most appropriate report. Anbu knelt on one knee and lowered his head. Is that so? As expected of a Barame Shibi. He is really an outstanding ninja. Sandame revealed a smile. A Barame Shibi was Namikaze Minato's classmate. Although he could not stand on the level of Shadow in terms of strength, he was the most perfect elite superior ninja. His ability was too comprehensive. He had no shortcomings in terms of commanding, attacking, and perception. As a result, on the battlefield of the Third Ninja World War, a Barame Shibi became one of the rare powerful ninjas who could move alone. Mitarashi Anko, to be able to catch the eye of Orochimaru, that picky guy, it seems that she has a special characteristic that attracts Orochimaru. Sandame smiled and nodded. The last disciple of Orochimaru was still Nawaki. Since the death of Senju Nawaki, Orochimaru became a lot colder and gloomier. There were also some changes that even he, the teacher, could not understand. TL note, Senju Nawaki was the younger brother of Tsunade and the grandson of Hashirama and Mito. In the anime, where Nawaki's background is expanded on a bit more, he and two other ninjas are seen in Orochimaru's company, implying that they might have been his subordinates. This made Sandame worried. To be able to recruit new disciples meant that Orochimaru had walked out of the shadows to some extent. Then let me personally observe it. Sandame Hokage took out the crystal ball. Telescope. On the crystal ball, the competition scene of the ninja school appeared. Mitarashi Anko's duel. Doesn't this person look a little familiar? It seems that he is particularly good at flattering. Oh, no, he is good at writing theories. He got full marks in the political lesson and walked the path at a young age. When the Sandame Hokage saw Yuuji, he smiled like a chrysanthemum. Well, this kind of child is the inheritor of the will of fire. Look, he knows how to play back and forth when he learns the theory. If everyone in the village has the consciousness of this child, then it will be too easy. However, Sandame Hokage remembered that this child's actual combat ability was very poor. Facing Mitarashi Anko, this child who likes to imitate Orochimaru everywhere, Yuuji will suffer. He smoked his pipe. However, in the next moment, Hokage gasped and was surprised to see that after Anko swallowed Yuuji's blood, she actually spat it out again. This is really interesting. But what is going on? Sandame squinted his eyes and thought. Ninja school. Despicable, you actually poisoned your own blood. Anko took a mouthful of high-concentration nuclear radiation, and the taste was sour. She deliberately learned from Orochimaru and even felt that she should be more high-end than Orochimaru-sama in some ways to attract his attention and gain his favor. Then, after deliberately cutting Yuuji with a knife, she swallowed a mouthful of blood. As a result, the terrifying amount of nuclear radiation in the blood instantly formed a terrible burning sensation in her mouth, and it was extremely hot. What made Anko even more frightened was that she clearly found that this mouthful of blood actually contained a strange poison that was terrifying and corrosive but could not be accurately described. The entire mouth suffered a terrible damage, and a large number of cells instantly necrotized. Anko was dumbfounded. She had thought of many plans to show off, but she had never thought that she would swallow a mouthful of poisonous blood. You. She pointed at Yuuji, her eyes wide open as if she was looking at a monster. She had never seen such a crazy person. Are you crazy? I heard that people add poison to their clothes and skin, but who would poison their own blood? Did you predict that I would drink your blood? The most important thing was that this poison was actually so poisonous. Anko's mentality was a bit explosive. The current her had just been accepted as a disciple by Orochimaru a few days ago, and she was currently in a period where she urgently needed to find someone to show off. As a result, she flipped the car over on the little Yuuji. He poisoned his blood? So ruthless. Even the referee was stunned. He stood rooted to the ground, not knowing whether he should stop the competition. The entire arena was silent. Everyone looked over at the same time. Even the people who represented the higher UPS of the village in the distance were shocked. Should he be so ruthless? Or was Anko mistaken? But they saw Anko's pale face with endless horror, and suddenly fell silent, with a strange look on her face. It was actually true. Anko, you don't have to be so anxious. In fact, as long as you tell me, I will immediately surrender and admit defeat. This is a small matter. Yuuji sighed, feeling the silver fiber bandage on his face. He had no choice but to tear off all the bandages on his face. He now could block the leakage of nuclear radiation and no longer needed this thing. Then, the bandages on his head were torn off, revealing his peerlessly handsome face. Immediately, the sound of a gasp rose the temperature of the school by a few degrees. After so many years, many people saw the full face of Yuuji for the first time. This handsome face, however, had a trace of helplessness. At that time, it made many maidens' hearts pound. Kubo, it turns out that Yuuji is so handsome. If I had known earlier, I would have done it ahead of time. Then why did you deliberately wrap your whole body with bandages? Probably to cover up this compelling handsomeness. The chatter sounded, and then there were shouts. Beauty is justice, ha! They are all a group of superficial people who only know how to covet his body. Yuuji directly walked towards Anko. Damn it, what are you trying to do? I haven't lost yet. Don't underestimate me. Anko gritted her teeth and threw out the kunao. At the same time, she suddenly leaned over and endured the terrifying melting sensation in her mouth. She rushed forward and attacked decisively. At this age, she could be considered outstanding. It was not without reason that she could catch Orochimaru's eye. However, swish! Yuuji casually took a step back and suddenly grabbed out with one hand. With an extremely violent posture, he used his body to resist Anko's leg whip. Then, he grabbed Anko's neck and pressed her to the ground with a bang. Boom! There was a loud noise. The floor cracked slightly. Be quiet. The competition is no longer important. The most important thing is you. If you delay any longer, you will die. Yuuji's voice was calm. He grabbed Anko by the neck with one hand and pressed her down. Under Anko's incredulous gaze, his other hand formed a seal with his index and middle fingers. It hasn't even been 20 seconds. You should still be alive. Anko, you owe me your life. Don't be so reckless in the future. Yuuji whispered, and then. Nuclear release, the art of suction. The eyes of Kazue, who was watching the battle below, suddenly lit up, filled with passion. That's right. This is the ability. Yuuji, you actually. Chapter 8, The Burning Man is still here. If he didn't make a move, Anko would most likely die. The disciple that Orochimaru had just accepted was killed before he could even enter the battlefield. That was a disgrace to the entire Konoha. Once something happened to Anko, not to mention anything else, Orochimaru wouldn't let him go. You really know how to make trouble for me. Yuuji was forced to make a move. Nuclear release, the art of suction. In an instant, the large amount of nuclear radiation in Anko's body was swallowed up by Yuuji in a way that was invisible to the naked eye. This technique was the ninjutsu that Yuuji had mastered to control nuclear radiation during the years of unifying nuclear radiation. After the last trace of radiation was swallowed by Yuuji, although Anko's vitality was greatly damaged, especially the large number of necrotic cells in her mouth, and she needed to rest for a long time, she could at least maintain a general normal state. Apart from her pale face and her body full of sweat, there was nothing else. What did you do? Anko turned her head with difficulty and felt the rapid recovery of her body. She was stunned. She was saved. This is just my technique. Don't worry about it. Yuuji got up, but still dragged Anko to the edge of the field step by step. How could she just ignore it? This whole process was too strange. Anko cursed in her heart, and at the same time, she was very depressed. As the disciple of Orochimaru-sama, she was actually knocked down by a mouthful of blood. I'm really a fool. Really, I lost without even using the many hidden shadow snake hands that sensei taught me. Anko cried, her confidence was damaged. Anko, you have to think of benefits. For example, you have no way to successfully use the many hidden shadow snake hands. Yuuji kindly reminded her. Anko was furious. Yuuji, you bastard. The next moment, she was kicked out of the arena by Yuuji and fell to the ground with a bang. Her movements were so decisive that she looked like a scumbag. Lost. Sunin's disciple had lost to the last place student. However, it didn't matter now. After controlling the nuclear radiation and developing nuclear release, Yuuji no longer needed to hide and be cautious like he used to. Countless cries of shock rang out. Everyone stared at Yuuji, their faces filled with disbelief. Impossible, Yuuji actually defeated Sunin's disciple. A loud cry covered everyone. The guy with the goggles on his head had a face full of unwillingness. Oh, he was ranked last in the school, Uchiha Obito. He was clearly on the same level as me. How could he beat Anko? How could this be? Obito was completely stunned. He clenched his teeth. The huge contrast was unacceptable to him. He did not understand the entire process at all. After the ebbing, only he, Obito, was left as a clown. Obito clenched his fists tightly. Because he was too excited, his entire body was trembling. As expected of Yuuji, this is the power of youth. In the distance, Guy, who was maintaining order in the arena, had a face full of excitement. Not only did Obito not understand, but the others also did not. There is no antidote, no medical ninjutsu, but the poison is cured. This kind of poison, what is going on? And it actually exists in his blood. Could it be that Yuuji really planned this beforehand and deliberately did something to his face? The official ninjas watching the battle were deep in thought. At this time, Shibi pushed his sunglasses, and the black lens reflected a light. Not only that, besides the poison itself, this child's physical skills are also amazing. To be able to take Anko's leg whip without moving. This kind of physical strength was far beyond the average level of his peers. Moreover, the angle and speed of his attack were also unusual. The strange blood poison. He was wrapped in bandages all year round. He is lazy and does not like to move, but he has a strong body. Combining all this information. So that was how it was. It is some kind of secret technique or a Kekii Genkai, a Barame Shibi said. Many people looked enlightened and nodded. That made sense. Secret arts related to poison blood can barely be stained with the poison of mountain pepper fish that Hanzo of Omegakure has mastered. However, there is a fundamental difference between the two, which is more like some unknown Kekii Genkai, said an Anbu. Shibi nodded slightly, and his face under the hood and sunglasses showed no emotional fluctuations. He said, originally, I was planning to observe Anko, but I did not expect a pleasant surprise. I will personally report to the Hokage-sama. After saying that, Shibi directly left the arena. There was no need to continue watching the following matches. He had already obtained valuable information. In addition to the genius Kakashi, there were also many reliable people who had the ability to bear some responsibility. Especially Shiranui Yuuji, it was simply the biggest surprise. At the Hokage building. You don't have to say any more. I have already seen it. Shiranui Yuuji, unknown Kekii Genkai, what an interesting child. Sandaime Hokage stopped Shibi from speaking. He smoked his pipe and continuously flipped through the documents in his hand. This was all the information about Yuuji. From birth until now, it included the information of Yuuji's parents and grandparents. However, after searching for half a day, Sandaime Hokage still couldn't find any clues. It's very strange. Shiranui's family has never awakened something like Kekii Genkai. Sandaime Hokage rubbed his chin, very interested. Right now, he just did not know where the upper limit of this blood limit was. If it were like Gekao Heiate, that child, who had awakened the ability, it would be over. Transcendence has the ability to be invisible and ablates its own pheromone. It is known as the most powerful invisibility technique, but it turns out that the blood is invisible when it is immobile, and it becomes visible when it moves. Most awesome stealth skill. However, the result was that when the blood was not moving, it was invisible. When it moved, it appeared. Besides, Gekao Heiate's body was also dragged down by this blood side effect. He was sick and almost gave up the possibility of further development. At this time, a gloomy voice came. Hiruzen, I am going to the battlefield soon. I need a few capable new generations. A guy with a gloomy face walked into the room. The legendary man is here. Although he will be late, he will definitely not be absent. After all, he asked for thousands of protagonists, and Sandaime rejected his existence thousands of times. Shimura Danzo. Chapter 9, Legendary Stupid Brothers. It came so quickly. You just took a Barame Torun into your roots not long ago. Isn't it enough? Sandaime Hokage looked at his old partner with some dissatisfaction. Root's hand stretched longer and longer, and it seemed to be a little out of line. It's not enough. The root buried deep in the ground needs more nutrients to strengthen Konoha. The bigger the root, the better. Hiruzen, you understand. Danzo slammed the ground and glanced at Shibi. A Barame Shibi buried his head deep, as if he was indifferent to everything in front of him. Shibi, it's been hard on you this time. Rest for a few days. I have a new task for you. Sandaime Hokage took a puff on his pipe. After Shibi disappeared, he was silent for a moment. Which one do you want? Uchiha Kazue, Hyuga Iroha, Shiranui Yuuji, I want these three people. I originally wanted to recruit Kakashi into the roots. He lost his father, and his emotions were very unstable, but you rejected him. I can assign Might Guy to you. If you want, Might Do can also give it to you. Hiruzen, I don't need a fool. And there are two of them. They don't have the qualities and talent to become an excellent ninja. I think Gekao Hayate is also good. His Kekii Genkai has a lot of potential. The little thing from Gekao's family. If he doesn't move, he will become invisible. If he moves, he will appear. What's the use of Kekii Genkai? Sending a few shadow clones is better than this blood limit. Danzo was a little angry, but at the same time, he was also very disappointed. You have changed, and you don't even care about me anymore. It was fine if he recommended Guy, but he even pushed Hayate. Kazue definitely can't. Uchiha's clan will not allow it. As for Iroha and Yuuji, you can choose one. Then give me Iroha. Danzo's face was gloomy. Hyuga family? Although it is a branch family, recruiting Iroha is also very difficult. I think Yuuji is a good child. He got full marks in political lessons and awakened the new Kekii Genkai. It's Hyuga Iroha. Konoha has no lack of geniuses. Torun is better. Danzo got what he wanted and turned to leave. Yuuji. A new bloodline? Well, at least it was much more practical than that shit. The Aberame clansmen he recruited had a strong ambition and miraculously controlled nano-level poisonous insects. As long as he touched it, he could use countless nanometer poisonous insects to kill the enemy. This was more useful than blood poison. Humph, it's a pity that I still can't get the living Sharingan user. Danzo walked away. In the office, only Sandaime Hokage was left. He smoked his pipe and sighed deeply. The new generation should grow up as soon as possible. In the arena, the shock that Yuuji brought shocked many people, so much so that many people were looking at him with strange eyes. It was indeed strange. He was wrapped in bandages all year round but suddenly tearing it apart, giving people an indescribable feeling. I want to challenge Yuuji. Obito suddenly rushed out and shouted, Yuuji, come and fight with me. Shua. The loyal and devoted guy suddenly appeared and blocked Obito at the first moment. He said lightly, this is not a challenge. Please return to your position. The competition is not over yet. Move aside. The one I want to challenge is Yuuji. Obito subconsciously grabbed it, but in an instant, he was flung away by Guy. Then I will challenge you. Take this, fire release, great fireball technique. Obito quickly formed a seal and puffed up his cheeks. Then, his throat was choked, and he was kicked out by Guy. It was a farce. Damn it, why is it like this? I clearly worked very hard. Obito swallowed a mouthful of dirt and collapsed. This gave him even more ridicule. No one cared about Obito. Even Yuuji only shook his head and returned to the team. He did not respond. It was really sad. Although it was absolutely excellent to use the grand fireball technique at the age of 10, he hadn't actually ever used it. The guy who dropped the ball at the critical moment is more hateful than the limited mediocrity. Yuuji, what do you think? Kazue said with a smile as she gently pulled her long hair. Hey, hey, hey. Is it really okay to say that you are from the same clan? Hehe, the treatment between geniuses and mediocre people is destined to be different. I risked my life to become a genius that the clan values. Kazue focused on the side of Yuuji's face, which attracted another wave of attention. Finally, after the battle between Shiranui Genma and Ebisu ended, this all-year large-scale actual combat lesson came to an end. In this actual combat lesson, the quality displayed by the students this year was enough to make the higher UPS of the village make up their minds. Some of the ninjas who were responsible for maintaining the arena outside the school also relaxed their vigilance. Hey, I saw a lot of interesting scenes. The overall quality of this session is very good. In my impression, although it can't compare to Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, and Aberame Shibi, it is also outstanding in the past. They will become excellent ninjas in the future. Some of the ninjas talked. In fact, their mission was to maintain and protect the entire school. The school itself was an important place and often had members of Anbu guarding it. Their comprehensive quality was limited, and most of them were genin fellows, so there was no need to worry too much about foreign enemies sneaking in. Might Do followed behind the others, and no one was willing to walk with him. They were finding it embarrassing. Everyone relaxed their vigilance, but only Do was still looking left and right. "Ha, Do, what are you doing? Will the enemy launch an attack at the end of the match?" Someone pointed at Do and laughed. More people laughed. "Oh. I just think that the right posture to be youthful is to carry out the task to the last second." "Ha ha ha ha, did you hear that? A 10,000-year-old genin is talking about youth. What a joke. Hey! What? Are you not convinced? Do you want to hit us? No, someone is coming." 2. Might Do quickly turned his head. His strong body instinct made his muscles tighten subconsciously. He suddenly turned his head and looked in a direction. Rumble. 2 mountains of meat rushed over. "I'm so hungry, brother." "Yes, the reward for doing the task is not enough for us to eat, brother. We have been working very hard, but during the war, we can't even eat enough. The village abused us, so we can only find food ourselves. I am about to starve to death." "Oh, ahead is the ninja school. There are so many students, so there must be a lot of food. Then go and eat if someone is blocking the way. Then let's just kill them." 2 large men rushed over in enormous strides. Their speed wasn't fast, but every step they took caused the ground to shatter. The amount of chakra they released was extremely shocking. The ninja in charge of guarding the ninja school changed his expression when he saw the 2 of them. These 2 guys are the brothers from the legends. Not good. They are going crazy from hunger again. Hurry up and report to the higher UPS. Some were still laughing a moment ago, but now, their faces were ashen. Might Do's expression was also tense, his heart heavy. It's actually the 2 of them, legendary stupid brothers. Fujin and Raijin. Chapter 10, Don't use that technique. Fujin and Raijin could be said to be notorious in the village. These 2 simple-minded villains were Tsunade's younger brothers. Their minds were full of food, and everything else was nothing. What village, what companions, it was not worth mentioning in front of food. The indifferent morality, the cold belief, and cruel means made their infamy resound throughout the village. We can't be the opponents of these 2 guys. What should we do? It is said that when legendary stupid brothers go crazy, even superior ninja will have a headache. Only Tsunade-sama can stop them. Many people turned pale, and some people immediately began to evacuate the teachers and students of the school. Some ninjas rushed up, but they were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Root was already vulnerable, and their attacks could not even leave the slightest injury on these 2 rough-skinned fellows. The ninja school was also in a mess. The students of various grades were slightly panicked. They only heard a violent roar outside, and dust flew everywhere. However, they did not know what was going on. Is the enemy coming? No matter which village the enemy is from, he is dead. He actually dared to sneak into Konoha. Under the teacher's command, many people intended to hide in the emergency shelter. Fujin and Raijin were too fierce. They broke through the wall and broke into the school. They could definitely trample a lot of people to death. Dodge! Yoshino-sensei was shocked. Some of his students were the first to be attacked. I will use my illusion technique to disturb them. Sharingan. Uchiha Kazue immediately used Sharingan to stop legendary stupid brothers with her illusion technique. It's useless. Root won't even look at these 2 guys. Yuuji's face darkened. He was less than 100 meters away from Fujin and Raijin, who was charging at him. Brother, I smell the smell of food. That's right, brother. I also smell it. The village is really hateful. There is so much food in the village, but it doesn't give us food. Then we will eat it ourselves. Fujin and Raijin had an awe-inspiring look on their faces. In their eyes, there was no place for Root to live, only food. Dong! It seemed that some people were about to be trampled to death. Guy wanted to rush over to protect Yuuji, but he was instantly slapped away by Fujin. Hurry up and leave. I'll stall for your time. Masato Yoshino pulled out the kunao with a determined face and roared as he charged towards Fujin and Raijin. Shua, shua, shua. A series of kunao swords were thrown out, and even the skin of the 2 opposite him was unable to cut through. It looked like Yoshino was about to be slapped to death. Really, sensei, if you are not strong enough, don't rush. You can't block it with your strength. Yuuji began to form seals quietly. In a flash, Kazue used Sharingan to take a look. Her powerful insight instantly captured all of Yuuji's seals. Tiger seal, ox seal, rabbit seal. Fire thunder water, what kind of technique is this? Kazue's heart skipped a beat. Although she was bewildered, when she saw Yuuji's calm and composed face, she did not panic in the slightest. At a time like this, he actually had the confidence to turn the tables. Yuuji, are you? In the next moment, Kazue was shocked. A terrifying high temperature suddenly erupted, like lava that instantly appeared. In less than a second, the temperature of the nearby area increased by dozens of degrees, and it seemed that it would increase at an even more astonishing speed. The huge cluster of cells in Yuuji's body was crazily restless, and a terrifying amount of vitality gushed out. In Sharingan's vision, Yuuji's entire body had turned into a burning volcano. The chakra that instantly erupted inside him was like endless surging magma, roaring and surging in the meridians of the human body. This time, Yuuji was serious. He had to pay a certain price to use that technique. Nuclear release, white hot. However, in the next moment, a figure rushed over at an astonishing speed that even Sharingan could not catch. He first kicked Yoshino Masada away to prevent him from being smashed into meat paste by legendary stupid brothers. Then, he landed beside Yuuji. He stretched out a hand and grabbed Yuuji's hands tightly. Chi! Chi! The terrifying high temperature burned the man's palm in an instant, producing smoke and the smell of roasted meat. Don't use that technique, Yuuji-san. He hasn't reached that stage yet. Might do, who rushed over, had a serious expression. Now is the time for me to burn my youth. Mr. Du. Yuuji smiled and shook his head. It would be a pity to use the 8 inner hidden armor in this place. Someone like Du should be able to play a greater role. At this time, legendary stupid brothers had already rushed to the front. However, the two of them seemed to have noticed something. They suddenly braked, and their thick thighs went deep into the ground. Sand and dust filled the air. Cold sweat covered his forehead. Brother, I shivered. That's right, me too. If I continue to charge forward, I might encounter something terrifying. This feeling is the same as the big sister. Fujin and Raijin froze in place. At this time, binding technique. 3 white-robed Anbu appeared and directly bound legendary stupid brothers. It seems that we have caught up. Golden binding technique is indeed a sharp weapon to deal with these two fellows. Are you all right? We have already controlled these two fellows. An Anbu said calmly. Then, he let out a soft cry and realized something wrong with the temperature around him. In the end, the 3 of them focused their gazes on Du's burning palm. Something interesting seems to have happened. The other Anbu said indifferently. The eyes behind the mask looked at them seriously. Thank you for coming in time. Thank you very much. Du bowed at that time. You're welcome. It's good that you're fine. The 3 Anbu only silently remembered the matter in their hearts and did not ask any further. The members of Anbu were the tools to obtain trust. As for the matters outside of the mission, that was the work of the village's intelligence department and the elder group. Soon, the 3 Anbu escorted legendary stupid brothers away. These 2 fellows who attacked their companions would be severely punished. The village is really useless. To actually allow such a fellow who knows that they are unreliable to act freely. Kazue was silent for a moment and said with extreme dissatisfaction. As for the high temperature that erupted just now, as well as the indescribable horror that seemed to happen but did not happen, Kazue temporarily did not ask. However, the feeling that Yuuji gave her was even more wrong. And there was also Might Do. Could it be that this 10,000-year-old genin also had the strength to fight against legendary stupid brothers? The village also has its difficulties. Please do not say that. Du bowed to Kazue once again. Might Do has always had a humble attitude towards people. A crisis that had erupted out of nowhere was ended just like that. Many people only saw that Yuuji and the others were almost killed. Fortunately, 3 of Anbu's elites arrived in time and stopped legendary stupid brothers with the binding technique. In addition to Obito, who was almost scared to tears and clearly recognized his own incompetence, it seemed that there was no worse consequence. Legendary stupid brothers. I remember that these 2 guys were completely abandoned and imprisoned by the village. It was because they killed their companions in the process of carrying out the mission to get more food. Yuuji thought. Fujin and Raijin, 2 powerful fools, had fought with the prince in the original work, and they were fooled by Mizuki. After being roared by Tsunade, they ran back to Konoha's prison. And now, it seemed that the two brothers had not reached the point of killing their companions. They were still the village ninjas. After a while, the school announced that the class was over early, and the people who were still in shock hurriedly left the school. Yuuji also had his hands in his pockets, and as usual, he had to wait until everyone was done before leaving. What was that technique you used just now? As Yuuji finally walked out, Kazue leaned against the wall with her arms crossed and asked. Oh, that skill, it's just a little trick. Little trick, can it cause the palm of a ninja to suffer such damage? It is indeed a little trick, believe me. He wasn't lying. Compared to the ultimate move, atomic breath, what is a mere white-hot light at the starting point of 10,000 degrees Celsius? The two of them walked out of the school and walked straight into the small forest outside the village. Since you chose to look for me, you must have made up your mind, Kazue, Yuuji said with a faint smile. Yuuji-san, although I don't know how you did it, I really need that kind of power. Please teach it to me. In return, I will fight to the death for the village. Kazue lowered her head and asked for the power to stimulate her body. If I don't give it, will you choose to kill me? Yuuji looked at her meaningfully. If I hadn't experienced what happened during the day, I wouldn't have known that Yuuji was hiding a stronger power. I might have really done it. But now, I am willing to pay the price in exchange for Yuuji and Kekii Genkai. Kazue struggled for a moment, but she had tasted the taste of breaking a mediocre fate. She absolutely could not tolerate the fact that she had regained her mediocrity. She immediately knelt down and made the most respectful and lofty etiquette to Yuuji. This world is so cruel. Geniuses are all focused on. If you want to become stronger, I can help you. But I need you to become a sharp blade in my hand. This is very fair. Yuuji said indifferently, also, there is one thing that you seem to have made a mistake. The village and the like, if you go all out to help me, it is to help the village. Kazue's body shook. She, who had sensed some deep meaning, revealed a deep astonishment. Is there a problem? Of course, you can also go back on your words. Maybe you can really kill me. I don't mind, but if you really take that step, it means there is no way out. No, you misunderstood. I just suddenly feel that Yuuji is really a terrifying person. When did you learn to disguise yourself? Or have you always been? Chapter 11, Silence of Orochimaru. That night. It's too dangerous. Don't do this kind of thing in the future. If you are half a second late, this arm will be gone. Yuuji frowned. After removing all the nuclear radiation, he looked at Might-Do's left hand. The flesh was badly mangled, and even the bones were seriously damaged. This was already the blessing of misfortune. If Yuuji really used that technique, Might-Do's arm would instantly be gone. It would melt on the spot. Ha ha ha, at least the result is good. The village's Anbu is really reliable. Might-Do laughed heartlessly. Father. Guy knelt down and looked at his optimistic father with a touched face. Then, the father and son once again lectured, hugging their heads and crying. It made Yuuji's head hurt. Father, how did you know that Yuuji-san still had such powerful strength? Guy finished crying and looked puzzled. He and Yuuji could be said to be the closest companions. They had been together for the past few years. In Guy's mind, Yuuji was an extremely lazy guy. His brain was very useful, but he did not care about cultivation at all. Do smiled confidently. Guy, Yuuji-san has always been this strong. He has always been cultivating in his own way. However, for some reason, it is inconvenient for Yuuji-san to use this power. Do glanced at Yuuji, who was calmly drinking tea and smiling. He suddenly recalled the scene he saw a year ago. In order to experiment with that technique, Yuuji had crippled both of his hands, and most of his body had suffered terrible corrosion. That kind of injury, Do saw it, and his heart jumped. He thought that Yuuji would die and almost went to the village to ask for help from the medical ninja. That time, it was really dangerous, Yuuji-san. Do sighed with emotion. Yuuji put down the teacup, pondered for a moment, and said solemnly, you have to pay the price for everything you do. As long as you think you are right, you should continue to do it unwaveringly. This is youth. Oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. As expected of Yuuji-san. He actually interpreted his youth to this extent. Ah, Guy, do you see that? Yuuji-san is your role model. When you see him, you can see the hot-blooded youth. Father. Guy. The father and son hugged their heads and cried bitterly. Fuck. Yuuji was so awkward that he could not sit still. He admired Dua and Guy's youthful ideals and believed that the father and son were not wrong. Youth itself was a process of risking their lives and struggling. But damn it. Yuuji looked at the two idiots with a face full of pain, constantly thinking in his heart, my subordinates, my subordinates, my subordinates, my relatives, I have to adapt, I have to get used to it. The father and son, who rarely had a soulmate in their lives, were so excited by Yuuji that they rushed out of the house on the spot and ran circles around the village in a handstand. Yuuji-san, my father is heavier than me. To be fair, I have to find a way to increase my weight. You can hold me. Guy held out a hand to Yuuji with a solemn face. Get lost. Yuuji looked at the father and son, howling as they left in a frenzy. He shook his head slightly. They were really full of fighting spirit. However, I'm afraid these two guys didn't notice that Anbu's people were watching them. Yuuji casually closed the door. Then he sat on the bed and began to refine his chakra. With his powerful sense of touch, he vaguely sensed some gazes. It must be Anbu. Regardless of whether it was the uniqueness that Yuuji displayed or the characteristics he displayed when he faced legendary stupid brothers during the day, they had already attracted the attention of the village. Oh, in this case, I still do not wish for Du to be exposed. According to the nature of the village, if they really know about Du's uniqueness, they will definitely send him to the battlefield. Yuuji secretly shook his head. Not to mention anything else, in the original work, Du opened the 8 gates and directly destroyed the 7 people of Kirigakure. Would the village higher UPS feel sorry for Du? Maybe they would be. They would be sorry that they did not notice such a powerful ninja in advance. But most of them would think that Du's death was worthwhile. Using the lives of an insignificant genin to fight against the average elite of the 7 people of the Hidden Mist, it was simply a bloody profit. Especially when the scale of the war was constantly expanding, and Konoha was under great pressure, such a thing happened, and the higher UPS of Konoha had to secretly laugh out loud. However, Yuuji did not want Du to die like this. Burning his youth should be for him, not for Sandaime Hokage. Now, in the name of awakening the blood limit, I can start to create a genius character, a genius with full marks in political lessons. Yuuji smiled. Outside. Several Anbu stared at him for a long time. How is it? There is no problem with Might Du. The amount of chakra he has is ordinary genin level. However, Shiranui Yuuji's chakra. How should I put it? The total amount is more than most of genins. The speed and scale of his refining of chakra are even more astonishing. He really has a powerful bloodline. It seems that he has been awakening the Kekkei Genkai for the past few years, and he has not suffered a serious injury like Gekkou Heiate for the time being. The leader Anbu nodded. Awakening Kekkei Genkai would have some effect on the body. When that kind of thing happened during the day, Sandaime Hokage naturally had to casually tell Anbu to investigate carefully and see if he had missed anything. At the same time, in a dark basement, Pucci, a long-haired man, was seriously dissecting some animals and making use of the few times he had to return to the village to conduct experiments. He, Anko, I heard that you lost during the day. You lost to a tail end. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse. I'm sorry, sensei. If there's a next time, I definitely won't lose. Anko walked into the laboratory, feeling uneasy. Swish. From Orochimaru's sleeve, a few snakes suddenly emerged and then pried open Anko's mouth. They fiercely bit down, bringing out some blood. This is the first time I've heard of this kind of first-generation Kekkei Genkai. I'm very curious. Just a mouthful of blood made you lose more than half of your fighting strength. It's fascinating. Orochimaru licked his lips, and he smiled evilly. Right now, he was obsessed with collecting all kinds of blood limits to pry into the secrets of immortality. Orochimaru was very interested in the special Kekkei Genkai, especially Yuuji, who had awakened his first blood inheritance. If he could steadily inherit it, there would be a new blood inheritance family in Konoha. It's already very late, Anko. Don't worry too much about losing the game. I trust your talent very much. Orochimaru put Anko's cells into a test tube and laughed. However, Anko was hesitant. Then, with a half-red face, she carefully took out 2 bundles of 3 colored pills from her back and handed one to Orochimaru. Is there anything else? Sensei, this is my favorite food. I'll give you half of it. These 2 meatballs were the last 2 she bought after a long queue. Orochimaru was silent for a moment. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. I just can't wait to smell it. Chapter 12, Uchiha Clan. That night, in the dead of night, Yuuji sat on the bed, ignoring the spying gaze outside. His consciousness sank, and he continued to enter the space and time in his body. The huge Godzilla was shrouded in endless darkness. He stood where he was and fell into a deep sleep. Every time I see a big guy like you, I feel that you are reliable. But which Godzilla are you? Yuuji sat cross-legged 100 meters away, sizing up this huge monster. He tried to communicate with it, but there was still no response. He didn't know if it were because the other party was unable to respond or if he was simply too lazy to respond. After all, compared to such a humongous Godzilla, Yuuji was incomparably small. After watching for a while, Yuuji began to cultivate formally. Using his mind and chakra as a medium, he tried to get closer to Godzilla and obtain his power. During the day, I displayed nuclear releases power and almost used the white-hot light technique. If I were to go to the battlefield, just relying on the art of suction and white-hot light would be far from enough. You don't want me to be killed, do you? If possible, please advise me. I am a very timid guy, and I urgently need your help. He closed his eyes and slowly sensed Godzilla. This time, for the first time, Yuuji began to use the power of chakra to penetrate his body and spirit and rushed towards Godzilla. In the beginning, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. But soon, faintly, a new spiritual fluctuation appeared. Although there was only a trace, it was incomparably heavy and profound. It was impossible to fathom. What surprised Yuuji even more, was that this spiritual fluctuation instantly passed over his body. There is a response. It seems that you like chakra very much. But then again, there is no one who doesn't like chakra. A big smile appeared on Yuuji's face. Great, there was finally a response. I need to get your power and share your body, especially your ability, such as atomic breath and electromagnetic shield. Of course, if you want to teach me some spiral atomic breath, infinite atomic breath, and so on, there is no problem. I don't mind. Don't talk? Well, if I become stronger, I can have more chakra. Are you not interested in chakra? You are still sleeping now. You can't refine it yourself, can you? Give me your body and I will use your body to fight. I can use your body to refine chakra. This idea is great, right? I think so too. A strong sense of disgust came. Hey, there's no need to be so stingy. You live in my body. At least give me some rent, right? If you don't want to let me use your body, then it's good to suffer a bit. We can sign a psychic contract. When we meet an enemy, I will directly use the psychic ability to summon you. You help me fight. Yuuji said casually, climbing up the pole. Who? In the next moment, a shock wave came and overturned Yuuji. In the outside world, Yuuji suddenly opened his eyes and shrugged his shoulders. He was kicked out. Tisk, what a stingy fellow. He clearly has a mountain-like physique, but his heart is smaller than a needle. He is really not easy to deal with. He was not Orochimaru, so he wouldn't refuse to return the body he borrowed. However, a glimmer of light flashed in Yuuji's eyes. When he was driven out just now, the shock wave he encountered was like a shock wave. In Monster Planet, Old Void Godzilla casually roared, and the 3 great civilization special forces that had returned to Earth 20,000 years ago were overturned. The super vibration wave can directly shake the vast area. It can be said to be a powerful attack to clear the area. The chakra required for the super vibration wave is too large. I can't do it for the time being, but trying to develop the weakened version of the ordinary vibration wave is not a problem. Yuuji thought silently and began to try. At the same time, in Uchiha's clan territory, Kazue was in the middle of accepting the clan elder's question. Is that so? She really amazed the world and suddenly awakened Sharingan. Kazue, well done. Keep up the good work, and don't disappoint the expectations of the clan. Uchiha Setsuna nodded with a smile. The main forces of the clan were now fighting with Kirigakure. Elder Uchiha was now the head of the entire clan. Then, Kazue, can you tell me about the process of opening your eyes? Setsuna narrowed his eyes. As for Kazue's aptitude, the clan had already concluded that it was not much. As a clan with 1,000 years of history, their research on Sharingan had never stopped. Logically speaking, their judgment of Kazue should not be wrong. At the very least, there would definitely be no absurd matter where a genius who had opened his eyes at 10 years of age was judged to be mediocre. However, Kazue had broken common sense and opened her eyes at 10 years of age. I cultivated arduously all year round and was unwilling to accept the fate of mediocrity. As a result, I obtained these eyes. Kazue bit her lips, her face revealing a stubborn expression. In his blood-red eyes, the Megatama was slowly spinning. So that's how it is. The eye that breaks fate. Cherish it, Kazue. However, are you sure you have nothing else to tell the clan? For example, you are very close to the kid from Shiranui's family. I am just curious about that guy. He is wrapped in bandages all year round and does not like to get close to others. There must be a secret. Now it seems that it is because he has awakened a new bloodline. Kazue lowered her head. Setsuna nodded instantly. Looks like this old man is thinking too much. I thought that you were able to open your eyes. It has something to do with Yuuji's ability. Since that's the case, you can leave now. Kazue's heart skipped a beat, but she remained calm on the surface. She respectfully retreated and was about to walk out of the door. Setsuna suddenly said, I will recommend you to the Hokage-sama and make you and Yuuji into a small team. Is that okay? No problem. I am willing to follow the orders of the clan. Very good. Uchiha Setsuna watched as Kazue disappeared into the distance. Then, he took out a piece of information regarding Shiranui Yuuji. What kind of power is it that can suddenly open the eyes of a mediocre clansman? In an instant, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the photo of Yuuji in the report. That was the photo taken when Yuuji had just entered the school. Uchiha Setsuna, who had been a radical person since the second Hokage era until today, was already suspicious. Yuuji was the only one who was most likely to affect Kazue and also the outsider that Kazue had the most contact with. It seems that I have to pay attention to this little guy. It is best to bring this guy into Uchiha's home. If it is really as I guessed. Is there really a possibility of provoking Uchiha's clan to open their eyes? Just thinking about it makes me feel excited. Sister. You're back. Izumi, who was almost 3 years old, hugged Kazue's thigh and said unclearly. Sister, why do you look so pale? Izumi raised her head with a confused look. Kazue took a deep breath and forced out a smile. She touched Izumi's head and said, Sister is fine, just a little tired. What has Izumi done today? Is she obedient? Yes. I met a new friend today. His name is Itaki. He is a very shy boy. Really? That's great. Chapter 13, Early Graduation. Early in the morning, Yuuji welcomed an uninvited guest. Shiranui Genma, who had a needle in his mouth. The man who was regarded as the new patriarch of the Shiranui family, though only 2 people had died in the entire Shiranui family. Humph, are you finally done with the bandage? Genma frowned and sneered. Yo, my stupid little brother Genma. You are not focused on cultivation. Why did you think of looking for me? Why did you start biting a senbon again? If you trembled, such a big needle would be stabbed into your mouth. How terrifying. Yuuji yawned. Damn it. That's why I hate you. I am not stupid at all. Moreover, I am clearly older than you by a month. Forget it. Anyway, this is for you. Genma casually took out a scroll. These are a few techniques left behind by the clan. Don't have any expectations. They are all very common ninjutsu. Genma bitterly shook his head. You awakened with poison Kekii Genkai and learned these ninjutsu. Presumably, you can grow faster, graduate as soon as possible, don't die. Genma hesitated for a moment as if he wanted to ask something, but due to some taboos, he was unable to open his mouth. Yuuji revealed a look of understanding. Do you want to ask me about the Kekii Genkai? Yes, but this is a very private secret. If you don't ask me, how do you know that I won't tell you? Genma was delighted. Oh? Can you tell me? Of course not, stupid fellow. Genma was furious. He threw the scroll to the ground and turned to leave. Hey, why are you so impatient? Don't you want to know if you can awaken Kekii Genkai like me? Yuuji scratched his head and sighed. He seemed to be quite disappointed with Genma's performance. What? Genma stopped and hesitated for a moment. Then, don't tell me that this Kekii Genkai is a secret bloodline of Shiranui's clan? This, can I do it too? His voice revealed a strong desire. Could it be? Could it be that Shiranui's clan was like Uchiha and Hyuga, able to inherit Kekii Genkai? Of course not. I am a genius, and you? Yuuji sighed loudly. Genma was completely enraged. He roared and charged at Yuuji. The two remaining seedlings of the Shiranui clan began to fight each other. Genma spat out 1,000 needles in his mouth as a weapon. In the future, he would also use this technique to create his own exclusive ninjutsu, such as Senbon clones and thousands of Senbon. TL note, Senbon are metal needles with a point at both ends. They often serve a medical purpose, being used to strike acupuncture points. They have little killing power but can be thrown with great accuracy. A user with proper medical knowledge can effectively use Senbon in a battle to incapacitate or even kill their target should they aim for vital spots. But the result disappointed him. Yuuji directly used 2 of his fingers to grab the Senbons accurately and easily broke them. Then, he used a Konoha tornado to kick the other party away. At this moment, his powerful physical fitness was displayed to the fullest. This is Guy's body technique. Ah, I hang out with him every day. Although I have never cultivated, I can still remember one thing. My brain is very useful. Genma had a bloody nose and a swollen face as he walked away with a face full of tears and snot. In the past, he could ignore all mouthy King, Yuuji. This was because Yuuji's actual combat skills were terrible. But now, why had he suddenly turned around? I'm sorry, Genma. I used you as a shield. Moreover, if I carried this meaningless burden on my shoulders too early, I would be crushed to death. Yuuji shook his head. He picked up the scroll on the ground and opened it to take a look. There were several D-grade ninjutsu and a C-grade earth escape ninjutsu. At the same time, Yuuji stood at the door and tore off the band-aid on his cheek. The wound that was cut by Anko yesterday had already been healed. And this scene was silently recorded by the distant Anbu. Vitality A, Physique C+. According to him, this blood inheritance is not the inheritance of the Shiranui clan. It can temporarily be determined that Shiranui Yuuji is the precious first-generation blood inheritor. In this world, there were actually some postnatal Kekii Genkai realms, such as Mist Release, Lava Release, etc. In the 4 battles, Uchiha Madara could skillfully use Mist Release. And these were formed by the combination of 2 attributes of chakra nature. Generally speaking, for example, the bone growth of the Kagaya clan, Uchiha's Sharingan, was the most precious kind of blood inheritance that could be engraved into the genes. I hope this brand new Kekii Genkai can be passed down steadily so that Konoha can have another blood family. Anbu took a deep look at Yuuji, observing him for the whole night, and then left. Finally left. Yuuji remained calm, and after making breakfast, he went straight to school. He didn't see Dua and Guy. Presumably, these 2 guys were exhausted after having fun the whole night. The character that was easy to be hot-blooded made people really helpless. Ninja Academy. The moment Yuuji entered the school gate, he caused a huge sensation. After completely tearing off the bandages on his body, he revealed a tall and slender figure and a super, handsome face. Adding on yesterday, Mitarashi Anko's defeat made Yuuji completely popular. Is that guy Shiranui Yuuji? The guy who defeated the Sunin's disciple? Humph, I heard about that battle. Senior sister Anko was too stupid to drink this guy's blood. Who can drink blood? Do you know how? I heard that Senior Yuuji has mastered some kind of secret technique. It was the first time he showed it yesterday, and he wanted to graduate early. The people of various grades were discussing yesterday's events. After a night, many people knew that Shiranui Yuuji had defeated the disciple of Orochimaru-sama. They did not care how Anko lost. The main point was that Orochimaru's disciple was defeated by a person named Shiranui Yuuji. In the circle of the new generation, this was enough to cause a small earthquake. As a result, no matter where Yuuji went, countless people were pointing at him. Look, he is Shiranui Yuuji. But I heard that he likes to be wrapped in bandages. Idiot. It must be because he defeated Anko that he stopped pretending. So handsome. Yuuji walked into the school with a calm face. At the same time, many parents were escorting their children to school. They also sized up Shiranui Yuuji. That child, is he Yuuji? He is really outstanding. Wow, Grandma, why are you praising him? He is a super stinky fellow, just a little worse than big stinky fart Kakashi. Obito supported an old woman and said with great dissatisfaction. Hee, alright, Obito, let's stop here. It's really hard on you. A stooped old granny stroked Obito's head with a kind expression and watched him run into the school with narrowed eyes. Ha, Obito is really a simple child. The old granny's kind lips flashed strangely. Then, she looked at Yuuji's back with a smile. After looking at him for a while, she turned around and left shakily. After she left, Yuuji raised his head slightly and looked at her thoughtfully. That person is Obito's only relative. He is really kind. Obito is always late because he has to help his only grandmother go out in the morning. Yuuji shook his head and directly stepped into his classroom. 4th grade, Class C. As soon as he entered, he saw that Yoshino Masada was sneezing desperately. When Yoshino Masada noticed Yuuji's gaze, he immediately revealed a serious expression and nodded his head in satisfaction. Yuuji had defeated Anko, giving him face. This was his excellent teaching result. Yuuji, you did well yesterday. Keep working hard, and don't embarrass me. Yoshino Masada revealed a serious expression. Who knows, maybe there will be another genius in Class C. Uchiha Kazue and Shiranui Yuuji were the students who had put up the front of Class C in yesterday's competition. Yoshino-sensei, it is not your style to wait in the classroom so early in the morning. Is there something important to announce? Yes, it is about the graduation in advance. Chapter 14, The Dance King Who Can't Wait to Dance. Sure enough, the time had come. 4 years, 4, 5, 6, and 3 grades all graduated. They began to accept the mission issued by the village to support the war. Then, Yoshino Masada directly announced the news of their early graduation to everyone. This triggered a huge commotion. Similar things were happening in the other 4 grades. All the people in this year had graduated early. Don't slack off after graduation. Yoshino Masada was like an old father who was about to marry his daughter, long-winded and earnest. He was afraid that in 2 years, all his students would die. Unfortunately, among the excited students, few were in the mood to listen to him. Most of them were immersed in the huge surprise of their early graduation. From now on, I am also a Konoha genin. Many people were cheering. Cough cough, these guys are too naive. If we go directly to the battlefield at our level, many people will probably die, right? Gekao Heiate coughed twice, sick to the point that it made people feel like he was going to die at any time. Ah, don't be so pessimistic. There are at least a few people in this classroom who can survive. Don't you agree, Heiate? Yuuji was still lazy. As long as Konoha's higher UPS had some brains, they wouldn't kill the chicken to get the eggs. The system of a new team was quite reliable. Soon, Yoshino Masada began to announce the name list of the 3-people team. Marino Ibiki, Tokara, Yamashiro Aoba. Gekao Heiate, Shiranui Genma, Ebisu. Uchiha Kazue, Shiranui Yuuji, your team doesn't have a full number of people. After this, there will be other genin who will join your team. Because most of the genin are fighting outside, and the number is not enough, some teams will not lead the jonin for the time being. You can directly accept the mission of the village and contribute to the village. Masada Yoshino laid out the final result. This was the result of combining every student's character, specialty, and comprehensive results. Those with talent would naturally be led by the superior ninja, who would personally let these seedlings enter the school so that they could grow into strong leaks as soon as possible. Those without potential and background, would naturally accept the village's mission directly, and as for how many would survive in the end, it was up to fate. The only exception was Kazue and Yuuji's group. They formed a team with 2 outstanding students, and they also had to add a genin from outside the school. This kind of thing also happened in the next class. Obito and Rin formed a team, and they also had to replenish their teammates from outside the school, but they did not lead the superior ninja. Really, I hope that there won't be any strange things in my team. It's best to be more reliable to lead the team. Kazue looked at Yuuji with some hesitation. Yesterday, the elders in the clan only told her that they would think of a way to make Yuuji team up with her, but they did not say that they needed to add another teammate from the outside. If she had a choice, she would rather let Gekao Heiate, who was next to her, join her team. Those who were not strong were inferior, but the key point was familiarity. I roughly know who the 3rd member of the team is. If that's the case, it seems that the village is quite concerned about us. Yuuji said with a smile. Is that so? Yuuji-san even knows this. You are really amazing. Soon, one after another, superior ninja after another appeared and took away their respective teams. The teams that were not selected by the superior ninja were disappointed. Uchiha Kazue, Shiranui Yuuji, the two of you follow me. I, Abarame Shibi, will be your leader. A person covered in an oversized robe stood at the classroom entrance. Kazue and Yuuji looked at each other and immediately stood up, following behind Abarame Shibi. The three started to travel quickly, heading straight to the village's training ground. The three of them did not speak and moved at high speed in silence. Abarame Shibi observed the two of them from the corner of his eye and secretly nodded. At least his basic qualities had passed. Very quickly, the three of them arrived at a training ground. Oh! Yuuji-san, are you very surprised to see me? Ha ha ha, I actually knew it long ago, so I waited here for you in advance. Guy kicked Konoha Tornado on the spot and shouted. Obviously, he had been preparing for this position for a long time. It's actually this idiot. Kazue's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but be a little flustered. However, when he saw Yuuji's satisfied expression, he immediately recalled Du's performance when he faced legendary Stupid Brothers. Could it be that Du and Guy both had hidden strength and were also Yuuji-san's people? Yuuji-san was really a dangerous fellow. Yuuji smiled and nodded. I'm really looking forward to it. Guy, I feel very safe to be your partner. It seems that you are all very familiar with each other. In this case, it will save you a lot of unnecessary things. Shibi nodded. Well, let's get to know each other first. My name is Abarame Shibi. My favorite thing is insects. The most annoying thing is people who hurt insects. Sensei, I, Might Guy, am best at physical skills. The things I like are training and following Yuuji-san. The things I hate, there is nothing I hate for the time being. I, Uchiha Kazue, am good at illusions and physical skills. There is nothing I like. The thing I hate the most is an unbreakable destiny. In the end, they all looked at Yuuji at the same time. I am a simple person. Shiranui Yuuji, good at ninjutsu. The things I like are the process of fulfilling my dream. I hate this turbulent world the most. This is contrary to my dream. As for my dream, it is also relatively simple. That is world peace. I will forge ahead for peace. Yuuji said with a smile. World peace? What an ambitious dream. As expected of you. Shibi pushed his sunglasses and approved of Yuuji's words. Oh? Shibi and Sensei seem to know me well. Well, I have been in Anbu for a while, and I know that you, a special junior, can carry out the will of fire to this step and get the appreciation of the Hokage-sama, which is extremely rare, Shibi said with a straight face, obviously chatting. Still, his whole person exuded a gloomy solid temperament. It seems that in the whole Abarame family, there are often people who lack the sense of presence. You all go and prepare. Tonight at 6 o'clock, the third class will gather here. Your opponent is a bug clone sent by me. I will adjust your cultivation plan according to your performance. After Shibi said this dryly, he turned into a ball of insects and disappeared. Insect. Even if he is an elite superior ninja, don't even think about using an insect avatar to defeat us. Kazue said this, but her expression was extremely solemn. Abarame Shibi was known as the most comprehensive ninja. He had no shortcomings in all aspects and was simply a monster. The village actually sent such a ninja as their team's superior ninja. It was too shocking. Insect clone, a special physical clone technique. With such a learned and powerful sensei, I should be able to learn a lot. Speaking of which, I need to learn the physical clone technique. Yuuji nodded. The physical clone he wanted was not like the shadow clone, who would be finished with just a touch. Rather, it could be like the wood clone, able to withstand extremely high-intensity battles. At this time, Kazue moved to Yuuji's side, pulled up her beautiful hair, and said softly, Yuuji-san, we still have time. Why don't we take the opportunity to give it a try? It tickled Yuuji's ears. All right, I also intend to study your special physique. Guy, let's go together. In the dark underground cave, the huge Gedo statue cast a large shadow. Oh? It seems that Konoha has taken this step and sent all the new generation to the battlefield. This is not what I want in such a terrible world. The truth is that you are wrong. The old man slowly raised his head. A 3-tomo Sharingan emitted a strange blood-red glow. Now, it is time to carry out my will. Chapter 15, There is something come out of you. In the territory of Uchiha. Damn it, why didn't I lead the superior ninja? Is it because my talent is not enough? However, it is enough to be in the same team as Rin. Obito hugged his head, laughing foolishly for a while, and then his face was full of dissatisfaction. Even a guy like Yuuji could lead a team to endure, why can't I? Ah, Grandma, why are you out so early? Don't move if you are not in good health. Obito shouted and hurriedly ran over to support his only relative. Grandma looked kind and pleased. I only hope to see you one more time before I die. Looking at your expression, are you with Rin? That girl is good. You have to cherish her with your life. Use your life to protect her. Ah. Why are you speaking like that? You are still young. And, of course, I will risk my life to protect Rin. One old and one young, they snuggled up to each other. Their shadows merged into one and stretched for a long time under the setting sun. This scene was happening every day, and no one felt that something was wrong. Only Obito was heartless. However, he subconsciously felt that what his grandmother said today was a little strange. However, with his IQ, he could not understand it with his IQ, so he just did not think about it. He just needed to cherish the present. He, Obito, what a good child. After Obito entered the house, Grandma narrowed her eyes and raised her head. The corners of her mouth split open, revealing a terrifying smile. She immediately sensed something and quickly disappeared. She turned her head to look. Yuuji's three-man team happened to pass by. Yuuji-san, did you discover anything just now? After walking far away, Kazue said in a low voice. No, it's a very trustworthy old man. Yuuji lowered his head and laughed. That person is Obito's grandmother, a very kind person. There will be no problem, Guy said. After the three of them left, Grandma closed the door with a smile. Her body began to twist, and a white thing separated. The white thing quickly merged into the ground. Madara-sama, things have gone smoothly beyond imagination. If that guy loses his grandmother and lover in succession, he will probably go crazy. You are really cruel. White Zetsu came out of the ground. Shut your mouth. You are just a poor replica of Senju. Uchiha Madara said coldly. Oh, so fierce. But, Madara-sama, why do you think so highly of Obito? I think Kazue is more suitable. She opened her eyes when she was 10 years old, and Kazue also has a sister. It is suitable to give birth to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. White Zetsu looked puzzled. Why is it Obito? Not Uchiha's new star, Kazue? Maybe he can have another pair of Rinnegan. At my level, the eternal Mangekyo can no longer change the overall situation. What I need is a sole person who has fulfilled my will. He has abundant emotions that are far beyond ordinary people, but he has tasted the pain of losing one after another. I searched for decades before finding Obito. He will be the most suitable candidate. Madara sneered. Obito had been selected by him. In the entire Uchiha clan, all of them were good at acting tough, but there were very few people who had such abundant emotions like Obito. However, Uchiha Kazue, can you pay attention to her properly? Have you put white absolute spore on her? Of course, when I brushed past you just now, I had already made my move. Madara-sama, I am almost a disguised master. I have been deceiving since I was born. White Zetsu laughed innocently. Madara-sama said coldly, this time, I will personally make a move. I want Obito to feel the pain of losing his family at close range. But you're about to die. Can you escape from the Gedo statue and run to Konoha? Madara didn't say anything but directly began to form seals. Ninja art, elephant transformation. Innocent White Zetsu, who was standing at the side watching the fun, let out a miserable scream on the spot, and his whole body was covered with endless dust. In the next moment, he became an old Uchiha Madara. I can't even bear 10 of my chakra in my old state. Madara shook his head. Madara instantly disappeared from where he stood. Uchiha clan. As the three of them walked, Yuuji naturally received the gazes of many Uchiha clansmen, but when those Uchihas discovered that they were Kazue's teammates, their gaze immediately softened. Oh, the companion of Uchiha, the strongest genius of the new generation? Then there is no problem. Looks like I'm safe for now. Yuuji calculated silently and heaved a sigh of relief. He already knew the fate that Obito was about to suffer. Grandma and Rin could be said to be the two people that Obito loved the most. Using the deaths of these two people to provoke Obito was indeed a good method. However, he did not expect that Madara to start planning so early. However, this had nothing to do with Yuuji, and he would not expose it. Sister, who are they? Are you little Izumi? I am your sister's teammate and also your friend. No, 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 my friend is only Ataka now --. When they arrived at Kazue's house, Yuuji saw the adorable Izumi, but before he could say anything, he was dragged away by Kazue. Yuuji-san, give it to me. Do you really want it now? Of course, I can't wait anymore. Guy had a face full of question marks. He looked at Kazue from time to time, then at his respected Yuuji-san. Guy, you go guard the door. Yuuji stared at Kazue for 2 seconds. After a moment of silence, he began to form seals. Yuuji's palm was immediately filled with a cloud of radiation that could not be seen by the naked eye. Then, he slapped towards Kazue. Pa! The moment the radiation touched Kazue, it stimulated her body, affecting her genes. After many attempts, the two of them finally found a suitable speed. That's right. This is the feeling. The eye power is surging. I can feel that I have become stronger. Kazue trembled all over. This was the feeling of strength. Only this kind of thing, the intense stimulation to the body, can make her feel different and have the possibility of getting rid of the ordinary track. My Kekkei Genkai is very dangerous. You have to be aware. Yuuji said while observing Kazue's state. If she suffered from this level of radiation for many years, Kazue would end up worse than death. Unless, the speed at which Kazue was evolving was far faster than the speed of the mutation, and he was guaranteed to monitor and transform his body closely. Kazue, my speculation is right. You are a genius, a true genius. Yuuji praised. It seemed that Kazue's talent was all concentrated on forcefully increasing his potential by enduring intense stimulation. However, Kazue, something strange is emerging from your body. It's white. Yuuji pointed at White Zetsu, who had emerged from Kazue's body with a serious expression. Chapter 16, Oh my god! Bastard, what kind of strange power is this? White Zetsu kept twisting his body, and as soon as he came out of Kazue's body, he immediately screamed. It actually caused all the cells in his body to go out of control. What the hell is this Kekkei Genkai? What the hell are you? Kazue was both shocked and angry. Her strong combat instinct made her stand up instantly. Sharingan opened it and kicked the guy out. Have you been parasitized? Kazue, it seems that you have been targeted long ago. Yuuji also slowly stood up and looked at White Zetsu with a serious face. In the next moment, before White Zetsu could recover and escape, Yuuji attacked decisively. The huge radiation cloud spread, enveloping White Zetsu within, and began to disturb White Zetsu's body cells crazily. The life tissues that came from God Tree, under the destruction and tearing of nuclear radiation, showed signs of distortion. This was also the reason why White Zetsu could not maintain the spore form and was forced to be exposed. In the ninja realm, there had never been such a strange power that directly distorted and mutated all the life cells. Kazue, Guy, immediately kill it, do not leave it alive. Yuuji said in a low voice. The three-man team began to cooperate for the first time. With a loud bang, they surrounded White Zetsu and held him down. Although I don't know what you are, I want to fulfill Yuuji-san's will. 8 inner hidden gates. Open the door, open. Guy hit Bijuu's neck with his super strong body technique. There was only a click. White Zetsu was dead. Yuuji was still worried. He directly pulled out kunai and cut off this fellow's head, confirming that he was dead. Fortunately, it didn't alert the village. Yuuji, what exactly is this? Without blood and brain, it can still infect my body. Kazue was furious, and the strong sense of uneasiness severely stimulated her sensitive nerves. In her eyes, that blood-red Sharingan, at this moment, because of the stimulation of immense radiation and anger, the surging eye power suddenly broke through a small bottleneck. Second stage Sharingan. Kazue's face turned pale as if stepping into the second stage was a great loss to her body, and more importantly, the second jade, in each of her eyes was still slightly blurred, and if she didn't look carefully, she simply wouldn't notice it. Yuuji quietly released the radiation cloud and began to envelop the entire house. He carefully avoided Izumi, who was playing with his toys. However, he did not find any other white Zetsu. Only then did Yuuji feel slightly relieved. Don't ask this question in the future, and you absolutely cannot mention it to anyone. I will think of a way to deal with it. Kazue hesitated. However, Guy nodded. I understand. Yuuji-san, I will keep my mouth shut. I will not even tell my father. Kazue also nodded reluctantly with an ugly look on her face. Yuuji looked at the dead white Zetsu, a thoughtful expression on his face. It felt a little tricky. Has that guy, Uchiha Madara, already set his eyes on Kazue? This won't do. Kazue is my man. Yuuji muttered to himself. This thing is very valuable to us. To be precise, its value is beyond imagination. Yuuji solemnly wrapped up White Zetsu's corpse, then looked at Kazue and ordered, find a way to seal this thing in the scroll. Then help me buy a batch of the experimental equipment. I need to study this thing. I understand, but I can only get you some basic equipment. I can't do anything about the real precision. That's enough. Yuuji nodded. White Zetsu's corpse was very important. It was made from the cells in the pillar. More accurately, it was made from the weakened cells that God Tree had stripped off. As long as he could study this thing thoroughly, it was not impossible to pry into some of the secrets of Mokuton and God Tree. Although I do not intend to get my hands on Mokuton, the power of Mokuton still has a great reference value. Yuuji cut off a small piece of White Zetsu's body tissue and carefully stored it on his body. In his heart, he silently thought about some of the techniques of Senju Hashirama. It was a typical Mokuton technique. It could fight and resist, and its vitality was incomparably exuberant. It was simply the most perfect physical doppelganger technique. Soon, Yuuji left Kazue's house with the two of them. Before Kazue's parents returned, they left this place. They pretended that nothing had happened. And at this time, Uchiha Madara, who just used Zetsu's ability to rush to Konoha and secretly sneaked into Uchiha's territory. So many years have passed, but this place still hasn't changed. A cold expression appeared on Madara's face, and then he turned into Obito's grandmother with a bang. He was also old and senile, and there was no flaw in his disguise. He walked, trembling. Today, he was going to offer Obito a funeral for his only kin so that Obito could feel the darkness and pain of this world. Madara walked shakily, his back hunched as if he would die at any moment. Madara-sama, the spores I planted on Kazue's body have lost contact. White Zetsu suddenly popped out from the ground. Oh? That little thing is really not simple, to actually discover spores. What method did she use to do it? I don't know. After all, I don't share the same consciousness as the other spores. Humph, forget it. It's just a White Zetsu. Anyway, it's just an idle chess piece. The main point is still Obito. Madara staggered back home and was about to die on the spot in front of Obito. Ah! Grandma, why did you sneak out? Didn't I tell you to rest well? Obito shouted and rushed out. Ha ha ha, good child. Grandma just wants to buy you some fruit to eat. I am your only relative. Only I can care about you, so I must take good care of you. Oh. I fell. No. What happened to you? Are you not feeling well again? Obito immediately panicked. His eyes were red and full of tears. He was about to rush to his only relative. However, it was already too late. Seeing that his grandmother was about to die in extreme pain, his eyes widened, and he gasped for breath. At this moment, Madara's acting skills were explosive and even more explosive than those of others. Every micro-expression was impeccable. Aya, Aya. Madara took advantage of this opportunity to throw himself on the street and provoke Obito, making him feel pain. Humph, humph, Obito, this world is so ugly. Life and death parting is a cruel norm. Hurry up and wake up. Then, a strong arm suddenly appeared and supported him. Are you all right? Yuuji looked at him or her with great concern. I'm fine now. Good child, it's all thanks to you appearing in time. No, I'm not good, and I'm not in time. Grandma, don't come out so casually when you're old. This will put me in a difficult position. Yuuji forcefully pulled up the adult who was about to fall to the ground. Whose descendant is this little brat? I should have strangled his grandfather to death back then. Chapter 17, What a Vicious Brat. Obito was very grateful to Yuuji. For the first time in his life, he felt that Yuuji was not so smelly. Obito, you have to look after your grandmother. Don't let her run around casually. Yuuji used his strong arm to support the old woman, preventing her from falling. His smiling face was full of sincerity. He was indeed sincere, not allowing the old woman to succeed. Who knew when this old woman in front of him had been swapped, and even more so, he didn't know whether this person in front of him was White Zetsu or Madara himself. Yuuji remembered that among Rinnegan's many eye arts, there was a technique called the elephant transformation technique, which could be transformed by living human sacrifices to carry half of the original body's chakra. In the original work, Itaka's elephant transformation body went to deal with Kakashi and the Cho team, Ghost Shark's elephant transformation body to deal with Guy's team. If it's just White Zetsu, I can find an opportunity to attack him. But if it's Uchiha Madara, even if it's the old version of Madara, in terms of strength. The thought flashed through Yuuji's mind. The risk was too great unless he disregarded the consequences and completed the integration of Godzilla. However, since the Dance King, this old bastard, had set his sights on Kazue, then Yuuji didn't pay attention to being beaten. He had to take revenge. Right now, Madara was at the weakest time of his life, and this was the opportunity to make a move. At this time, Kazue, Guy, and the others also quickly caught up, looking at the sweet-looking and filial Yuuji with confusion. How about this, Obito? As companions in the village, we have the responsibility to help each other. Our three-man team often comes over to help take care of Grandma. Yuuji glared at Obito with a face full of blame. Yuuji, you. Obito looked grateful. This was the first time that someone cared so much about his family. No need. This is too much trouble for you, good children. Just now was just an accident. I only need Obito to take care of me. The old granny was about to refuse. No, you have to listen to us. If we can't even protect Grandma, how can we still be a ninja? Look carefully, Guy, you stay here and take care of the Grandma until 5:30 in the evening. You can't leave at all. You carry her when she gets up. You keep an eye on her when she goes to the toilet. You feed her, and you accompany her when she sleeps. Yuuji looked solemn. Ah, this. I understand. Is this the true essence of youth? To sacrifice myself to protect my companions, I understand. Since it is Yuuji-san's will, I am willing to do my best to carry it out. Come on, old man, I will not make a fool of myself. Guy's eyes were burning with fighting spirit, and he roared as he picked up the old granny. He was extremely excited. He was one step closer to Yuuji-san's spiritual level. Obito was dumbfounded and moved to a complete mess. This, how can this be? I am really. Don't say any more, Obito. We are companions of the same village. Isn't it only right for companions to help each other? If you say more, I will be angry. I understand, Yuuji. If you need my help in the future, just say it. I, Obito, will bet on the name of Uchiha and will definitely help you with all my might. Yuuji patted Obito's shoulder with a solemn face. Then, he pulled the confused Kazue and left with a serious expression under the admiring gazes of the Uchiha clansmen around him. Who is that kid? He is really amazing. As an outsider, he actually looks after our clansmen like this. Kazue's teammate, Yuuji? Ha, I know. He is the descendant of Shiranui's family. Humph, for an outsider to be able to do this, this is the shame of our Uchiha family. Come, I also want to take care of Obito's grandmother. We each take 2 hours a day and take turns taking care of her 24 hours a day. We can't let her die. Obito's grandmother / Madara. The current Uchiha clan is getting worse and worse, and they actually let Shiranui's son wander around the clan? Damn, this old man will remember you. In the next moment, a certain grandma who was carried on Guy's back was drowned by countless enthusiastic clansmen. White Zetsu, who was hiding in the dark and observing, was dumbfounded. How could this be? Yuuji and Kazue walked out of Uchiha's territory. What's the meaning behind your actions? I don't understand at all. Kazue was completely confused. She thought she had seen through part of Yuuji's will, but now she was baffled. She looked at the side of Yuuji's face. Yuuji-san, what kind of person are you? Are you a traitor? Or are you just one on the surface? Or are you a utilitarian? Don't say any more, Kazue. While Guy is not here, you have something to give me. What, so you deliberately sent Guy away? That guy is by my side. It will be bad. Don't talk nonsense, quickly give it to me. Is it here? Is it not very good? Do you want to go back to my house first? No, this place is very good. I want to personally test that thing, so. Kazue's heart was pounding. While she was panicking, she could not help but look forward to it. Could it be that Yuuji-san still had a deeper layer of will that was about to be revealed? So, quickly teach me the shadow clone technique. You know, I can't do anything about it. This is a very practical B-grade ninjutsu. The ninja school will not teach this. Kazue's expression changed from expectation and excitement to anger and disappointment. Yuuji-san, this is the seal and chakra circulation of shadow clone technique, and. What? I suddenly feel that Yuuji-san is really hateful. Don't forget the time set by Superior Ninja Shibi. Kazue swung her long hair and ran far away. Yuuji looked at the figure of Kazue, pondered for a moment, and immediately began to use the shadow clone technique. This was a real body clone technique developed by the second Hokage, and although it was a typical clone, it would explode at the touch, wasting a lot of chakras. However, Yuuji still needed this thing. With a part of White Zetsu's life tissue in hand, I can give it a try. Yuuji pondered and seized the time. The time soon came to 5:30. There was only half an hour left before the 6 o'clock set by Abarame. Oh! It's time. My task is complete. Grandma, you should have a good rest. Guy looked excited. The old woman looked haggard and trembled. Finally, good child, quickly go and cultivate. It has been hard on you. Finally. Damn it. This excessively stubborn dog thief is finally going to leave. As long as we find a way to avoid these little brats who come to visit us one after another, we can use words to motivate Obito in the dead of night and then die on the spot. But at this time, a voice that made him want to strangle the real person came. Obito's grandmother, I'm here to change shifts. Yuuji walked in with a solemn face. I used half a day to barely learn the shadow clone technique. In the future, I will especially send out a clone to take care of you all day. Don't you need to spend time cultivating? It doesn't matter. I have a lot of chakra, and taking care of my companions is the greatest kind of spiritual cultivation. You don't have to worry too much. I am also trying to find some medical ninjutsu to learn, and I am ready to save you at any time. What a vicious little devil, if all of Konoha is like this, how terrible would it be? Chapter 18, Nuclear Escape and White Zetsu. 6 o'clock. For the first time, Shibi began to fight with the team he led. To be honest, the comprehensive level of these three new students was beyond his expectations, and they were more outstanding than he had expected. Although they are a little immature in experience, they only need to be cultivated little by little through continuous battles. Shibi looked at the three exhausted people in front of him with satisfaction. Each of these three people brought him a pleasant surprise. Might Guy, who graduated at 8 years old, Uchiha Kazue, who opened her Sharingan at 10 years old and opened her second stage in such a short time. These two could be called geniuses. However, the last one left made Shibi completely unable to understand. Is it my illusion? Why do I feel that this guy is getting stronger and stronger? This amount of chakra is a bit too much for his age. Doesn't he feel tired? Shibi had a face full of question marks. Fighting requires chakra consumption, and chakra is also the energy refined by the spirit and body. The more chakra is lost, the spirit and body will be weakened. But Yuuji, this. Shibi stretched out a finger. There was a scouting bug standing on it. The message that came back made him fall into deep thought. The entire training ground was full of potholes at this time. It was obvious that a fierce battle had happened. Yuuji-san, Shibi-sensei are too strong. If this goes on, we can't. Guy clenched his fist. Why don't you let me activate that technique? Maybe I can fight for an opportunity. It doesn't mean much. He plays with insects. He can't be defeated by your current level of physical skills. Yuuji looked at Abarame Shibi with a serious expression. Very strong, and I can't find any flaws in his attack. He is worthy of being the most comprehensive elite superior ninja. My chakra is almost exhausted, and I can't hold on for long. Yuuji-san, you also sent out a shadow clone to take care of Grandma Obito. How much chakra do you have left? Kazue gritted her teeth and even felt strenuous to maintain Sharingan. Yuuji said with a solemn face, well, I also consumed a lot of energy, and I probably lost 30%. So that's how it is, there's still 7, what? Kazue widened his eyes. I split a shadow clone and took away 50% of my chakra. Even if I took the time to refine more chakra to deal with this high-intensity battle, I could only recover to this extent. Oh, now it has recovered to 80%. Yuuji looked at Shibi, who was standing silently, and felt that it was a bit tricky. What kind of rubbish is this? Are you serious? Kazue crazily ridiculed in her heart. After fighting for so long, there was still so much left. Kazue stared with Sharingan, seeing that there was still chakra flowing in Yuuji's body without any sign of interruption. Then what should we do? Kazue gritted her teeth. I have an idea. Listen to me. At this time, are you still planning a new strategy? Shibi pushed his sunglasses. Fire release, great fireball technique. A huge flame suddenly came and covered most of the training ground. Shibi quickly retreated. At the same time, he raised his hands, and a large number of insects flew out of his sleeves. In front of his insects, nothing could escape his eyes. A large number of insects flew around the fireball and rushed towards the 3 people. Hiss! The fireball was kicked away. Guy opened the second door, and his muscles swelled. At the same time, he kicked towards Shibi with a big Konoha tornado kick, but he was sent flying by a piece of insect jade thrown by Shibi. In this gap, Yuuji moved. To Yuuji? Did they create a shadow clone while the fireball was covering them? Shibi quickly observed. A large number of insects flew towards the 2 Yuuji. Soon, one of them exploded on the spot. Then the remaining one would be the main body. Who? A huge crack suddenly appeared on the ground. Countless insects rushed out and rushed toward the 3-man team. Endless buzzing sounds resounded through everything. No matter how one looked at it, the 3-man team was unable to break through. However, Yuuji, who was about to be drowned by the swarm of insects, revealed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. You were too careless. Shibi-sensei. What? Shibi pushed his sunglasses, and a rare trace of surprise appeared on his indifferent face. The information given to him by the bugs was also bizarre, such as what a disgusting chakra, how uncomfortable it is to bite, I feel very scared, and so on. Fear. What is going on? Why would my parasite convey this emotion? But the next moment, the scene in front of him shocked him. Yuuji and Kazue, who were wrapped and bitten by the swarm of bugs, began to melt strangely. In an instant, the high temperature and the explosive nuclear radiation slaughtered his bugs. Countless insects died in an instant. This was an extremely shocking scene. Black rain fell from the sky, and layers of black curtains covered the ground. Is this Yuuji's Kekii Genkai? But he is actually a clone? Kazue is also, what kind of clone technique is this? Shibi was shocked. At the same time, he felt a sense of crisis and instantly turned his head. Kazue and Yuuji had already attacked. The blood-red second Megatama Sharingan aimed at Shibi's eyes and cast an illusion. This pair of eyes were more focused on illusion. At this time, she used the last of her chakra to cast an illusion. As for Yuuji, he took this opportunity to make a series of hand seals. Nuclear release. Oscillating wave. An extremely powerful chakra gathered in Yuuji's mouth, and immediately after, an astonishing shock wave suddenly shot out, directly hitting Shibi and immediately defeating him on the spot. Shibi's body turned into countless insects and scattered on the spot. These insects were somewhat panicked, stumbling and flying around, not knowing what was going on. Very good, you can actually defeat my insect avatar. Your level makes me very satisfied. In the distance, Shibi, who had been watching the entire time, walked over with his hands in his pockets, and his whole body emitted a dense gloomy aura as he praised. Could it be that Shibi-sensei has been standing there all along to watch the battle? When did this happen? I didn't notice at all. Guy slumped to the ground and scratched his head. He had been offended. However, Shibi was really surprised. These guys in front of him had brought him too much surprise. The poison that killed the insects in a large area was the Kekii Genkai ability that you used to defeat Anko. It turned out that you didn't use blood to activate it. It was more terrifying than I thought. Shibi pushed his sunglasses, his face moved. He had never seen such a strange unknown poison before. Moreover, it actually caused his insects to have a fear instinct. Was it because of the poison itself, Or was it some other reason? More importantly, using 2 unique clones to replace his and Kazue's true bodies and then find an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. This kind of special physical clone technique. The only unlucky one was Guy. This guy was really surrounded by a swarm of insects and had bitten him. At this time, he was powerlessly lying on the ground. Gather here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will begin the mission of the village. Shibi took a deep look at the 2 clones and left after saying this. Yeah, Shibi-sensei is really a good sensei. He didn't stay here to watch me recover my clones. Yuuji smiled and walked over. He stretched out his hand and pressed down on the inhuman Yuuji and Kazue one after another. Then, these 2 clones began to melt and quickly fuse back into Yuuji's body. What no one knew was that Yuuji, rather than saying that he is recovering these 2 special physical clones, it is more accurate to say that his goal is to retrieve the one inside the body of the clone. 2 extremely tiny white spheres. White Zetsu's body tissues. Although it was a trick, the first attempt of nuclear release's clone was a great success. Chapter 19, Close to the Rice Market. At the Hokage building. Sandaime Hokage was listening attentively to Shibi's report. Is that so? He is so outstanding that you are full of praise for such a picky person. Sandaime Hokage revealed a gratified smile. It was rare for a perfect ninja like Shibi to praise him. Might Guy has mastered the 8 inner hidden gates. This is a type of body technique that can stimulate the strength of the body. Kazue has activated the 2nd Megatama Sharingan, as well as Yuuji, the powerful Kekii Genkai. Sandaime Hokage smoked his pipe as he pondered. As expected of the team that he thought highly of and appointed Shibi as the leader of the team. Especially Shiranui Yuuji, who brought him an unimaginable surprise. Powerful and mysterious Kekii Genkai, powerful area of effect poison attack, strange, temporarily unknown physical clone technique. Any one of them would be qualified to apply to be promoted to genin. More importantly, Yuuji, suspected to have an extremely exaggerated total amount of chakra. For the time being, he did not know where the upper limit was for the time being, but the initial judgment was that he had touched a superior level chakra. Shibi, Yuuji's poison, do you have a sample in your hand? Sandaime Hokage suddenly asked. No, Sandaime-sama. I checked some dead parasites after that, but I didn't find any toxins. It should have been retrieved by Yuuji. So that's how it is. What a cautious child. Sandaime nodded, feeling a little regretful. Such a brand new toxin could kill a large number of parasites and parasites. He really had to pay attention to it. It was best to get the method to configure the toxin and then develop the antidote. There would be a chance in the future. Guy and Yuuji are close friends and Kazue and Yuuji have a friendship. Such a strong bond really makes people look forward to their future. Sandaime sighed with emotion. Then, Shibi, you will have to work hard for the future. You have an important mission, and you have to cultivate the most talented new generation after these 3 Kakashi. 10 years later, Konoha will have to rely on these people to support. Sandaime was pleased. Shibi nodded and left in silence. After a moment of silence, Sandaime took out a new file. The psychological problem of Kakashi has been solved. With Shibi's team as the template, they have established a strong bond for him, arch-enemy Obito, the lover of Obito, Nohara Rin. I hope it will develop as I hope. As for their leader, Sandaime Hokage had already made a plan. Namikaze Minato. At the beginning of the war, Namikaze Minato had already confronted the AB combo of Kumigakure and was not at a disadvantage. He had completely become famous and was regarded as a new Cage level. TL note, the AB combo renowned as the strongest tag team is a sibling team from Kumigakure. It consists of A, the son of the third Raikage, and Killer B, who is recognized as A's brother after he successfully beheaded a training dummy during a selection process. If Namikaze Minato were to be in charge of Kakashi's team, Minato's lover is the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. With Kakashi and the other 2 as his disciples, he will definitely be able to deepen his bond with Konohagakure. Sandaime Hokage made a decision. Shibi's team was about to carry out a mission, but it did not attract too much attention except for Sandaime Hokage. Although many people were surprised that a perfect superior ninja like Shibi would return to the village to be a leader after fighting for more than 2 years, they were only surprised. A lot of superior ninjas who had fought for a long time at the front line, some of them were returning to the village to recuperate. They had lost their loved ones, companions, and subordinates, and their minds and even their cognition would inevitably have some potential changes. The method they used to lead the new generation to quickly mature was extremely cost-effective. It could allow these superior ninja to have more fetters, and it could also allow the new generation to quickly become capable and contribute to the village. The next morning, Shibi's team assembled. Yuuji and the other two received the notice that their mission was to join the supply troops and escort the supplies to the front camp. This was a B-rank mission. Very good. This was very elite. They directly skipped the trash D rank and C rank and entered the B rank that would erupt in battle. Because it is a war period, the supply troops will be attacked by the enemy at any time. The battle is almost inevitable, but it is only a matter of the scale of the battle. Kazue said in a low voice. She was eager to try. Her talent would blossom on the battlefield. Theoretically speaking, yes. Shibi pushed his sunglasses. If we are lucky, we can smoothly arrive at the front camp. But if we are unlucky, we will be attacked by a large number of enemies and ninjas. The mission level can be upgraded to A class at any time. As for S class, it was not impossible, but it was very rare. A large number of enemy jonins or at least one cage level would come to attack a small supply team unless the enemy was crazy. After all, they were not Namikaze Minato. Moreover, even if an elite superior ninja came, with a guy like Abarame Shibi who could fight and resist perception, he could also suffer the greatest obstruction. To be honest, considering the level of Shibi, this was indeed a task to practice. As the most perfect elite superior ninja, Shibi-sensei is almost the #1 comprehensive strength under the shadow level. It is impossible to spend too much time nurturing rookies. He will soon return to the front-line battlefield. Yuuji glanced at the zombie-like face of Shibi, the superior ninja. Soon, the four of them set out to meet up with the supply team of more than 10 people. The team in charge of protecting us will definitely not have any strong people. We are just a small supply team. In the team, a middle-aged uncle was muttering, but when he saw Shibi, his entire person was pulled up. Shibi-sama? Is this new team you led to protect us? That's right, so can we set off now? Shibi spoke bluntly. Along the way, everyone had their mouths tightly shut. They looked at Shibi from time to time nervously, feeling a little relieved. And Shibi, who had the highest seniority, was also a stuffy gourd, so it was naturally impossible for him to speak. Yuuji took the initiative to communicate with the other people in the supply team and finally confirmed that the captain and vice-captain of the team, 2 genin, were actually very familiar. The parents of Umino Irika. In the future, he would die in the chaos of the 9 tails. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? The middle-aged uncle, Domino Ikeku, suspiciously looked at Yuuji, who was constantly staring at him. Ah, you found out. You've already put your eyes on my face. Unless I'm blind, I won't be able to see you. What's the matter? It's nothing. I just feel that uncle doesn't look very reliable. In a while, I might have to protect you, so I want to get familiar with him first. To be called uncle by a little brat who looked down on him was a ruthless stab to his heart. However, when he thought of his 6-year-old son, Irika, being an uncle was something that he should accept. This joke caused the killing intent and depression in the entire team to dissipate a little. Soon, everyone left Konoha. They crossed several small towns in a row and quickly traveled to the border of the country of fire. The closer they got to the border, the more cautious and vigilant they were. Withered civilians, desolate wilderness, corpses everywhere. This was a war, especially a war between ninjas. The attacks of powerful ninjas easily destroyed a small town. In front of us is the border station, which is extremely close to the rain village. It is the battlefield of the 3 countries, and the ninjas of Omegakure is also full of hatred for Konoha. However, our actions along the way are very secretive, and generally, we won't attract the attention of the enemy. Domino Ikeku solemnly said, intending to remind everyone to be vigilant. As soon as the voice fell, many enemies launched an attack on the team. Chapter 20, This is a genius. Wait, that is also a genius. The battlefield was the place that tested people the most. Combat strength, nerve reflex, muscle instinct, the combination of techniques, and the most important thing, the cruel interrogation of the mind. It was unknown how many of the new generation that should have been blooming with youthful colors died in despair in their minds because their minds were not good enough. Nuclear release. A large amount of nuclear radiation spread out, quickly spreading, covering it in a way that ordinary people could not perceive. 1, 4, 6. There are a total of 10, but it does not rule out the possibility of others lurking further away. Yuuji opened his eyes and said in a low voice. There are 10 enemies. Immediately, some impatient people recovered their composure. Hey, kid, do you still have the ability to sense? Umino Ikeko was pleasantly surprised. Ah, it can be regarded as the ability of perception. With the coverage of nuclear radiation, the cells of the native life forms would be violently stimulated wherever they passed. They only needed to feel where the nuclear radiation was absorbed to know where there was a life. According to the outline chakra absorbed, it was determined whether it was a human, an animal, or a plant. However, this perception ninjutsu of his caused cancer. At this time, the enemy had launched an attack. Humph, is it a team from Konoha? Our luck is good. These guys have a lot of scrolls on them. They must be a supply team. Then kill them quickly and weaken Konoha's strength. A voice came, accompanied by an unknown number of figures, exuding a strong malice. Earth, earth, spear. The 10 figures immediately used ninjutsu, intending to heavily injure this team in one fell swoop. A large number of stones came crashing down. Iwagakure ninja, hey! Yuuji quickly glanced around and found that a bear Meishibi had disappeared at some point in time, perhaps he had gone to attack the enemy superior ninja. Scatter! Umino Ikeko, who was at the front, roared and immediately formed a seal, about to use the earth flow wall to block. At this time, nuclear release, oscillation wave. Crash! An astonishing shock wave suddenly erupted. With an unstoppable momentum, it almost lifted the entire ground. The large amount of stones that had attacked had already shattered before they could even hit. Guy, charge into the enemy's team. Kazue, you and I will be responsible for cleaning up the excess trash. Yuuji immediately issued an order. Guy immediately opened the gate of healing, howling as he charged towards the Iwagakure ninjas. Kazue also opened the second Megatama, Sharingan. Yuuji continued to form hand seals, quietly erupting with an even greater amount of radiation, continuously invading the enemy. However, the enemy was temporarily unable to detect it. Tisk, was it blocked? What kind of technique is this? Moreover, we caught a big fish. This little brat actually opened the second stage, Sharingan. The leader of the Iwagakure ninjas was first shocked, and then his face revealed a greedy expression. If he could kill the little brat from Uchiha's family, he would have done a great deed. Even if such a kid should have a powerful superior ninja to protect him. When I thought about the merit of killing a genius in Konoha. Dried. Gather your strength and kill that kid Uchiha. Many Iwagakure ninjas immediately rushed over and collided with the ninjas of Konoha. Uncle, look after yourself. Don't be accidentally killed. Yuuji casually said to Umino Ikeko, and then immediately rushed out. Kazue also rushed out with excitement. The two sides began to fight. Konohagakure and Iwagakure were old rivals. The two sides had fought many times in Rain Country. Might Guy opened the second gate of healing, and with a powerful speed, he broke through all obstacles and sent an Iwagakure ninja flying on the spot. Considering the strength index of Guy, this rock ninja was basically disabled. What's wrong with this kid? Is this a ninjutsu or a physical skill? He is also a genius of Konoha, kill him. The other Iwagakure ninjas were also shocked. Two of them hurriedly turned around and began to block Might Guy. Even more Iwagakure ninjas rushed towards Kazue. As long as they could kill this genius of Uchiha's family, then it was worth it to kill as many people as possible. The death of 4 Iwagakure ninjas involved Umino Ikeko and the others, and they even disregarded the consumption of their chakra and used multiple earth walls to continuously split up the battlefield to create opportunities to kill Kazue. It's a good thing to have a goal, but if the reason is drowned by the target, then, in the end, it's just that I'm moved by myself. This will kill me. Yuuji laughed softly. Kazue formed a seal, fire release, great fireball technique. A large ball of flames surged out, and the Iwagakure ninja who was rushing over recklessly used the petrification technique to forcefully endure. The fireball broke through, and the 3 Iwagakure ninjas looked at Kazue's face with a cruel expression. Be careful! Umino Ikeko shouted. In the next moment, Yuuji released another vibration wave, sending the 3 Iwagakure ninjas flying. After being hit by this super strong shockwave in a short distance, the other party was sent flying more than 50 meters away. Damn it, damn bastard, What kind of technique is this? The last guy who had survived coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Feeling that the internal organs in his chest were seriously damaged, he roared in despair. This was the last voice this Iwagakure ninja left for this world. You actually didn't die at such a distance. Is it because your petrification technique covered the front of your body? What a good genin. Unfortunately, he is going to die soon. Yuuji shook his head. Kazue had already pulled out kunao and cut off his neck with a knife. Dead. The remaining Iwagakure ninjas' faces also changed. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. How could this happen? Ehara team was finished in an instant. What's wrong with that guy's chakra? He continuously used this powerful wind escape jutsu. I made a mistake, this kid is also a genius in Konoha. Is he finished? One by one, the Iwagakure ninjas began to vomit blood as they fought, not because they were angry, but because they suddenly vomited blood. The Iwagakure ninjas were shocked, their mouths were bitter, and their eyes were red. They could not figure out the reason and immediately chose to retreat. The Konoha ninjas were not dead, and they had lost more than half of their troops, and the Iwagakure ninjas had not appeared until now, which made the remaining ninjas even more uneasy. But of course, the Konoha ninjas would not allow them to escape. Kazue became even more active. He activated the second Megatama, Sharingan, and cast an illusion technique to control 3 rock ninjas in succession. Under the concentrated fire of Umino Ikeku and the others, these 3 unlucky fellows also died. The rock ninjas who blocked Guy also failed to escape and were killed one after another. One escaped. Great, this is a great victory. Umino Ikeku was extremely excited. One of them did not die and killed 9 of the other side. The performance of the 3 newcomers who had just joined the team had simply shocked Umino and the others. They were very satisfied with this result. But Yuuji was still forming seals at this time. We won't let him escape. Otherwise, our information will be leaked. Yuuji was about to activate all the radiation and destroy that guy's body. Theoretically, there should be enough time. But his movements suddenly stopped. Ah, it seems that there is no need. Shibi-sensei finally doesn't want to watch the fun anymore. In Yuuji's perception, there were a large number of insects that suddenly broke through the ground and devoured the fleeing Iwagakure ninja. Chapter 21, This Country. The heart of the last fleeing Iwagakure ninja was full of anger. Those 3 little ghosts are not ordinary little ghosts. They are clearly the new generation who had been sent to the battlefield not long ago, but they are so terrifying. If we let these 3 fellows grow up, could it be another 3 ninjas? The Iwagakure ninja could not help but be furious. Unfortunately, his team was almost completely wiped out, and it was impossible to seize this great opportunity to kill the 3 genius little ghosts. More importantly, there is something wrong with my body as well. It seems that something has interfered with my body. The extraction and operation of my chakra have a trace of obscurity. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance to find out the truth. A large number of insects broke through the surface and hid underground for an unknown time. At this moment, they finally rushed out and tore this rock ninja into pieces. This is a parasite. Could it be that you are? In the end, not even a corpse was left behind. His clothes and bones were all eaten clean. Abarame Shibi secretly returned. This fellow's body is also filled with that kind of poison. What kind of poison is this? And when did it poison? Abarame Shibi pushed his sunglasses, becoming more and more interested in Yuuji. Was he poisoning the air? This was very similar to the man who was called a demigod. What an amazing newcomer! If he could grow up. Shibi didn't dare to imagine Yuuji's future. Shibi-sensei, you're finally back. Even if you let us practice with these guys, you should be too relieved. Yuuji shrugged helplessly. There were 10 Iwagakure ninjas who had seen blood before, and half of them were genin. If it were for any other new team, they would have basically fallen to the ground when the leader of the team was not there, and only Kakashi's team could barely protect themselves. It took me some time to kill the enemy superior ninja. Moreover, my insects have been lurking underground for a long time and are ready to support you at any time. However, I did not expect you to be so excellent. Shibi said in a deep voice. Although his tone was calm, it was full of praise. The first time he went into battle, he used his powerful strength to fight and defeat the enemy. Such a team was really something to look forward to. Umino Ikeku laughed even more and heavily patted Yuuji on the shoulder. Yeah, little brat, unexpectedly capable, you will become a genius like Kakashi. Ikeku, you have started again. Your mouth is always a bad thing. The group set off again. Half a day later, they arrived at the border relay. This was the base camp of Konoha on the western battlefield. It was next to the Omegakure, bearing the heavy responsibility of fighting against the Uegakure ninjas and Tsunagakure ninjas. The current highest commander was Tsunade. After handing over all the scrolls filled with supplies to the western camp, Shibi also brought 3 people to meet a friend. Namikaze Minato. Shibi, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be the leader of the team. Minato was a very sunny person with a strong affinity and strong strength. It was no wonder that such a man would attract so much attention. Yes, I brought 3 very talented young people. As for you, not long ago, you fought with Brother Ab in the east, and now you are rushing to the west line. Is it really okay? Orochimaru-sama is currently recuperating in the village, and he will return to the west line after a while. As expected, Orochimaru-sama is better at dealing with Uegakure and Tsunagakure. Minato grabbed a head of blonde hair in distress. Jiraiya was also on the east line, responsible for monitoring Kumigakure, and commanding Hyuga and Uchiha to deal with Kirigakure and the guys who crossed the sea to shore, so he could not move lightly. And Tsunade, although nominally the commander of the west line, because of the fear of blood disease, could only configure medicine in the rear. To treat the wounded, one cannot go to the front line to fight. Naturally, Minato, who had just advanced to the cage level, became the Western Front's fighting force leader. For a 20-year-old young man like him, it was still a little difficult to carry the Western Front flag, but this was a step he had to go through, learning the general command. Fortunately, Minato's talent was very terrifying, and his learning ability was even more outrageous. He became more and more proficient at commanding the general. At this time, Minato looked at Shibi with some envy. It was a good task to personally train outstanding juniors. Are you Shibi's subordinates? Come on, Shibi is a very comprehensive ninja. If you learn from him seriously, you will definitely grow a lot. After giving Yuuji and the other 2 a few words of encouragement, Minato immediately pulled Shibi away. The 2 of them muttered to themselves, probably discussing the war. It seems that the war here is not as tense as the east. After walking out of the tent, Kazue said casually. In the east, Hyuga and Uchiha were the main forces to deal with Kirigakure, so Kazue naturally listened to the clansmen talk about the situation in the east. In addition, Kumigakure, who was extremely powerful in military strength, was the most radical village in the early stage of the 3 battles and directly sent the pillar strength to the battlefield, which led to the most fierce battle in the east. Now, Kumigakure had temporarily stopped, and the west was still in a state of anxiety. Konoha, the Iwa ninjas, and the Suna ninjas fought in the Omegakure, smashing Omegakure into pieces. The 3 villages themselves did not suffer direct damage, and the 3 sides were in a stalemate in the rain country, consuming each other. Don't be too careless, Kazue. Maybe the western battlefield will become a place to change the direction of the ninja world. Yuuji said with a smile as he tidied up his equipment. Kazue naturally did not believe it. However, Yuuji was very clear. The war on the Western Front has always been a difficult problem for the boss. Cutting meat with a blunt knife is also very painful for a long time. This is the biggest problem Konoha faced in the whole 3 battles. The Battle of Kikyo Pass broke out at the end of the 3 wars. The background was that Konoha was almost pushed all the way to the village entrance by Uegakure and Tsunagakure. TL note, the Battle of Kiki Pass, Kiki Tiga no Te Takai, was a battle between Konohagakure shinobi and an unknown group. The battle took place at the end of the Third Shinobi World War. If not for Orochimaru and Minato, who were reliable, the result would be hard to say. More importantly, is that Omegakure? What a sad country, crying every day. Yuuji looked to the west, looking at the country that was always dripping with rain. Such a country is indeed very suitable for growing rice. Yuuji suddenly sighed. Kazue and Guy were full of question marks. Originally, they thought that Yuuji, who dreamed of world peace, was sad about this war country. Why did he suddenly talk about rice? The angle of Yuuji-san paying attention to the problem is really strange. Kazue and Guy looked at each other. However, Yuuji narrowed his eyes and smiled at the crying Omegakure. Is Yahiko still alive at this time? That guy Danzo should not have colluded with Hanzo to attack the Akatsuki. Yahiko, an unrealistic idealist. As expected, it would be better to die, right? Chapter 22, Chakra can do anything. 2 months later. There's something 100 meters ahead. From its appearance, it looks like a psychic beast. His summoner is 20 meters to the left. Understood. Burn your youth. Accompanied by shrill screams, Yuuji and the other two, who had just experienced a fierce battle, immediately found a place to stop and rest. In 2 months, Yuuji and the other two were growing at an astonishing speed. In this team, each of them was a genius with astonishing potential. Guy could already steadily open the 4th door with 8 escape armors. If he really wanted to fight, he could try to open the 5th door, but the price was that he would be injured. Kazue was still the 2nd Megatama Sharingan. He became more and more skilled in using this pair of illusion eyes. It was as if the 2 slightly dim Megatamas did not really affect the power of these eyes. As for Yuuji, his growth speed was the most astonishing. With a large amount of chakra reserves, he really does whatever he wants. Yuuji swallowed the extremely unpalatable military grain pills, replenished his physical strength, and revealed a faint smile. In these 2 months, he took the time to refine the chakra and finally used most of the cells in his body. Just like this, he had already stepped into the superior ninja level of chakra. Did Shibi-sensei go out to attack the enemy superior ninja again? He really likes to act alone. Guy ate the military grain pills in large mouthfuls. For him, who was a rough guy, he did not have the energy to think about how bad it was. As long as Yuuji-san didn't say that it was disgusting, then this thing was delicious. This is the first time I have seen a superior ninja who likes to act alone. Having more insects means doing whatever you want. Kazue also smiled. Who knows how many insects Shibi secretly spread? As long as a bear may Shibi wanted to, these insects could transform into clones and participate in the battle at any time. The vision of superior Shibi spread all around. This was where his confidence lay. Oh! Someone barged in again. Be careful. This guy should be very strong. Yuuji gave a look. In front of them, there was a guy who absorbed the radiation very quickly, looking very strong and confident. Soon, the enemy had arrived, heading straight for Yuuji and the other two. Hey, I found you, the genius team of Konoha. It's IWA Ninja again? Most of the guys we killed during this time are from your village. Kazue sneered. In this period of time, apart from returning to the village to rest, it was also convenient for Yuuji to create a new shadow clone to take care of grandmother Madara. Most of the time, they would travel outside, personally experiencing and participating in the low-intensity but extremely frequent Western Front War. They had already crossed swords with IWA Ninja and Suna Ninja many times. The 3 of you, the genius team of Konoha, killed many of our companions. I, Hibachi, will kill you with my own hands. Hibachi's face was cold, and he made a move. Earth, earth, splitting palm. Hibachi slapped the ground, and the entire ground began to crack. Shocking cracks spread in an instant, pointing at Yuuji and the others. This guy is much stronger than the average genin. At least he is a special superior ninja. Hurry up and kill him. I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle later. Yuuji immediately took action. The 3 of them turned into 3 shadows and rushed over, surrounding Hibachi. Earth, earth, splitting needle. Hibachi slapped out his palm. Countless earth needles suddenly attacked. They were very dense. If he did not have any means to deal with them, he would be killed if he was not careful. Yuuji directly sent out a vibration wave to clear the area, shattering all the earth needles. Is this your special wind escape technique? It is indeed the same as the information. Long Shi sneered, turned around, and ran. Then, Yuuji made a gesture. The 3 of them also turned around and ran. This time, Hibachi was a little disappointed. Damn, brat, you're actually so cautious. There's no other way. Hibachi's expression changed slightly. He braced himself and turned his head to continue chasing. As soon as he finished speaking, on a rock, a figure immediately silently merged into it. With kunao in his hand, he ruthlessly slashed at Yuuji's neck. However, Guy, who had outstanding physical skills, had destroyed the 3rd gate of life on the spot and forced Kurabaka to retreat with a punch. You finally came out. I remember that you are a dark ninja from Iwagakure. It's really hard for you to show up until now. Yuuji sneered and directly fell into the distance. Oh? You actually know my name? Have you found me long ago? Your perception ninjutsu is more powerful than intelligence. Little brat from Konoha, I want to kill you more and more. Kurabaka looked at him with a gloomy face. The sneak attack he had prepared just now was not successful, which made him feel terrible. Hibachi and Kurabaki, it turned out to be these two guys. Yuuji had already remembered who they were. In the original work, the two unlucky people who were knocked down by Jiraiya using a spiral pill. There are many people who want to kill us. It will not include you guys, all go to hell. Yuuji said. He immediately began to form seals, and a huge radiation layer spread out. With a howl, it rushed into Kurabaki. The fierce battle erupted. Brat, don't think about using your poison to knock me down. In order to complete the task of killing you, I ate dozens of antidotes in one go. Kurabaka's eyes were red. He roared and rushed over. He took out a short knife and fiercely collided with Kunao in Yuuji's hand. Sure enough, in 2 months, IWA Ninja had officially made a plan to hunt Shibi's team. The talent that Yuuji and the other two had displayed, as well as astonishing killing efficiency, and strange abilities, had successfully attracted the attention of IWA Ninja and Suna Ninja. There had always been an extremely high priority level for killing the geniuses of the hostile village. Has Shibi-sensei been held back by your experts? However, we alone are enough to kill the two of you. Kazue activated Sharingan's powerful insight and illusion ability. She began to interfere with Hibachi, and together with Guy, they attacked Hibachi, who was weaker. As for Yuuji, he was facing the Dark Ninja, Kurabaki, alone. This was the first time he was facing a strong enemy of the superior ninja level. Yuuji did not panic at all. He just kept forming seals. Nuclear release, oscillation wave. Although this technique is powerful, how many times can a little brat like you use it with your chakra? Kurabaka hurriedly raised his hand to split open the ground and directly jumped into the crack. Silently, he shuttled through the crack and attacked like a ghost, his speed astonishing. Shiranui Yuuji, this genius on the list of hunting geniuses, second only to Hatake Kakashi. Kurabaka's face revealed a deep sense of greed and pleasure as he directly slashed towards Yuuji's head. But in the next moment, Yuuji's hand speed suddenly accelerated, faster and faster. Oscillating wave. Oscillating wave. Oscillating wave. Kurabaka was dumbfounded. Boom. The entire earth was lifted up layer by layer. The terrifying sand and dust surged, and the trees were uprooted. Under the continuous attacks of this powerful shock wave, the ground was cut down more than a meter. The rock iron himself was smashed into pieces on the spot by the continuous attacks of the unreasonable. Chapter 23, Inconvenient to put into the body. Rock clone. Damn it, Konoha brat, this is not the amount of chakra you should have at your age. Kurabaka was sweating profusely, gasping for breath, feeling incomparably tired and weak. Just now, if he hadn't cautiously sent out his rock clone to probe, he would already be gone. This time, this little brat should have used up all of his chakras. At this age, he already had this kind of strength. This kind of little brat could not be left alive. To a certain extent, he was even more terrifying than that Kakashi. Immediately, Kurabaka clenched his teeth, fiercely struck out with his palm, and with a single strike, pierced through Yuuji's chest with a single strike. But unfortunately, this one of mine is also a clone. Nuclear Release's clone grabbed onto Kurabaka's arm. Even though his entire body was beginning to melt, he still held onto it tightly. Then, he opened his mouth. A nuclear radiation cloud sprayed out. The entire body of Yuuji's clone was also melting, and all the nuclear radiation began to fill Kurabaka's body. Whoosh! Kurabaka broke his arm with a single strike. Then, with reddened eyes, he turned around and charged towards Yuuji, who was in another direction. However, just as he was halfway there, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell limply to the ground. My body! How could this be? I clearly already ate so many antidotes. Kurabaka was stunned. He fell to the ground and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His entire body refused to listen to him. Why do you think we didn't fix it at a fast pace and then talk nonsense with the two of you? Yuuji shook his head. You integrated yourself into the rock, which is enough to avoid most perception ninjutsu. Unfortunately, in front of my technique, the effect of rock is not that great. Just a little bit more. Yuuji was also almost fooled, but the rock that Kurabaka chose to merge with was not thick enough to let the radiation seep in bit by bit. If this guy had attacked immediately from the beginning, instead of looking for a perfect opportunity to kill, he would not have been affected by the radiation to such an extent. It was really miserable. The two special ninjas attacked them who had just experienced a fierce battle. This tactic was very suitable, but Kurabaka was courting death. He had to stay idle and finally played his own end. Since the fierce battle just now, Yuuji had been silently spreading nuclear radiation clouds, crazily eroding Kurabaka's body. Until this moment, it directly exploded. What kind of poison is this? Our village can even cure a part of that woman's poison, but why is it ineffective against you? Kurabaka died with a grievance. In the past 2 months, Yuuji's information had been leaked. Many people knew that this genius of Konoha, in addition to the wind release ninjutsu, also had a strange ability to control poison. After paying a lot of lives, they confirmed that this kind of poison that could not be captured should be spread through the air. Therefore, they raised the priority of hunting Yuuji to the level that was second only to Kakashi. The only thing that puzzled Iwa Ninja and Suna Ninja was that they could not get any poison samples no matter what. It was simply inconceivable. Every recycled corpse and the living person could not find any form of poison in the body, muscles, blood, marrow, and brain. It was as if it did not have poison in the first place. My poison cannot be cured. As long as it is infected, it cannot be cured except for me. Even if it does not die, it will be poisoned for life. Kurabaka, you have eaten dozens of antidotes in one go. It is really hard for you to resist the drug reaction in order to kill me. Yuuji took out Kunao and threw him far away. He pierced through Kurabaka's head with one blow. At the same time, he quickly recovered Nuclear Release's avatar. On the other side, Guy also opened the fourth gate of pain and joined hands with Kazue to fight against Hibachi. Demonic Illusion. Kazue directly used Sharingan's technique illusion. She tried to control Hibachi. Damn, Big Brother Kurabaka was actually. Hibachi's face was full of disbelief, and he was about to escape in shock and anger. Shiranui Yuuji is much more terrifying than that genius Kakashi. I have to report this to the village, and such a monster had to be killed at all costs. But at this time, as he was gasping for breath, he finally found that his physical condition had accumulated more and more, and there was a problem. His heart was beating violently, and his internal organs seemed to be burned, becoming more and more intense. It's the poison of that little devil. Hibachi had a bitter smile on his face. Then, he was taken advantage of by Kazue's illusion technique and was finally hit in the heart by Guy. He died on the spot. Ho ho ho. I'm so tired. Yuuji-san actually killed the enemy faster than us. He is really amazing. Guy undid his 8 escape armor and sat on the ground, exhausted. Kazue also wiped the sweat on her forehead, moved her eyes, and looked at Yuuji's body in shock. That was still full of chakra. It was as if it hadn't decreased in the first place. What kind of monster is this? Kazue was so envious that her face turned purple. There won't be a problem this time. We are very safe. Iwa Ninja only has this much for our hunting plan. Yuuji opened his eyes and said indifferently. The hunting goal was right. When the 3 of them grew up, it was the nightmare of the other party. Unfortunately, the method was wrong, and they had to play some kind of ambush and surprise attack. They only needed to attack. Swish! At this time, a Barame Shibi carried a corpse and appeared beside the 3 of them. Yay, Shibi-sensei, you finally came back. Aren't you afraid that we will be killed? Yuuji rubbed his neck. It took me a bit of time to deal with this guy. In order to hold me back, the other side had made very meticulous tactics. I also learned the specific situation through the insects. Your excellence was beyond my expectations. After a fierce battle, you designed to kill 2 special jonins. Shibi nodded slightly. To be able to make such obvious movements showed that he was not only satisfied but also pleasantly surprised. Just now, he almost couldn't help but launch a large number of insects lurking around to cover the escape of Yuuji and the other 2 people. This was very simple, just creating 2 insect avatars would be enough to hold back Iwa Ninja's 2 fellows. However, he did not expect that Yuuji and the other 2 would be able to kill them directly. Although Superior Ninja was much weaker than Special Superior Ninja, it was already shocking enough to be able to do this. Even compared to Kakashi of the same age, he was not inferior. Especially Yuuji, to a certain extent, the degree of danger has already far surpassed that of Kakashi. The group of 4 left. On the way. Yuuji, I have something to ask you. Shibi hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, some of my insects have undergone strange changes. They seem to be able to devour a large amount of chakra in a short period of time, and then their size will rapidly expand. These insects are too dangerous. It is not convenient to directly put them into my body. Chapter 24, The Female Race is About to Rise. Radiation would lead to unpredictable consequences for life genes, and 99% of the consequences would be extremely bad. However, if the power of the radiation were spread to the bodies of the insects that had strong vitality, large numbers but simple structures, then it would be impossible for the insects to survive. Then it would become very interesting. Most of the insects would die, and then a few individuals would undergo genetic mutation and survive. Right now, Shibi was facing this kind of situation, but this strange situation made Shibi, who was completely unprepared, feel at a loss. Insects that can expand rapidly. Yes, in general form, they are no different from ordinary insects, but as long as I feed them chakra, they will go crazy, endlessly devouring, and their size will expand hundreds of times. In the camp, Shibi pushed his sunglasses and sighed. As the only insect-controlling clan in the ninja world, he had seen and cultivated countless insects. However, the parasite he had raised for many years suddenly became like this. It was too strange. Shibi looked at Yuuji's frowning face. So, it was because they had been exposed to the poison of his subordinate too much and then had an unknown mutation. Yuuji, the poison that you have mastered, is it really just poison? Shibi's intelligence was extremely high. In the past 2 months of interaction, he had already guessed that this might not be a normal poison. Sensei, I want to see this kind of interesting bug, Yuuji said. Shibi directly stretched out his index finger, and a rice-sized parasite, which looked ordinary, was slowly crawling. Yuuji directly fed its chakra. In the next moment, this insect immediately began to go berserk and crazily pounced on Yuuji's palm. It chewed the chakra in large mouthfuls, and while eating, its body also expanded at an astonishing speed, becoming the size of a fist. So that's how it is. As expected, it was influenced by me and then mutated insects. Shibi-sensei was sure that he had never heard of this kind of insect before. I am sure that there are at least 100 types of insects that I have cultivated. I have never seen such a strange insect before. Yuuji nodded slightly and thought about it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this insect seemed somewhat familiar. Wasn't this thing just a big insect? The big insect was the trump card that Aberame took out in the 4 battles. He directly punched the 10-tailed split body, and then a few insects drilled into the 10-tailed split body. In a short period of time, their bodies expanded rapidly and easily crushed the 10-tailed split body from inside out. Imagine the scene of a huge 10-tailed split body being eaten by several terrifyingly large black bugs and then falling down while howling. This kind of bug that could deal with tailed beasts, was actually still not born at this time. If it is cultivated well, it can be used to deal with the enemy's large psychic. Shibi-sensei, this can be considered to have strengthened one of your shortcomings. Yuuji's 2 hands tightly grabbed this big violent bug. Squeak! The big black bug let out a violent hissing sound. It opened and closed its mouth, fiercely wanting to bite off Yuuji's head. The eyes under Shibi's sunglasses flashed with a trace of light. Is that so? So it can still be like this. If this bug can expand its size further and increase its number a bit more, then find a way to control it. Maybe. Perhaps, my Aberame clan might also have the means to fight against tailed beasts. That was a tailed beast, the incarnation of calamity, the terrifying fusion of countless chakra. Just that kind of huge body made humans fear it. Even some cage level felt restrained when dealing with tailed beasts and lacked direct and effective means of suppression. A large-scale psychic beast. Even though Shibi had a superior temperament, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and his breathing became rapid. He looked at Yuuji's meaningful face. I understand, Yuuji. You really are a junior who can bring me surprises frequently. When we return to the village, you are welcome to come to my house. We need to have a good chat. It's my pleasure, Shibi-sensei. Yuuji smiled and nodded. He returned the big bug to Shibi and then walked out of the tent. He raised his head and looked at the grey sky. Although I had prepared this for a long time, this result is not bad. The big bug. Using this kind of bug, or even more mutated bugs that might appear in the future as a bargaining chip, it is not bad to tie up the powerful Aberame clan to my side. Yuuji chuckled. Bugs are indeed a species with extremely fast mutation speed. They are much faster than humans. Yuuji-san, what are you talking about? Do you have to talk behind our backs? Kazue stood outside, gently pulling her hair and smiling. Ah, this human in front of us seems to have a very good mutation speed. She has grown to this extent in more than a year. No, we are just discussing a new mission. Now, it depends on Shibi-sensei's decision. Yuuji smiled faintly. He was not worried that someone like Shibi would betray him. This was a matter that affected the fate of the clan. It involved the ability to revive the clan and continue passing down the power. Even if the Hokage sensed that something was wrong, he would not be able to lay his hands on the secret technique of the Aberme clan. Otherwise, the secret technique clan of Inashikacho would not let this matter go. Quietly, the road has widened again. Hey? What is Yuuji-san saying? I don't understand at all. Guy looked at him in confusion. Western Front's base camp. The Western Front's nominal highest commander, Tsunade, had just finished dealing with a pile of documents and issued a new task arrangement. She stretched and was about to take a break. But when she looked up, she was shocked and instinctively made a fighting posture. Oh? What? It's Shibi, little brat. When did you come? Why didn't you tell me? Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. It was too much. They have been waiting for almost 5 minutes, but you haven't noticed at all? Shibi pushed his sunglasses and handed over a scroll. I am here to hand over the task. These are the heads of IWA ninjas, 2 special superior ninja and 1 superior ninja. Oh? As expected of Shibi. With you here, I have a lot of pressure to share. Tsunade nodded with satisfaction and sat down on her seat, causing a violent shaking. Shibi lowered his head and said in a deep voice, Tsunade-sama, you are mistaken. As long as I killed the superior, the 2 special superior ninja have nothing to do with me. What? Are you kidding me? Although they are excellent, they are too young. How can they kill 2 special superior ninja at this age? Shibi, you are so funny. Tsunade laughed. Tsunade-sama, you know me. I never joke around. My 3 subordinates are very good, very good. They are true geniuses. Chapter 25, I want you to help me practice. After repeatedly confirming it, Tsunade was really shocked. 3 young brats actually joined hands and killed 2 of Iwa's special ninjas. Of course, Tsunade did not care about the trash title of IWA Ninja's Dark Ninja, but considering the age of Yuuji and the others, even if they used some tricks, it was still quite shocking. Other than Hitaki Kakashi, I have never seen a junior who can grow so fast. In this generation of freshmen, there are many amazing children. Tsunade sighed and suddenly asked, that kid called Yuuji, I heard that his Kekii Genkai can create a very good poison. Shibi pushed up his sunglasses and said, that's right, it's a very powerful poison. It's a weapon that Yuuji used to restrain the enemy. I see, this guy likes to use poison. I think Orochimaru is very interested in him. He can casually take out a few poisons, and it's enough to study this kid. Tsunade held her chin and kept tapping the table. Tsunade knew poison very well. The main purpose of her guarding the west line was to stabilize the morale of the army and intimidate the enemy. The second was to analyze the poison of that old woman Cho. However, Tsunade didn't like to make poison. The one who was more interested in poison was Orochimaru. However, if such a little kid follows you, he must be very helpless. His poison will easily be broken when it goes against your parasite. The parasite is really powerful. Tsunade smiled. This time, Shibi did not speak, but Tsunade took it that he had accepted it. Soon, Tsunade began to officially block the information of Yuuji and the other 2. Although doing this could only delay the speed of Yuuji and the other 2 being completely exposed, because there was already information about Yuuji and the other 2 on IWA Ninja and Suna Ninja's side. Moreover, vaguely, it began to spread in the opposite direction of the battlefield to Konoha ninjas. When Shibi took his 3 subordinates and left the camp of the West Line again, they set off on their journey back to Konoha. Some of the ninjas who had fought against the enemy began to pay attention to Shibi's team. The new team led by the elite Jonin Shibi had completed a total of 9 B-level missions in just 2 months and 1 A-level mission. This was quite a shocking number. The names of the 3 new generation geniuses began to spread. Although, apart from a few people who had worked with Yuuji and the others, most people had no idea what kind of genius these 3 new generation were. They only knew that they were very strong and had high potential. With the new people led by Shibi, they must be very talented. I am really looking forward to their future. I heard that the leader is a descendant of the Shiranui clan. Many Konoha ninjas watched Yuuji and the others walk out of the camp, and their faces revealed a look of gratification and joy. The more talented juniors in their village, the better. Humph, a bunch of idiots. If you want to ask about Yuuji and the others, just ask me. I am the first person to cooperate with them. Big brother Ikeiko is very familiar with them. Of course, they are very amazing little ghosts. It seems that they are going back to the village. I hope everything goes smoothly. In the crowd, Domino Ikeiko sincerely wished. On the way back. Squeak. Ah, why did the big bug suddenly become restless? Shibi-sensei, you have to control them well. The big bug? It's a very suitable name, but these insects are too crazy. I can only cut off the supply of chakra to stop them from growing. The 4 people in Shibi's team looked helplessly at the few big black insects crawling all over the ground. For some reason, these mutated parasites were now called the new breed of the big bug. They suddenly became crazy and rampaged in Shibi's body. Fortunately, Shibi threw these things out in time. I need to spend some time to filter out the tens of thousands of insects in my body, take out the mutated insects, and renurture them. Shibi took out a scroll and summoned a large number of bottles and jars, sealing these insects into a deep sleep state, and then took these bottles away. Spirit summoning technique, what a convenient summoning technique. Yuuji is very interested in this technique. I can teach you. After solving the little episode of the insects rampage, the 4 of them returned to Konohagakure. After a strict inspection by the guards, they confirmed that the 4 of them were not disguised by the enemy and directly let them pass. Shibi went to the Hokage building first to report, and Yuuji and the other 2 welcomed a short period of freedom. Every time I return to Konoha, I feel that this is the true meaning of peace. War is simply the worst thing to do. Yuuji stood on the street and looked at the villagers who were coming and going. He narrowed his eyes and sighed with emotion. In order to protect this precious peace and fulfill Yuuji-san's dream, I have to cultivate with all my might and protect all of this. Guy clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Oh? Guy, it seems that you understand Yuuji-san's will very well, so your dream is to fulfill his dream. That's right. This is youth. Yuuji-san, Kazue, all the blood in my body is boiling. I have decided to run upside down and run 3 laps around the village. Do you want to go together? No, thank you for your hard work, Guy. Guy ran away with a face full of regret, raising a cloud of long dust on the street. Yuuji-san, there are only the 2 of us left now. What plans do you have recently? Kazue put her hands behind her back and said with a smile. At first glance, she looked like a young girl full of expectations, waiting for her lover to respond in a romantic way. But in fact, Kazue, it seems that you have a more specific plan. If I refuse, will you choose to sneak attack me when the night wind is high and then achieve your goal? Hehe, I don't dare to do that. No one knows how many trump cards Yuuji-san has hidden and what kind of agreement he made with Shibi-sensei. The big bug, that strange bug, seems to have something to do with that, right? A hint of danger flashed across Kazue's smiling face. The power of radiation was the first that Kazue had tasted. She had eaten soil for a year and did not hesitate to consume her body seriously. She had to rely on this kind of intense stimulation to become stronger. It could be considered that she had temporarily broken away from her mediocrity, and she had to rush sprouts to help her grow. Therefore, the moment she saw the bug, she immediately thought of the reason. Moreover, she had a serious sense of crisis in her heart. It was a feeling that something that belonged exclusively to him had suddenly been snatched away. Yuuji-san, I thought about it and made a decision. Yuuji-san, I want you to help me practice. Chapter 26, Mediocre. In the end, Yuuji still did not agree. Helping her cultivate was not the right time. Compared to cultivating, Yuuji finally had a chance to study Kazue's body. In the basement of Kazue's home. It's really a good place. It's perfect for doing experiments and things like that here. A faint smile appeared on Yuuji's face as he pressed Kazue onto the experimental platform. He drew blood and observed everything in one go. Yuuji-san's expression has become very serious. Did my body mutate too, just like those parasites? Kazue still had a fake smile on her face as she spoke calmly. Dressed in a white coat, Yuuji nodded slightly. It seems that you are already mentally prepared. If you want to rely on this method to obtain power, you have to pay the price. Right now, I still don't know how far your body has mutated, but I guess, it is very bad. A 10-year-old kid, who was not even 11 years old, had already surpassed the average genin in terms of strength. With such a radical increase, Kazue's body might have already begun to develop cancer. After a careful examination, sure enough, your cells have problems. There are fewer cells than ordinary people, and the speed of reproduction is faster, but there is a shorter lifespan. There are also scattered cells that are extremely active and are constantly splitting themselves. This is cancer. After taking more than 10 tubes of blood, Yuuji found some clues and said lightly, cancer cells. In this case, the current Kazue could almost be said to be an early-stage cancer patient. Moreover, it was all cancer, organs, muscles, fiber, bone marrow, and brain. Cancer, a disease that I have never heard of before. How long can I live? Kazue was very calm. Perhaps, she had already had this kind of realization. In order to break the mediocre fate, she was willing to pay the price. However, Yuuji did not immediately respond. He directly transmitted some chakra. After the cancer cells were stimulated by the chakra, they immediately underwent a strange change, and their activity was even more astonishing. The power of chakra. If you stop accepting my power now, with your physique, you might be able to alleviate the degree of deterioration. It is not a problem for you to live for 10 to 20 years. However, you will no longer be able to improve at this rate. It will be very difficult for you to even maintain your current strength. Yuuji looked at Kazue, who was quietly lying on the experimental platform. Kazue was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Yuuji-san, please help me cultivate. Have you decided? Your body has been constantly receiving my power, and a large number of healthy cells have been killed, causing your body to weaken to a certain extent. The ability to carry my power will also decline, causing your body to be worse. This is a vicious cycle. If it continues, you will only live for 3 years at most. If it is worse, you only have 1 or 2 years of life. Yuuji looked at the person in front of him with a deep gaze. In order to continue to maintain the character of a genius, to do this step, was it really worth it? However, Kazue, do you really understand what cancer means? Even if there is a chakra, this oil-like energy, which runs through the connection between the mind and matter, temporarily suppressing some things that should have happened, but, cancer has never been just cancer. A faint smile appeared on Kazue's face. She smiled as usual and said, Yuuji-san, a genius like you won't understand. You are a genius to begin with. In the past few years, it was only because you were awakening a completely new bloodline. But I am different. From the moment I was born, I was a mediocre person. This is the definition that the clan has given me. My mediocre talent and mediocre comprehension ability. Even the possibility of me awakening Sharingan in my life is minuscule. Can you understand that feeling? In Uchiha, a wealthy family that pursues strength, everyone has their own position. They can display their lifetime worth to their heart's content. As a mediocre person, I don't have much value. When I accidentally discovered that place, the place that Yuuji-san created, the intense stimulation that brought to my body made me realize that the turning point of fate has come. In a year, I ate all the plants there and then began to eat soil. I tried my best to absorb the power that could stimulate my body. I could feel that I was becoming stronger. The moment I awakened Sharingan, in the dead of night, I knelt on the ground and cried. A year. If I could have this year's time and blossom a brilliant light that I have never seen in my life, I would be very willing, even if the price is to sacrifice my life to the devil. Kazue directly sat up, put on her clothes, and calmly combed her long black hair. Silently, a large amount of black hair fell down. Kazue did not stop at all, as if she had never seen it. Truly remarkable. Everyone had their own obsession. It would not allow him to stay in the chicken nest after tasting the taste of a flying bird. Kazue, maybe I can find a way to save you before you die, although I have some clues, you should not have too much hope, Yuuji said lightly. However, Kazue smiled. No, I remember when you killed Kurabaki, you once said that, all the infected individuals are incurable. Yes, I did say that, but if you can do this, you can naturally do something crazier. This way, you might be able to find another way. Yuuji said calmly. Chakra. This was the combination of spirit and body, from matter to energy, from the modern world to the pure land of the Yellow Springs. This power was everywhere. Chakra needed to be combined with the vitality of an individual and the vitality of the 13 trillion cells in the body to be refined. Ordinary cells will die after splitting a certain number of times, but the cancer cells are recognized as schizophrenic, and they have the ability to divide themselves endlessly. If you can control all the cancer cells, as a reserve of body strength for refining chakra, maybe you can extend some life. In the Naruto world, ninjas seem to have no cancer. Is it when they extract the life energy of the cancer cells to achieve the effect of suppression or even killing? Or, is it really, as I guessed, the almost absurd possibility? Yuuji looked at the back of Kazue, who slowly left. There are too few samples, especially considering that the ninja profession is a game of life, and there are very few who can live to 50. Some guesses, whether they can succeed or not, will have to go through more careful calculations and screening and carry out the final experiment. This kind of thing's so-called life force is infinitely divided, reaching a certain sense of immortal cancer cells, and between chakra, exactly. Kazue, if you can really survive this, maybe you can really become a rock that soars above the 9 heavens. 10 years without singing, shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. Chapter 27, Hey! Orochimaru? In the territory of Uchiha. On the training ground, there were 2 figures fighting fiercely, and their strength was far beyond the level that ordinary genin could reach. Shua! Kazue suddenly took out a large amount of sword in his hand and threw it. At the same time, his figure quickly retreated, and a considerable amount of eye power quickly gathered in his left eye. Demonic illusion. This technique was Sharingan's eye technique illusion, and it could let people see the scene of fear in their hearts. It's useless. I also have Sharingan, and this kind of illusion can't cause me. In the next moment, this Uchiha genin was stunned. In his vision, there were only the corpses of countless clansmen and blood. Not good. I was actually. This genin tried to react, but unfortunately, it was already too late. He was seriously injured on the spot by Kazue's fireball technique. Alright, well done. On the side, Uchiha Setsuna leaned on his cane with one hand and nodded in satisfaction. I'm really sorry. Kazue-sama is really too strong. Those eyes can actually make me, who was prepared, fall into an illusion. That genin forced himself to get up. Although his entire body was burned, he still knelt on one knee respectfully, and then staggered away to heal his injuries. It's been hard on you. Kazue smiled as she looked at the other person's back. Setsuna said, Kazue, the speed of your improvement has exceeded my expectations. In this past year or so, you have already become the top genius in the clan. I am very satisfied. Thank you, Elder, for working for the clan and showing off my talents. This is my value. Kazue said with a smile. Setsuna looked at Kazue, who was about to turn around and leave. He suddenly said, You are not in a high mood. Even if you try your best to disguise yourself, you still reveal some clues. You can't hide this from my eyes. A pair of 3 tomo. Kazue, it seems that you are in trouble. Did you quarrel with your companions? But you are clearly getting along very well, or, are you confused about your own future? Setsuna's eyes were extremely vicious. He was the guy who had been working for the 2nd generation of the Hokage, and he had been lying low all the way until now. More importantly, he, Setsuna, had inherited Uchiha Madara's will, and was the most radical person in the entire Uchiha. No, Elder, I just think that it is great to be able to blossom your own light in this era. Kazue gently stroked her hair. I see, but the light of fire can't compare to the sun in the end. Kazue, you seem to have become thinner than before, and your skin is pale. If my guess is correct, it is probably because of the blood disease, right? Setsuna calmly stood in place, looking at the genius who had a slight pause in his figure, his gaze deep. On his aged face, there was only endless calm. Elder, you. As I said, you can't hide from my eyes. This is the only possibility that confuses your vision after all the choices. Setsuna sighed with emotion. It was indeed the blood disease. This was something that was almost like a curse. In the past 1,000 years, it had always wandered among the ranks of geniuses like ghosts. It wasn't just Uchiha's clan, but other ancient clans would also occasionally have this kind of example. The more monstrous a young man was, the closer he was to this unsolvable curse. The more one digs the power of their bloodline, the more the curse in their bloodline will be detonated. The principle behind this is... The doubt in Setsuna's eyes flashed. He couldn't figure out the reason behind this, but he had to let Kazue live. The blood disease that broke out at the age of 10 was really terrifying. According to normal logic, Kazue's talent was the best in the Uchiha family. Even Madara, at this age, might not be able to catch up with Kazue. Only... Kazue, is your blood disease really caused by yourself, without any external influences? Setsuna stared at Kazue's stubborn gaze. At this moment, Setsuna had more or less figured it out. Shiranui Yuuji, a completely new blood succession boundary. To be able to allow a person in the clan who was judged to be mediocre to quickly grow to this stage. Moreover, this pair of strange two-tomo Sharingan. Really, amazing. But from the looks of it, the price was equally heavy. Can this disease of yours be cured? Yes, it should be. Setsuna nodded slightly and said slowly, although I am old, my experience is still there. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me. Maybe I can help you. Kazue, the entire Uchiha clan will always be your backing. Remember this. After saying that, Elder Setsuna turned and left. Kazue looked at Setsuna's almost defenseless back and paused. Then, she continued to cultivate as if nothing had happened. Even if her life was about to come to an end, there were still some things that she had to do. Yuuji left Kazue's home, pondering about finding time to build a secret laboratory that belonged to him. Hey, isn't this Kazue's companion? Do you want to try my fork? No, Uncle Urushi, I will do it next time. Yuuji responded with a smile. In this era, the biological technology of the Naruto world had only advanced to the cellular level. In order to carry out a deeper level of research, they needed real sophisticated high-end instruments. While thinking, Yuuji planned to leave Uchiha's territory at the same time. Then, he slapped his head. I almost forgot about the shadow clone technique. Bang! 2 shadow clones appeared and ran towards Obito's house. Obito's grandmother, we're here to change shifts again. We definitely won't let anything happen to you. Shit! Vaguely, there seemed to be an angry curse from an adult. Yuuji pretended not to hear it. After all, everyone was so familiar with each other. There was no need to be polite. It was not a problem for him to occasionally speak his mind. After leaving the Uchiha clan, Yuuji directly stepped into the food street. It was rare for him to spend some time relaxing. It's really good to be noisy, but how many of these people will die in the next 20 years? Peace is really a luxurious dream. Yuuji shook his head slightly. In the entire Naruto series, no one had found a real and feasible road of peace. Even after 4 battles and sealing Otsutsuki and Kagaya, the so-called peace that was created was just the death of a large number of people in the world, causing the remaining people to be able to enjoy enough resources. For things like eternal peace, Yuuji had already come to a realization and had a vague plan to find his own path. Suddenly, they looked at each other. Damn it, bastard Yuuji! Why are you here? Anko, who had just eaten a bunch of meatballs, was instantly furious. However, Yuuji's attention had already moved away from Anko, who was wearing a kimono, and landed on the figure next to her. It was Orochimaru, who was also wearing a kimono. Are you Yuuji? What a good junior! We finally met. Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue and curled up all the meatballs into his mouth. He spoke in a hoarse voice. Chapter 28, Sure enough, I still couldn't. They finally met. Orochimaru looked at Yuuji with interest. His long tongue unconsciously licked, rolling up the balls one after another, and stuffing them into his mouth. Wow! There's a monster! An innocent child who was passing by was scared to tears on the spot and ran away while screaming. It's my first time meeting you, Orochimaru-sama. I'm really honored. Yuuji bowed slightly and did not show any peculiarities. He also did not think about whether this meeting was accidental or deliberate, because it was already meaningless. Sensei, it's this guy. Last time, I lost the competition because of him. Damn it! Anko's face was full of anger. She was eager to challenge Yuuji. Because she was defeated by a mouthful of blood, Anko was simply a stepping stone for Yuuji to become famous. Step down, Anko. You are no match for him now. The other party has already started to become famous. Konoha is a genius. There is no reason for him to lose to you. Orochimaru laughed in a low and hoarse voice. However, Yuuji awakened the blood succession boundary. It really surprised me. He can actually achieve the destruction and distortion of cells. When Orochimaru recalled the large number of oral cells he had collected from Anko's mouth, he felt a burst of excitement. It had changed. The cells that should have been normal in the oral cavity had exploded with a certain degree of mutation in an astonishing proportion. Thank you so much for the matter with Anko. Yuuji, if you had taken away that power a little later, I'm afraid that Anko would have been killed by you. Orochimaru revealed a terrifying smile. I'm really sorry. I don't want such a thing to happen either. I don't blame you. Instead, I'm looking forward to your performance. Maybe you will become my subordinate. Orochimaru stared at Yuuji, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. What did he find? A moving treasure trove that could trigger cell mutation. This was a fatal attraction for Orochimaru, who was pursuing immortality and crazily collecting and studying various blood limits. Cell mutation meant the unknown, and what Orochimaru liked the most was the unknown. Yuuji smiled at Orochimaru as he dragged Anko away. Similarly, he ordered some meatballs at the stall and quietly found an empty seat to eat. The sun was setting. At dusk, Yuuji got up and returned home. Sure enough, Orochimaru still has his eyes on me. If I were a scientist, I would definitely be interested in radiation. Yuuji smiled and shook his head. This was really bad news. If he rashly contacted Orochimaru without strength, it would be very easy for him to be swallowed up. It seemed that he had to seriously consider his next move. That night, in the secret laboratory. As always, Orochimaru carried out his experiments. He dissected the corpses that he had secretly collected from the battlefield one by one, conducting complicated experiments. Cough. Orochimaru, I can't delay Hiruzen any longer. He needs you to go to the battlefield to share the pressure with him. Shimura Danzo walked in with a cold expression on his face. I was already prepared. As for you, Danzo, normally speaking, aren't you going to the east to deal with those clowns like Kirigakure? Why are you still unwilling to take action? Orochimaru sneered. Danzo's face sank. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Don't forget your identity. I know, what an old-fashioned guy. Orochimaru cut down, dug out a heart from the corpse, and carefully stored it in the vessel. After a while, Danzo was a little impatient. When will you do what you promised me? When will the experiment between Hashirama and Sharingan begin? Soon, just wait a little longer. I need more Sharingan as a specimen. Humph, I will think of a way to get more eyes, but you must get results. Danzo glanced at the laboratory that was full of broken limbs and turned to leave expressionlessly. It was not easy to get Sharingan. He immediately left for the eastern battlefield. Over there, the main force of Uchiha's clan was fighting against Kirigakure's ninjas. People would die every day. I remember that Uchiha's new generation genius is a member of Shibi's team. Danzo's single eye was filled with a sinister intent. Torun, although you have just joined Root not long ago, I believe that you have already realized it. Now, I need you to monitor everyone in Shibi's team and brainwash Kazue and Yuuji. Think of a way to let them join Root's team. Danzo walked out of the laboratory and ordered the Root members who were guarding the door. Understood, Danzo-sama, everything is for Konoha. Yuuji and Kazue are the ninjas that Root needs, but the Hokage. Don't worry about Hiruzen. If the two of them are willing to join Root, even Hiruzen won't be able to stop them. Danzo said indifferently. Torun nodded slightly and silently followed behind Danzo. His expression under the mask was filled with reverence whenever he looked at Danzo. Danzo was very satisfied when he felt this burning gaze. Abarame Torun, a ninja who has mastered nano-poisonous insects, is really excellent, and has the awareness to sacrifice himself for Konoha. Yuuji sat on the bed, his consciousness sinking, and once again entering the dark space. This time, he stood 90 meters away from Godzilla, it was 10 meters ahead. I can't advance any further. With my chakra, I can only do this step. Yuuji gathered a large amount of chakra, which was comparable to superior ninja's chakra. At most, it only made the big guy in front of him respond a little. This made Yuuji very helpless. He was really a terrifying big guy. The meeting with Orochimaru during the day made Yuuji feel a great sense of crisis, driving him to find a way to get stronger power. The most ideal situation is to quickly obtain Godzilla's power. Not to mention turning me into Godzilla, at the very least, I need to have the ability to create an ability similar to a Bijuu Coat. He was now in existence similar to the pillar force, and following the path of the pillar force was a more suitable path in his imagination. Only, this big guy is sleeping so soundly. Other than chakra, he is not interested in anything else. This is really difficult. Yuuji sat cross-legged at a 90-meter position and pondered for a moment. His eyes revealed a decisive expression. I need to take the risk. The source of chakra of Jubi was God Tree. If he wanted to study chakra, he couldn't avoid God Tree no matter what, and in his hands, there was something that was related to God Tree. White Zetsu's corpse. Chapter 29, Cancer Clone. For the next 3 days, Yuuji spent all his time in the laboratory. He even began to extract his own cells and compare them with White Zetsu's cells to make some kind of experiment. This experiment equipment is too rough. I still need to find a way to get more sophisticated instruments. Yuuji frowned and began to study White Zetsu. This was also the first time he began to systematically study this thing. If I want to have Godzilla's outer clothes, I must first feed Godzilla a large amount of chakra to awaken this big guy. Then I need a stable chakra maker. White Zetsu's cells can also be understood as God Tree cells, possessing a strong vitality. If I can pry into the secrets of this thing. Yuuji calmly cut off a part of White Zetsu's body. In the past 2 months or so, Yuuji had shown on the western battlefield. The nuclear releases clone had also made a great contribution. Using White Zetsu's flesh as the core of the chakra, using my own body as the skeleton, the principle of creating a group photo and clone, nuclear releases clone. To a certain extent, it was no worse than Mokutan's clone. Only in terms of endurance and stability. Looking at all the clones of the Hokage, Mokutan's clones were simply the most useless clones. If they were to be split separately, they could be used as individuals. There were no shortcomings in terms of combat strength, endurance, resistance, and self-healing abilities. When Madara was fighting against the 5 shadows, he simply used a bunch of Mokutan clones to activate the Susanoo and beat up the 5 shadows. But the problem is that my nuclear release clones are incomplete. Even the White Zetsu can't withstand the nuclear radiation for a long time. All the White Zetsu cells were killed by the radiation, causing the entire nuclear release clones to distort and collapse. Under the microscope, Yuuji observed White Zetsu's cells. Even though White Zetsu had been dead for so long, a large number of cells were still maintaining activity. This kind of life force could be said to be terrifying. Yuuji did not have this kind of life force brought by Kagaya's bloodline, but he had another thing with great life force in his hands. Cancer cells. However, the biggest problem with cancer cells was that they were unordered and aggressive. They crazily reproduced themselves, but they were seriously lacking control methods. Once the cancer cells formed a scale, it would turn into a terrifying cancer. My nuclear release clone can rely on White Zetsu to enter the sect, but I can't rely on White Zetsu to match Mokutan's clone. Even White Zetsu couldn't withstand the long-term nuclear radiation. According to his estimation, a nuclear release clone could only maintain a health condition of 15 minutes at most. The longer the time, the faster the collapse speed would be. This was still under the condition that there was no battle. If there was a high-intensity battle, the lifespan would be drastically shortened. Then, we need to find a core that can replace White Zetsu's cells and support the radiation corrosion at the same time. Yuuji had already come up with an idea, especially considering that White Zetsu had no internal organs, no brain, and was only a single cell. It should connect all the cells with the mind, so that it could think and talk. And considering the experience-sharing characteristics of Shadow Clone, Yuuji pondered for a moment, took out a test tube, and carefully observed Kazue's cancer cells. It directly attacked himself, cut off a small piece of flesh, and began to cultivate his own core. After the numerous cells left his body again, they lost the stable life force system built by Yuuji and Godzilla. Under the devastation of nuclear radiation, a mutation quickly occurred. After countless attempts, Yuuji finally produced his own cancer cells. Then, carefully extracted the cancer cells and carried out crazy cultivation. Directly inject this universal power of chakra as energy. It can stimulate the growth of cells. Yuuji transmitted his chakra. The next moment, an astonishing change occurred. These sporadic cancer cells burst out with an exaggerated amplification, crazily replicating itself with index speed. Under the support of Yuuji's huge amount of chakra, a wriggling lump of meat began to swell crazily from nothing to nothing at an astonishing speed. Bang! 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 The glassware exploded on the spot. This thing! Yuuji stood there and observed. Then, he spat out a fireball to burn the flesh. However, the impact and burning of the fireball did not destroy the flesh. Instead, it caused the flesh to become even crazier after being injured. Vaguely, the piece of meat squirmed rapidly, and under the guidance of the power of chakra, it was equivalent to carrying Yuuji's spiritual energy to a certain extent. What really made Yuuji's heart jump was the more this piece of meat swallowed more chakra, the more its shape changed to the human form. Its appearance was like Yuuji. Interestingly, cancer cells plus chakra and Godzilla radiation actually produced this kind of change. Unfortunately, it is still uncontrollable. I still lack a key that is important. Yuuji quietly observed this thing, but he did not cut off the supply of chakra. What else was missing? Kagaya's bloodline, yin-yang release, or something else? However, it was not impossible to make up for this deficiency with other means. The next moment, the piece of meat wriggled into a human form with great difficulty, and its facial features began to appear bit by bit. It was clearly the second Yuuji. Roar! The mouth formed and let out an unconscious low roar. As it twisted crazily, it instinctively crawled towards the source of his life and energy Yuuji. Yuuji took 2 steps back and directly cut off the supply of chakra. After this thing lost the energy supply, the radical proliferation was restrained, and a large number of cancer cells starved to death and began the shrinking process. It's getting more and more interesting. The cancer cells are not all round cells. It is reasonable to say that they do not have the characteristics of constructing the body, creating the mouth and vocal cords. Did my mind interfere with the direction of his evolution? Things like chakra. Chakra, as expected of the power that can penetrate the spirit and matter, and connect the world to the pure land of the dead. TL note, Pure Land is the place where the souls of earthly beings generally reside in death. Souls that have been sealed, such as by the dead demon-consuming seal, cannot enter the Pure Land until the seal has been released. This thing in front of him was clearly just a single cancer cell, but it walked on a path similar to White Zetsu cells, pursuing the source of life, and began to transform in all directions to the form of the source of life. In the end, it became something similar to White Zetsu. In fact, Yuuji's goal had already been achieved. It was unrealistic for him to become a big fat man in one bite. TL note, it's an idiom that means things need to be taken slowly and couldn't be achieved at once. I only need the most crucial key. Since spiritual force combined with cell energy can produce chakra, then. And this damn thing is made up of countless cancer cells. As long as it feeds the cancer cells food outside of chakra, these cancer cells can be said to have infinite vitality. Unlimited cell energy. As long as I think of a way to connect it to my spiritual energy, such an existence is simply perfect. To a certain extent, a clone that could refine his own chakra and possess unlimited life force was born just like that. This was a clone of cancer. Chapter 30, Be careful or you will be killed. In Obito's house, Grandma Madara, who was receiving 2 Yuuji clones and taking care of her from all directions, suddenly opened her eyes. This feeling, is it White Zetsu? But there is something wrong with his aura. Grandma Madara pondered and sat up. Ah, Obito's grandmother, why are you awake? It is the time for you to sleep. You have to maintain a good sleep to prolong your life. A shadow clone pressed down Madara's grandmother at that time. Grandma Madara secretly gritted her teeth. She estimated the remaining lifespan of her body. She wanted to choose a perfect opportunity to stimulate Obito and then die. But the bad thing was that she had not found this opportunity yet. The little devil in Shiranui's house was like a piece of dogskin plaster, desperately clinging to her body. Shiranui Yuuji. I will kill you sooner or later. Grandma Madara slowly closed her eyes. In the vicinity of Konoha Bridge, Madara, who was in his original form, immediately called White Zetsu over and asked about Yuuji's situation. There's nothing I can do, Madara-sama. That little brat controls blood succession boundary, and he's extremely restraining me. As soon as he gets close to me, he'll be affected by that power. How much do you know about his blood inheritance? In general, it can't be called poison, but a special energy field. As long as it is within the range of his perception, it will be affected by that power. Madara-sama, do you need me to find an opportunity to assassinate him? If I join hands with Toby, I might be able to break through a Barame Shibi's swarm and successfully kill him. White Zetsu laughed. TL note, Toby, nicknamed Guru Guru, English TV, Swirly, by Obito Uchiha for the swirl pattern of his face, was one of the first victims of the infinite Tsukuyomi, and eventually was pulled from the demonic statue of the outer path by Black Zetsu. No need. This little ghost is not worth mentioning. Without the blood of Senju and Uchiha, he is destined to be a supporting role on the stage. Madara slowly closed his eyes. White Zetsu stared at him for a while, and a trace of intelligence and cunning flashed through his eyes. Even Madara did not notice it. Konoha. As the experiment progressed to this step, Yuuji became more and more aware of the terrifying power of the shadow clone. One must know that the shadow clone was completely constructed from chakra, unlike the water body and the rock body, which needed some material as the frame and chakra carrier. However, the shadow clone, a pure carrot polymer, could return all the memories to the main body when it exploded. I have already grasped half of the key. Yuuji nodded slightly. As long as the complete nuclear release clone was created, many problems would no longer be a problem. When Yuuji walked out of the laboratory after many days, he unexpectedly received a piece of news. Oh! Minato actually returned to the village. Walking on the street, many villagers were talking about Lord Minato with a fanatical face. Lord Minato, that man who always has a smile on his face. Because he was here, he forced Kumagakure back. Even Kumagakure's Jinchuriki was no match for him. On both sides of the street, there were noisy crowds everywhere. The moment they saw Minato, they all cheered. It could be seen how popular Minato was. But it was no wonder. Minato was the rare rising cage level, and he was worthy of this kind of treatment. Yuuji squeezed in the crowd and also looked at the whole process with an excited expression. He looked at Minato with a smile on his face and a group of injured frontline ninjas, returning to the village with glory. He also saw Umino Ikeku. That guy had one arm wrapped in bandages, and he was smiling like a fool. Yuuji-san. Yuuji-san. Come with me, Kakashi and Genma are fighting. Guy shouted, grabbed Yuuji, and ran away. Those who did not know would think that these two impatient young people were planning to do something. Look, he is Kakashi. Guy pointed at a guy who was fighting in the training ground. Of course I know that he is Kakashi. Although he is not from the same class, he is the strongest genius in Konoha. Who doesn't know? However, why did Genma fight with Kakashi? Was it a challenge between the middle-class students and the head student? At this time, there was only a sound of vibration. Genma's whole body was smashed by Kakashi's heavy fist, and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and flew out horizontally. The attack was very heavy, simply aimed to kill. So you are Shiranui Yuuji. Minato-sensei has a very high evaluation of you. Let's fight to the end. Kakashi's entire body emitted killing intent. Kakashi, who had just lost his father 2 years ago, had reached the extremes of his mind and could turn black at any time. At this time, he directly pulled out his white teeth knife, left Genma, and walked step by step towards Yuuji. Kakashi, we haven't decided the victor yet. Genma struggled to get up and spat out root and senbon. But this senbon was immediately sent flying by Kakashi's backhand knife. Get lost, I have no interest in trash. If you didn't claim to be Yuuji, I would never have had any interest in attacking you. No. Even if you are the chief student, you have no right to call me trash. I am the patriarch of the Shiranui clan. Genma raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. However, what responded to him was Kakashi's ruthless punch. With this punch, Genma would basically have to lie down for a week. Pa! Kakashi, it is not good to treat my remaining clansmen like this. This should not be your attitude towards your companions. Yuuji appeared at an astonishing speed. He grabbed Kakashi's fist and blocked in front of Genma. Guy also frowned and looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Kakashi, what happened to you? Why did you become like this? You are getting more and more overboard. The companions of Root are not important. Minato and Sensei said that you are comparable to me, so defeating you is my current task. Kakashi clenched his white teeth knife. This was a relic left by his father, and it was also the proof of his faith. Yuuji frowned and looked at Genma with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He vaguely understood. The so-called self-esteem was really a troublesome thing. He urgently wanted to confirm his status and then forcibly challenge Kakashi. But at this time, he was an unreasonable guy. Only after he got together with Obito, he improved. I have already reminded you that there is no need to carry meaningless things, such as the name of the clan. Yuuji said indifferently. Genma had a bitter expression on his face. I can't help it. I am the clan leader. There are some things that you cannot do. You only need to be yourself, while I cannot. Shiranui's clan, no matter how small, is still a clan. Is that so? Yuuji slowly got up and looked at Kakashi. Let's fight to the end. There is no need to waste time on the so-called companions. Only strength and mission are things that a qualified ninja needs to pay attention to. You don't understand such a simple truth. Kakashi said indifferently. At that time, he brazenly waved his blade. His movements were agile and his breath was bloody. Guy was about to stop him. However, Yuuji stopped him. As his figure retreated quickly, he slowly said, let's make it clear first. You have to pay the price for challenging me. Kakashi, be careful not to be killed by me. Chapter 31, You're already dead. Guy carried Genma and jumped out of the training ground. He looked at the two figures in the training ground with a serious expression. Until this moment, he could not believe that Kakashi would become like this. Yuuji, can he win? Kakashi is simply a madman. His attacks are very fierce. Genma asked in a low voice, his eyes open. He can win. Yuuji-san is very strong, very strong. So strong that even I don't know how much power is hidden in his body. Guy clenched his fists. If there was anyone in this world that he could trust, other than his father, it would be Yuuji. If Yuuji really used that technique, even Kakashi would die. However, Yuuji-san, will you really kill Kakashi? Are you really doing this because of Kakashi's change? You seem to have grasped an invisible poison that can continuously weaken your opponent's strength. In the end, you will gain the upper hand. Kakashi slashed with his saber, his eyes surging with a cold light. In that case, as long as he finished the battle quickly and ended the battle before he was disturbed by the mysterious poison, it would be fine. It was a very simple tactic, but it was very practical. Swish! In the time it took for a spark to fly, this blade directly pounced towards Yuuji's face. It was incomparably swift and fierce. That kind of undisguised sharpness was clearly the awareness to kill. Yuuji didn't even bat an eyelid. In his expressionless face, his head slightly leaned back. As he grabbed out horizontally with his hand, he flew up his knee and fiercely smashed it against the other party's chest. Bang! The two figures collided head-on, directly launching a physical attack. Every move was impeccable, far surpassing those of the same age. The super-fast speed of the fight made people unable to handle it. This guy's strength is actually so amazing. Kakashi's eyes showed shock. The place where he collided with Yuuji was faintly painful. Even with the cover of chakra, it was still difficult to cover this damage. Pa! Don't be distracted. It will kill you. Yuuji used his shoulder to hit Kakashi. When the other side slashed, he did not resist at all and just rushed over. Puchi! The white-toothed dagger pierced through Yuuji's shoulder, but Yuuji took this opportunity to raise his hand and punch the shocked Kakashi, sending him flying. I already said that you need to be prepared to die in a duel with me. Yuuji stood in place as if nothing had happened. Even though there was blood flowing from his shoulder, his expression did not change. You hesitated just now, Kakashi. In order to punch me, you deliberately let me cut you. Kakashi coughed and found that his ribs were broken in his chest. But compared to this, Yuuji's actions made him feel shocked. Don't worry about these details. I am different from you, Kakashi. Yuuji directly picked up the white-toothed dagger and pulled it out bit by bit. Every subtle movement could bring out a large amount of blood. Under Kakashi's shocked gaze, Yuuji covered the wound with one hand. His powerful self-healing ability began to activate. A large number of cells in his body gathered and bred crazily, repairing the wound. A few seconds passed, and the wound began to show signs of scabbing. Another 10 seconds passed, and the wound that had been stabbed by the dagger had stopped bleeding. This outrageous self-healing ability shocked everyone at that time. This is also one of your blood inheritance abilities. This is comparable to the life force of medical ninjutsu, then there is no need for me to hold back. This sentence is also for you, be careful not to be killed by me. Kakashi suppressed the shock in his heart and immediately made a seal. A large amount of lightning gathered in his palm. Chidori! This is too reckless. How can Kakashi use this immature technique on his fellow villagers? In the Hokage building, Minato looked at the image that appeared on the crystal ball. His expression changed slightly and he immediately wanted to stop this duel. Wait a bit longer, Minato. Yuuji won't lose so easily. Sandame took a puff on his pipe. But, Lord Sandame, this is not a matter of winning or losing. Kakashi's psychological problem has already reached a critical point. If we continue to let it go, it might lead to irreversible things happening. Minato frowned. Sandame did not speak and only observed silently. Who would have thought that you, who had committed suicide because of being slandered and unwilling to be humiliated, would leave behind such an outstanding descendant? However, such a genius had also reached a dangerous level. Hero has never been born out of thin air. It has to be baptized by blood and fire. Minato, you have to understand this. Sandame said meaningfully. This was a technique that a qualified shadow had to grasp. Look, Yuuji is starting to fight back. His blood succession boundary is so amazing and powerful, which is full of surprises. Sandame looked at Yuuji, who was taking action with appreciation. On the training ground, two figures rushed to each other. Accompanied by an ear-piercing roar, the blue lightning flashed, reflecting the two fierce collisions of new generation ninjas. Whoosh! Kakashi raised his hand and stabbed at Yuuji. As long as this strike landed, it was enough to take away Yuuji's life. However, in this instant, you have already lost, Kakashi. Nuclear release, oscillating wave. Rumble. Kakashi, who was like a sharp arrow, was sent flying by the terrifying shock wave on the spot. Even the entire training ground began to show signs of collapse. Pu. Kakashi turned into a puff of smoke. Shadow clone? Then the main body should be. Earth escape, heart slash. Two hands suddenly reached out from the ground, wanting to drag Yuuji underground. But at this time, Yuuji seemed to have already expected it. He raised his foot and ruthlessly kicked down. Pa! After breaking through the earth layer, he stepped on Kakashi's head with his foot. The terrifying force immediately stupefied Kakashi. This kind of little trick is useless against me. All your actions cannot escape my perception. Yuuji said lightly, then squatted down, grabbed Kakashi by the neck, and dragged him out. It was as if he was dragging a dog. Kakashi was covered in dirt, and his eyes revealed deep shock and anger. Lightning gathered in his hands, wanting to take the opportunity to shoot out 1,000 birds. But in the next moment, the chakra in his body suddenly stopped. His internal organs and every bone in his body seemed to burst out with a terrible disease, erupting with an abnormal temperature. This intense change in his body directly caused Kakashi to scream and spit out blood. One of Yuuji's hands tightly gripped Kakashi's neck, and the other hand formed a seal. He said indifferently. Kakashi, have you not realized that before you used the Heart Slayer technique, you were actually already dead? Chapter 32, Planted Seeds, Waiting. Shiranui Yuuji, 1. He actually won against Hitaki Kakashi. In the Hokage building, several higher UPS were stunned. Especially Minato, who was ready to use the Flying Thunder God to stop Kakashi, was stunned. For a moment, the entire office was filled with silence. I thought that Yuuji would not lose to Kakashi, but I did not expect that he had already grown to this stage. Minato revealed a bitter smile. His gaze towards the crystal ball was filled with admiration and admiration. I miscalculated. I have observed Kakashi for a long time and accepted him as a disciple, but he actually lost to Yuuji just like that? Moreover, it was in such a way that there was no suspense to turn the tables. Yuuji, what an amazing child! Kakashi, you have met your opponent. Minato, it seems that you don't need to save the fight. The strongest duel of the new generation has ended. Sandame Hokage took a puff of his pipe and smiled. It's too excellent. The descendant of Shiranui's family, with a clean background, parents are the heroes of Konoha, and he is diligent enough to wake up a whole new blood succession boundary. The main point is that his thinking level is impeccable. Now, even the speed of converting talent into strength is so amazing. This kind of child could be regarded as the benchmark of the new generation. Then I will go and separate them now. Minato was about to move but was stopped by Sandame Hokage. No, Minato, look again. What? But now, Yuuji can kill Kakashi at any time, especially when he was inexplicably provoked and humiliated. What if? Sandame just looked at the crystal ball silently. There was a trace of hesitation in his heart. After all, the life of a super genius like Kakashi was extremely precious. He stared at Yuuji's face in the crystal ball. What will you do? You have the power to live and die. In a situation where your emotions are unstable, Yuuji, what will you do? This is the last observation. If you can pass this step. Yuuji actually defeated Kakashi. Outside the training ground, Genma was stunned. Even though his face was bruised and swollen, his eyes were wide open as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He didn't even know how Kakashi lost. The 5-year-old super student who graduated and created the legend of Konoha, actually lost to his own kind? And the technique that Yuuji used, he has never seen it before. Genma looked at Yuuji, who raised Kakashi up high, and his mind was in a trance. Unconsciously, this guy had grown to this step, directly defeating a monster-like genius like Kakashi. I have already said that Yuuji-san is the strongest in our generation. He, definitely, will not lose. Guy clenched his fists. He was the only one who was full of confidence in Yuuji. After many years of interaction, his mind was full of trust and obedience towards Zetsu. At this moment, the impact that Yuuji brought to Genma and the others was unprecedented. The legendary Kakashi was defeated by the crane in the past in a duel. In the training ground, Yuuji grabbed Kakashi by the neck and held this guy up with a calm expression. For a moment, Yuuji really considered giving Kakashi a painful lesson that he would regret for the rest of his life. How could this be? How did you do it? Kakashi said with difficulty. Chidori that he had gathered with the last of his chakra exploded and shattered on the spot. At this moment, Kakashi was more fragile than ever, and the sense of insecurity in his heart was magnified to the extreme. Facing Yuuji's cold gaze and feeling the signs of his body burning, Kakashi felt a sense of helplessness and despair that he had not felt for a long time. How long had it been since he had felt this way? You must be very lonely, right? Yuuji formed a hand seal and said indifferently. Ever since he lost his father, he vented all of his unwillingness and resentment on himself, not hesitating to freeze himself and treat his companions coldly. When Kakashi lost his father, he probably felt this way too, right? How boring. Why did you mention that useless man? He was just a laughable loser. He clearly could complete the mission, but in the end, he chose to give up. He was just a piece of trash. Pa! Yuuji slapped him. A crisp sound was heard. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Is this what you want to say? You call the hero of World War II, your beloved father, a waste? Kakashi, is this conclusion you came to after losing your father for 3 years? What do you know? Ninja only needs to complete the mission. He is obviously so powerful, but he directly abandoned me and chose to commit suicide. What is so worthwhile about such a fragile and incompetent guy? Pa! Another slap. This time, Yuuji directly pressed Kakashi to the ground. In silence, he punched fiercely one after another. Kakashi, you have made a mistake. Your father never owes you anything. His choice may not be recognized by everyone, but he has been deeply in love with you from the beginning to the end. If you only know how to respond without hatred. You are not worthy to be your father's son. You are not worthy to bear the name of White Fang. Yuuji was expressionless, punching and punching. Kakashi's face was swollen and blood splashed. What is more terrifying is that you hate your father, but at the same time, you transfer this hatred to your companion. Genma has never hurt you. It's just that your strength and ambition don't match, and you forced yourself to do something that seems mature but is actually childish. But you used cold-blooded and heartless way to repay him, just because this fool deceived you. Kakashi, aren't you even more childish and ridiculous like this? What kind of ability is it to only know how to hate yourself and drive your own rationality and behavior? If you really think you can control yourself, then try, hate me. Bang! Yuuji punched hard on the ground next to Kakashi's head. After a loud noise, a fist print appeared on the ground. Hate, you! Kakashi was confused. His inhuman face was full of numbness. His eyes stared blankly at the sky. White clouds floated under the blue sky. At this moment, the arrogance in his heart was torn apart by Yuuji in this way. His talent and strength were not as powerful as he imagined. Yes, hatred will always be the theme of this chaotic world. Just thinking about it is a headache. Since you are so at a loss, then give me all your will. Yuuji said lightly. He put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked out of the training ground. At this moment, Kakashi's empty eyes reflected Yuuji's back. Hate, hate. Really, how could such a crazy guy exist in the village, and even said some inexplicable words? With such a guy, it was obviously more troublesome. Kakashi lay on the ground. A certain wonderful seed had been planted, quietly waiting for the moment when it was born. Chapter 33, have been waiting for a long time. In the Hokage building. Lord Sandaime Hokage had a bright smile on his face. What do you think, Minato? Excellent, Lord Sandaime. He is the true inheritor of the will of fire. It is really gratifying to see such an excellent junior rise. Sandaime nodded his head in satisfaction. Even the speed at which he smoked became slightly faster. The rising new generation, full of vitality, perfect inheritor of the will of fire. Lord Sandaime Hokage's heart beat faster. This was the feeling of excitement. Such an outstanding descendant, even Kakashi was defeated by him, along with the words he carried. Speaking of which, I still have some answers to the questions he wrote. Sandaime Hokage opened the drawer and shared with Minato about these well-prepared, logical, and interlocking articles. To be honest, Sandaime Hokage used to praise it when he read it, but now Minato also praised it directly. Minato, are you interested in taking Yuuji as a disciple? Sandaime Hokage suddenly opened his mouth. Minato was stunned, then immediately revealed a troubled expression. I just accepted Kakashi, and I don't have much research on Yuuji and blood succession boundary. I see, I understand. I will think about it again. It has been hard on you, Minato. The matter of building a new ninja team is also entrusted to you. I hope that you can help Kakashi get out of the shadow as soon as possible. Sandaime Hokage nodded and then thought about the arrangement for Yuuji. The current cage level has him, the 3 Sunin, and Minato. Oh, Kushina is also one of them. Then we can only choose from the 3 Sunin. Should Orochimaru take him as a disciple? No. Let's wait a little longer. In the office, Sandaime was deep in thought. Konoha Gakure had calmed down a little after the return of Minato and the others. But soon, a piece of explosive news spread like wildfire, spreading to Konoha at an astonishing speed. SHH, let me tell you a secret. Don't tell anyone, Hitaki Kakashi, the son of White Fang, was beaten up. What the super genius, Kakashi, in history was actually beaten up. Is it fake? Idiot, of course, it's true. I saw him limping back home. His face was half swollen, and his mask almost couldn't be covered. I'll tell you a secret. Don't tell others. Kakashi was beaten by someone. After the fierce battle, Kakashi was defeated in one move. Let me tell you a secret. Kakashi was killed by someone. Hey? Didn't you say that Kakashi was lying down on his own before he even fought? Idiot, how is this possible? It must be because that Yuuji is too strong. That's why Kakashi lost. Shiranui Yuuji, a very amazing genius, has appeared. As time went by, more and more people knew that a super genius who could rival or even surpass Kakashi had appeared. There were countless geniuses in Konoha, greatly increasing their morale. The older generation had the Hokage, the middle-aged had the Sunin, and the next was Minato. Now, even the new generation was full of talents, which made people full of hope. The atmosphere of the entire Konohagakure changed slightly. That kind of strong confidence suppressed everything. Yuuji's graduates of the same year were undoubtedly the most shocked group. They knew better than those melon-eating villagers what kind of existence Kakashi was, but such a chief student actually lost to Yuuji. What crazy growth! Damn it! He only went to the battlefield for 2 months. I can do it too. I also want to go to the battlefield and kill enemies for the village. Yes, Yuuji and the others can do it, and we can do it too. Some spies also quietly moved. A secret signal, the super genius of Konoha, Shiranui Yuuji, defeated Hitaki Kakashi. He is a genius who has surpassed Kakashi and should be paid attention to. Send out the assassination unit. The information quietly spread, and Konoha's intelligence department and Anbu were busy taking the opportunity to catch a group of spies. When this news reached Yuuji's ears, Yuuji stared at the perturbed Genma and fell into deep thought. How did it become like this? I swear, I really only told Aoba and the others. I even specifically told them not to tell anyone, but I didn't expect, a bunch of disloyal fellows. Genma gritted his teeth in hatred. Gen, didn't you say that you would keep it a secret? They are all liars. This kind of thing is inevitable. After all, the news of Yuuji-san defeating Kakashi is too shocking. The flame of youth has been completely ignited, and the light of blooming cannot be concealed. Do wore an apron and operated the iron ladle in his hand skillfully. In the beginning, he had taken many tasks from Yuuji and specially came over to cook. The taste of the food was unexpectedly not bad. A group of people sat on the tatami and surrounded the table, beginning the simple dinner. Are the injuries on your body all right? Yuuji picked up a mouthful of food and asked. Genma was silent for a moment and said in a low voice, injuries are a small matter. Thank you for what happened during the day. Don't worry about it. If not for Kakashi's excessive actions, I wouldn't have made a move. Yuuji said calmly. But are you sure there are no problems with the wound on Yuuji-san's shoulder? Guy asked. Hiss. Yuuji tore off his shirt and said, it has been completely healed. The few of them looked on in shock. Most of the wounds on his shoulder that had been pierced by White Fang's dagger had already healed. This terrifying self-healing ability was simply frightening. Do's gaze was incomparably deep. How terrifying! The end of Yuuji's growth is. After dinner, they left one after another. Genma, I will give you a piece of advice. You are indeed the patriarch, but there is no need to put all your clan's power on yourself. Yuuji, in fact, you are more suitable to be. No, this is your responsibility. Yuuji sent away Genma, who had a complicated expression on his face. He only hoped that this guy could really understand something. In any case, Genma was also a member of the 4th Hokage Guards in the future, and he had learned the rough and shallow Flying Thunder God. As time went on, a few days of rest was just to prepare for a large number of new missions. Yuuji finally remembered that he had not seen Shibi-sensei for a while, so he left to visit the Aberme family. Seriously, I feel like I've forgotten something. Yuuji stood outside the door of Aberme's family. The door opened, and a man dressed in tight clothes waited for a long time. Aberme Torun. Chapter 34, Your poisonous nano-bug is worthless. This guy is. Yuuji calmly looked at the person in front of him. Although Aberme's clan liked to have a gloomy appearance and liked to think of ways to stuff themselves into the shadows. However, it was rare to see someone wearing a skin-tight suit. I've never seen Senior before. I wonder. Aberme Torun. The other party spoke, sizing up Yuuji expressionlessly. It's this person, the descendant of Shiranui's family, the super genius who defeated Kakashi. No wonder Lord Danzo took a fancy to him. Torun was a little regretful. He should have made his move earlier. It would have been best if he could pull Yuuji into Root's organization before Yuuji could defeat Kakashi and make a name for himself. He had miscalculated. However, there was nothing he could do. No one had expected Yuuji to be so outstanding. Senior Torun, I am here to pay my respects to Shibi-sensei. We have an appointment before. When did you make an appointment? A week ago. He said that he would come to visit when he was free. I just remembered it today and came. So that's how it is. Torun nodded and led Yuuji all the way into the Aberme clan's encampment. As a medium clan, although it was not as dazzling as Uchiha and Hyuga, Aberme had their own confidence. When he looked up, he could often see strange insects crawling around. These insects are all insects raised by the clansmen. Some insects like to bask in the sunday. Torun said lightly. The two of them walked for a while before they left the residential area and arrived at the sparsely populated forest. Speaking of which, hasn't Shibi-sensei's home arrived yet? I remember that he doesn't live in this direction. Yuuji said with a smile. Torun stopped. So, why did Senior Torun bring me to this place? Is there anything you need? I am a relatively easy person to talk to, and I can talk about anything. Torun turned around and said lightly, your talent is very amazing, and you should not continue to waste it. You should go to a place that is more suitable for you. So, that place is Root, another secret force in Konoha. The leader is Shimura Danzo, one of the candidates for Sandaime Hokage in the past. Root. I have never heard of it. But I have heard of his name. He seems to be a very great man, but I refuse. Yuuji slowly raised his head. He brought me here for no reason, and then said some strange words. Senior Torun, is this how Aberme treats his guests? It is too rude. Torun said indifferently, you can't understand the greatness of Root now. Only when you join it will you naturally understand. You, who like the will of fire the most, now have a place to bring greater value to the village. Are you not interested at all? I am not interested. I can think of ways to apply to join Anbu. I respect Lord Danzo, but I am not interested in joining Root. Before confirming the internal situation of Root organization, I will not join, but if I do not join, I cannot determine the situation of Root organization. It is really a headache. Yuuji tilted his head. Also, Senior Torun, don't casually put some strange insects on my body. You, be careful of being killed by me. Shit. Torun's expression changed slightly. He suppressed the shock in his heart and no longer concealed it. He quickly closed his hands. Shiranui Yuuji, I underestimated you. You can actually detect my nanometer poisonous insects. Torun controlled the tens of millions of insects to charge at Yuuji. Moreover, these nano-bug insects were not visible to the naked eye. I thought your blood ability could only interfere with the cellular level. You can even sense my insects, but it is too late to find out now. Torun looked at Yuuji, who was being climbed and wrapped by countless nano-bugs, and his face was cold. Since you refuse, I can only use some other means. The diameter of the cells was roughly a few micrometers to a few hundred micrometers, and the nano-bug he carefully cultivated was a nanometer bug. 1 micrometer was equivalent to 1000 nanometers. This nano-bug was simply a cheat weapon. Countless bugs were densely attached to Yuuji's body at this time and began to try to drill into Yuuji's body, soaking all the internal organs. The smile on Yuuji's face slowly faded. Since that's the case, there shouldn't be any problems if I secretly kill Senior Torun. Arrogant little brat. Torun sneered. He was truly naive. He thought that just because he defeated Kakashi and possessed Genin's strength, he would be able to fight against a nano-grade poisonous insect. What? In the next moment, Torun's expression changed drastically. An astonishing wave of energy surged out from Yuuji's body, bringing with it a high temperature and an indescribable destructive power. Wave after wave of power spread out, and the numerous nanometer poisonous insects died at an exaggerated speed. The strongest weapon that Torun was so proud of was actually destroyed instantly. You can actually do this with your strength, a life that can interfere with the nanometer level. Torun was both shocked and furious. He took a step forward and was about to use the insect-controlling secret technique to defeat Yuuji in a short period of time completely. However, Yuuji only looked at him calmly. Senior Torun, your lifetime of proud work is worthless in my eyes. Swish. At this moment, Yuuji directly released an unprecedented nuclear radiation cloud. It was also invisible to the naked eye, directly controlling it to rush towards Aberame Torun. The people of Root's organization were indeed troublesome. This time, Yuuji attacked with the mentality of killing. Whoosh! Raging waves. The crazily breeding nano-bug swarm had yet to truly cause any harm to Yuuji, but they all died in this unprecedented terrifying radiation. This was simply a dimensional attack. Using nuclear radiation to attack bugs, no matter how strong the insect was, it would still die. Mutated? It doesn't exist. When the basic structure of all proteins was destroyed by an endless stream of radiation that exceeded one's imagination, life itself would lose the possibility of survival. Countless microscopic particles attacked wildly. As Torun suddenly let out a miserable cry, they were like a surging torrent, crushing countless nano-bugs and swarming into Torun's body. At this moment, Torun's body turned into an astonishing radiation storage device. Large amounts of radiation particles poured into his body, slaughtering all the cells in his body in an astonishing manner. You are finished, Senior Torun. Yuuji looked at Torun, who was lying on the ground and screaming, and his body was producing large amounts of swelling and pus. All the body tissues in Torun's body had suffered an all-around attack. It was even more impossible for them to have children because the health cells and the DNA chain related to this area had already suffered irreversible, permanent damage. Chapter 35, Empty, Abandoned. There was a situation where they were mutually restrained. Unfortunately, Aberame Torun's type was precisely the type that was countered by Yuuji. No matter how fancy these bugs were, they were still a group of inferior life forms after all. Under the constant impact of the nuclear radiation cloud, all of them would die completely. Ah! My body! What is going on with your blood inheritance? Aberame Torun knelt on the ground and wailed in pain. The special protective suit on the surface of his body began to break under the intense heat. Large amounts of pustules were crazily growing. As he struggled and twisted, Torun could clearly feel that his body was collapsing. Senior Torun, you know the danger of a nano-bug weapon, but you still insist on using this thing to deal with me. I must make a move on you. Yuuji sighed. He remembered that Torun's future descendants did not even participate in Genin's examination and directly joined Root's department to partner with Yamanaka Fu. One of the reasons was that the danger factor of the nano-bug was too high. Those who were touched would die on the spot. Yuuji lowered his head and looked at this. From time to time, his entire body would bulge out with terrible bulges. The internal structure of his body was beyond recognition. It was really sad. Such a special superior ninja was crippled just because he found his head. You evil brat! I must complete Lord Danzo's mission, even if the price is my own life. Torun tore himself apart like a madman. The indescribable pain made him even tear off his flesh and blood, his entire body dripping with blood. The terrible situation in his body had already made Torun understand that even if he did not die from now on, he would be crippled and lose the possibility of becoming a ninja. The madness in his heart, as Root's ninja mission supreme, made him make up his mind. In the painful wails. At this time, a forbidden technique had already been activated by Torun. A small barrier suddenly spread out. This is... Yuuji raised his eyebrows. This is a forbidden technique that I developed. Yuuji, you are a genius, but you should not reject Lord Danzo's invitation. Let's die together! Torun screamed shrilly. Within the barrier, a strange smell began to spread out, brewing a type of stimulating power. So that's how it is. Hey! Using a barrier to create an environment suitable for insects to rapidly reproduce. However, this technique of yours seems incomplete. Yuuji nodded repeatedly. This technique was also used by Torun's descendants after they were resurrected by Edo Tensei in the Four Wars. It was indeed a great killing weapon. If used well, it could be said to be a super biological weapon that could destroy a country. Most of the ninjas had no way to deal with the nano-bug that could easily drill into the human body and destroy all the cells. Torun trembled and used the psychic technique to plant a new nano-bug swarm into his body. He tried to breed the bug swarm with his remaining life, and then at the cost of his own explosion, let the nano-bug fill every inch of air. Unfortunately, it was useless. The power of the radiation cloud was everywhere. These insects that had been summoned had been wiped out in an instant. Root had not even been able to drill into Torun's body. Torun was like struck by lightning, lying on the ground like a dead body, motionless. This technique is very good, but you are still too naive. Yuuji slowly formed a seal, as if he was about to kill. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the barrier. He stretched out his hand, and a large number of parasites broke through the barrier and rushed in with a buzzing sound. That's enough, Yuuji. To do this, Torun has already paid a sufficient price. Shibi slowly walked in. A large number of swarms separated the two. At the same time, countless parasites were killed by the violent radiation. A large number of deaths. Seriously, Shibi-sensei, I just came to visit you, and I actually encountered such a thing. Yuuji shook his head and withdrew all the radiation. I'm really sorry, this is the Aberme clan's lack of hospitality. Shibi said in a low voice. Shibi. Since you're already here, why didn't you help me? Just now this evil little devil, his blood inheritance is full of sins, allowing such a person to live. Enough. You shouldn't have used the nano-bug to deal with Yuuji. The technique to control the nano-bug has been classified as a forbidden technique from the clan since the moment you were born. Moreover, you even prepared an immature poison pot technique to feed the nano-bug with your body. Shibi's expression was extremely gloomy, and he felt even more pained. Ever since Torun entered Root, he had become someone that Shibi did not even recognize. Especially this technique. First, it used a barrier, then used the human body to feed the bugs, and then it detonated the human body. This technique could not differentiate between friend and foe, it was extremely vicious. He had indeed noticed the battle between the two through the ubiquitous parasites. But one was his own clansman, and the other was his subordinates. On behalf of Root and Danzo, Torun was the first to attack. This matter ends here. I will report to the Hokage-sama that the best result is that no one died. Shibi looked at the swollen Torun and said stiffly. Let's go, Yuuji. Let's go to my house and talk about the insects. Shibi took a deep breath, turned around, and left. Yuuji glanced at Torun. After Shibi left, he squatted down. First, he confirmed that there were no other insects monitoring him. Then, he leaned over and said in a low voice to Torun's hateful and desperate eyes. I respect Lord Danzo very much. I don't object to joining Lord Danzo, but I will not go to a route that I don't know at all. Senior Torun, you made a mistake at the beginning. Yuuji got up and followed Shibi. Only Torun, who was lying motionless on the ground, was left. After a while, Root's ninjas appeared and silently brought Torun back to Root's base. Is that so? That's what he said. I understand. In the dark underground base, Danzo leaned on his walking stick and looked at the almost inhuman Torun expressionlessly. The burning and pus on his body still did not make Danzo feel any emotional fluctuations. It was as if he had once thought highly of and relied heavily on Torun. Now, Root was not worthy of his attention. Swish! A medical ninja appeared beside Danzo and whispered a few words into his ear. Words such as large amounts of cells in the body die, body tissue collapse, nanobug complete destruction, were faintly heard. All of Root's ninjas were respectfully kneeling on one knee, silently burying their heads, waiting for Danzo's orders. Lord Danzo, I'm afraid I can't serve you anymore. Torun had a look of despair. His last bit of hope was looking at the respected Lord Danzo. However, the only response was Danzo's silent back. Whoosh! Danzo left without a word. Many of Root's ninjas also left in silence. In the empty space, only Torun was lying alone on the ground, staring blankly with empty eyes. Chapter 36, Leave the Blood of Yuuji. In Shibi's house. The two of them sat across the table, silent for a long time. I will report what happened just now to the Hokage-sama. Don't worry too much, Shibi-sensei. This was originally an unexpected event. I just didn't expect that Torun would actually do this for the sake of Danzo. He didn't hesitate to attack his companions. A smile appeared on Yuuji's face as if he really didn't take it to heart. Shibi felt awkward. Originally, Torun, who had a great future and could become the pillar of a Baramaze clan, was already considered crippled. The terrifying transformation of his swollen body had already determined that Torun's future was dark. Yuuji, this subordinate of his, hid a deep viciousness under his gentle appearance. For a moment, Shibi did not know what to say. His clansmen had done such a thing to his subordinates, and he, as the clan leader, had to respond. Shibi pushed his sunglasses. It's just that I did not expect you to grow to this extent. Even Torun is not your match. Ah, sensei, it's just a coincidence. Nanobugs are indeed powerful and can easily drill into every cell in the human body to destroy it, but their vitality is also weak to the extreme. Senior Torun's ability is precisely the type that I can restrain. To be honest, even a parasite could resist nuclear radiation better than a nanobug. With the nanobug's body size, they would all die if they used radiation particles. Come to think of it, I came to visit Shibi-sensei this time to see the cultivation results of the parasite. I believe that Shibi-sensei has already gained something, right? That's right, the results are very gratifying. Come with me. The two of them came to the backyard. There were many bottles and jars here. They were strictly divided, and all kinds of special insects were crawling. And the most peculiar thing was naturally in an area where a large number of sealing spells were applied. The destructive power of the parasite is beyond imagination, and its pursuit of chakra is the craziest. Without using some methods, it is very easy to lose control. Shibi pointed at the sealed area, and his calm words were filled with deep surprise. The parasite was the future of a Baramaze clan. After this period of research, Shibi has already confirmed that the big insect has surpassed other insects in all aspects. Although it is also more difficult to control if it can be controlled successfully. A Baramaze clan has mastered the means to deal with tailed beasts. Their clan is extremely powerful and has the comprehensive ability, but only when facing a large enemy, they can only rely on a short period of time to crazily reproduce the insects, creating a sea of insects to achieve the goal of the attack. Now, a power that can resist tailed beasts is born in the hands of Shibi. Although I don't know much about insects, I also know that insects need to be screened and eliminated from generation to generation. Maybe we can find a relatively gentle and powerful big insect. Yuuji looked at everything in front of him and said. Then, Yuuji, I will have to trouble you next. I need your strength. In return, you will get the friendship of a Baramaze clan. This was the first time that Shibi made such a solemn promise to an outsider, using the clan as a chip. I'm very happy to serve you, Shibi-sensei. In the next few days, Yuuji stayed in a Baramaze territory and used the power of radiation to sweep through the big bug, hoping to get the bug he wanted. After a long time of screening, there was some progress. Number 1 bug has high attack power and is even more manic. Number 2 insect is relatively gentle, but its size is small, and its bite force is weak. Number 3. A large number of experiments were being carried out. During this period of time, Yuuji also had many conversations with the higher UPS of a Abermais clan. After Yuuji left, some of the elders and powerful clansmen of the Abermais clan gathered around Shibi. Truly amazing. If this happens, our Abermais clan will rise. A middle-aged ninja was extremely excited. If everything goes smoothly, we only need a few dozen of them to fight and defeat the giant psychic beast. Even if we have to face a tailed beast, we can still fight. Our clan might become a wealthy clan like Uchiha and Hyuga. Shibi, as the clan leader, I am very pleased that you have made the most correct decision. An elder looked at Shibi with satisfaction. It is important for our clan to befriend a genius ninja like Yuuji. His talent has already spread throughout Konoha. Sooner or later, he will be accepted as a disciple by some people. His future will be incomparably bright. Maybe he can grow to Namikaze Minato's level. Shibi nodded slightly. I have no doubt about his temperament and talent. However, when he thought of Torun's miserable condition, Yuuji and blood succession boundary were countless times more terrifying than he had imagined. Yuuji's temperament did not seem to be completely sunny but had a faint and decisive side. However, Shibi firmly suppressed this point in his heart and decided not to tell anyone. I heard about Torun. He is becoming more and more outrageous. Since he joined Root, he only has Danzo in his eyes. There is no Abermais clan. He will never say that his nano bug will die, and the physical problem will naturally be solved by Danzo. The elder's face turned cold. He had already made up his mind to give up the genius Torun and fully supported Shibi. Torun joined Root. He was no longer the president of a Abermais clan, but Yuuji had brought them a clear future. Abandoning Torun, befriending Yuuji, who was more valuable, was the most realistic choice. It is still unclear whether Yuuji's blood inheritance can be stable or not. If he can leave his blood in a Abermais clan, then it cannot be better. The elder fell into deep thought. Soon, he suddenly slapped his hand and said, Shibi, is there any suitable girl in the clan now? We need to cultivate feelings in advance. The surrounding people were stunned at first, but then they became restless. As expected of an elder, to actually think of such a method. Amazing. This, Yuuji may not like the girls of our Abermais family. Our people are more or less a little gloomy. You know. How will you know if you don't try? Shibi looked at these guys who were in an intense debate with a wooden face, not knowing what to say for a moment. Yuuji-san, it seems that you are really popular. Even if you cripple Torun, you can still throw out benefits that no one can refuse, silently guiding the direction of the entire Abermais clan. The Hokage building. After Sandaime Hokage received the report, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Root actually extended his hand towards Yuuji. This was the future that he had set his eyes on. He regarded it as the benchmark of the new generation. How could Danzo dare to do this? Danzo, you don't have the right to give Root the right to attack my companions at will. Sandaime Hokage stared at his old friend. It was Torun who acted on his own accord. I intended to recruit Yuuji into Root, but I never let him attack Yuuji. Danzo calmly said. Is that really the case? Yes, Hiruzen, you have to believe me. Everything I did was for Konoha. Sandaime Hokage looked at it for a long time, and finally nodded, I don't want there to be a next time. Of course, Torun will receive the punishment he deserves. According to Shibi's report, he said that Torun was seriously injured by Yuuji's sudden burst of blood ability. How is he now? He's fine. He's recuperating. Danzo hesitated for a moment, but Sandaime Hokage was keenly aware of it. Hey! Sandaime looked at Danzo in surprise. This was not like Danzo's style. According to the normal routine, Danzo should first vigorously announce Torun's tragic injuries, and then denounce Yuuji as an evil little ghost. Finally, he proposed to cast a curse on Yuuji, sending him into Root, and nurture him into a task machine. Danzo had 3 sets, and they were never out of date. Sandaime Hokage knew Danzo too well. But now, he was actually calming down. What was this old friend scheming again? Chapter 37, Madara's temper is getting worse and worse. Early the next morning. They only heard the noise outside and then quickly quieted down. Bang! 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 There was a continuous knock on the door. Yuuji-san, Yuuji-san, are you there? Yuuji-san got up. It wasn't easy for you to come back from Shibi's superior ninja. We haven't gone to cultivate together for several days. Guy slammed the door hard. Squeak. Yuuji opened the door and yawned. Last night in his internal space and time, he had been competing with Godzilla for the whole night. He felt a little tired. Good morning, Guy. But why did you suddenly think of looking for me today? You can go and cultivate with Mr. Du. Yuuji-san, looking at your expression, you are so tired. As expected of Yuuji-san. It turns out that you have been working hard at night when I did not notice it. No wonder you became the object of everyone's discussion and admiration. Guy clenched his fists tightly, his face full of fighting spirit. Yuuji exclaimed softly, strange, why are you in such a measy state? Have you already cultivated? He pointed at a large amount of dust on Guy's body. Oh. This is actually not an important matter. Many girls heard that you have finally returned home and crowded outside your room early in the morning. I saw that they had ill intentions and would seriously interfere with Yuuji-san's cultivation progress, so I chased them away. I thank you, Guy. Guy gave a thumbs up, and with a ding, a bright light lit up between his teeth. There's no need to thank me, Yuuji-san. This is what I should do. What a righteous light. There really aren't many boys as enthusiastic as Guy. Yuuji took a deep breath, stuck his head out, and looked outside, but found nothing. Yuuji-san, what are you looking for? I'll help you find it. No, it's nothing. Forget it, let's go find Kazue and make the best use of our time to cultivate. It has already been a week since we came back, and the next mission is probably not far away. Yuuji shook his head and brought Guy with him. The two of them headed straight for Uchiha's clan grounds. Just as they entered the clan grounds. Wait a minute, Guy, there are still very important things to do. Shadow clone technique. Pu. The two shadow clones appeared in a familiar manner and then ran into Obito's house in a hurry, not treating themselves as outsiders at all. Obito's grandmother, we're here to change shifts again. Don't get up, what if something happens? Ah. Yuuji, you actually came again. This is really... Obito's eyes were filled with tears, and he was moved to a complete mess. At this moment, Obito regarded Yuuji as a close friend. At the most difficult time for him, he repeatedly exhausted a large amount of chakra to create a shadow clone to share his pressure. What kind of spirit was this? This was the will of fire. When you went out on a mission, you didn't forget to replace your shadow clone. Wouldn't this be a huge burden to you? Obito wiped his tears and asked with concern. The two old shadow clones first looked at Obito in surprise. This made Obito's face pause, and he forced, "Humph, I am just worried that you will die. It would be a pity if a guy like you died on the battlefield." Don't worry, Obito. I will live well even if you die. We are still companions. I will not let go of your grandmother. After saying that, the old shadow clone which had lost some of its chakras immediately disappeared. The two new shadow clones immediately took over and connected seamlessly. Grandma Madara expressionlessly accepted the service of the two shadow clones. Grandma Obito, don't worry. We have already obtained all the experience points from the old shadow clones. After knowing some of your habits, Zetsu won't make any mistakes. A shadow clone solemnly promised. Grandma Madara nodded. It was as if he was praising, the shadow clone technique is really convenient ninjutsu. Moreover, you actually discovered the real usage of the shadow clone technique that can share memories. Truly amazing. If the second Hokage sees this scene, he will surely be very pleased. Of course, although the second Hokage-sama has passed away, his spirit will remain forever. I will use this spirit to serve you with all my strength so that you can enjoy your later years. The two shadow clones took everything in their hands, and once again, they moved Obito to a complete mess. Yuuji-san, I know this is too much, but I still need your help in the future. Because I already have a leader, I can't guarantee that I will always be by Grandma's side. Obito wiped her tears. This is a good thing. Don't worry, Obito. Unless I die, no one can take away the task of taking care of your grandmother. Really? That's great. Soon, under the service of the two shadow clones, Grandma Madara laid down again with a stiff face. She watched as Obito rushed out of the door to greet the guy called Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato? He learned the art of making people nauseous. But no matter how hard he tried, he was just a supporting character. Grandma Madara turned her head and was about to close her eyes and think. However, in the next moment, 4 hands came and forcibly pulled his head back. Obito's grandmother, it's time for you to drink water. Madara felt that his temper was getting worse and worse, and he didn't know why. He had to endure until Obito was on the battlefield so that he could see the ugliness of this world for the first time. Obito greeted Yuuji's real body and left excitedly. He has a leader? It seems that Minato's team is going to be established. Yuuji looked at Obito's bouncing back and shook his head slightly. Is this beginning of sorrow? Namikaze Minato was the fastest ninja in the world, but he was late at the most opportune time. If Minato could be faster. But it didn't matter. With Madara, there would be something wrong with Obito no matter what. It would be good to take advantage of the situation and force others. This guy, Obito, opened Mangekyo Sharingan at the age of 12. His abundant emotions are indeed easy to be used by Madara. Yuuji paused and brought Guy to Kazue's house. In the yard, Kazue was practicing hard and undergoing physical training. Wow, sister is so great. Itaki, look, is my sister very powerful? Tell me quickly . Little Izumi bounced excitedly, then hugged a boy's arm and shook it desperately. Yes, yes, yes. Sister Kazue is really too powerful. If I can have Sister Kazue's strength at my age. No, maybe Shisui can do it. The little boy's eyes revealed a deep envy. Uchiha Kazue, the strongest genius of the clan, was praised by the adults. Even the letter sent by father from the front line told him to pay more attention to Kazue. At this time, the door opened. Sorry to disturb you. Is Kazue at home? Yuuji quickly turned his gaze to the little boy beside Izumi. This little guy was Uchiha Itaki. Chapter 38, New Task. Yuuji looked at the little guy and stared at him. Hey, is this person the super genius of Konoha? He surpassed the strongest new generation of Kakashi. Itaki was shocked and stared at Yuuji. Kazue, it's time for our team to cultivate. Guy waved his hand. Let's go. Kazue threw out the sword in his hand and hit the bullseye with a thud. He said lightly. Sister, you can do it . Izumi said in a childish voice. Seniors, thank you for your hard work. Itaki stood up and bowed. No, you are the one destined to be the most difficult one. Itaki, right? The son of clan leader Uchiha. Yuuji looked at Itaki with a smile and said something that Itaki could not understand at all. After the 3 of them walked away, Itaki still stood there in a daze with a confused look on his face. I am destined to suffer the most. Senior Yuuji's words are really hard to understand. Forget it, let's go ask Shisui. The 3 of them walked out of the house and went straight to the training ground. I haven't seen you in the past few days. I heard that you went to Shibi-sensei's place. Did anything happen? Kazue asked casually. Of course not. Why do you ask? Because after thinking about it, I still feel that this is not in line with Yuuji-san's way of doing things. Did you lose contact with Shibi-sensei for a few days in order to develop a better quality insect? Don't underestimate these insects. If you train them well, with their powerful numbers and reproductive abilities, they will also be very terrifying. Yuuji smiled. The big insect was a fierce giant insect that could tear apart tailed beasts, and it was also an important means for him to rope in the Aberame clan. Oh. Yuuji-san has been following Shibi-sensei for the past few days. I have to work hard too. Guy encouraged himself loudly, saying some incomprehensible words such as youth. Just as the 3 of them walked out of the Uchiha clan grounds. At this time, an old figure was slowly walking over. Kazue paused and bowed slightly. Elder. So this is your companion? Truly full of vigor. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Kazue. The other person slowly sized up Guy, and then his gaze fell on Yuuji. He nodded slightly and slowly walked out, walking past the 3. After walking far away. That person just now is Setsuna-sama. He is an elder whose status and prestige are second only to Patriarch Fugaku, Kazue said indifferently. Uchiha Setsuna turned out to be that radical hawk. Yuuji thought for a moment, but did not say anything. The 3 of them arrived at the training ground and began their team training. For a moment, the entire training ground was filled with the figures of the 3 people. They began to fight against each other with high intensity. I haven't seen you for a week. You seem to have become stronger, Kazue. Yuuji made his move. First, he grabbed Guy with one hand. Then, he punched Guy hard and sent him flying. He couldn't help but praise Kazue, who was rushing towards him. That's not all. What makes me stronger is not just my insight. The two megatamas in her eyes slowly rotated. Demonic illusion, fox heart technique. The vision that Yuuji saw suddenly changed, and the entire training ground underwent an indescribable subtle change. It's a maze-like illusion technique that makes people spin in one place, but what are you thinking about using this technique at this time? Yuuji said lightly. This kind of illusion technique that he had long been wary of was meaningless to him. In the next moment, he easily broke this illusion. He didn't know whether it was because of Godzilla inside his body, or because Yuuji had a strong chakra reserve, his resistance to the illusion was very high. He easily broke the illusion again. Yuuji-san, this is not something that can be explained by the blood ability. You. Kazue frowned, and in the next moment, she directly spat out the Phoenix Fairy Flower technique, and more than 10 balls of flames rushed towards Yuuji. At the same time, the two megatamas in her eyes rotated a bit faster, and her eye power surged. With a slight shake of her fingers, several threads that were difficult to detect with the naked eye moved the swords in her hands hidden in the flames, and they all rushed towards Yuuji. Bang! 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 Yuuji did not dodge. He was submerged by the flames and the sword in her hand, making the sound of his body being pierced through. This is a physical clone? Looks like it is a special clone created from the flesh and blood of that white thing. Kazue turned around Sharingan, searching for the whereabouts of Yuuji. But soon, her body shook, and her face revealed a look of surprise. The radiation that came from the collapse of the physical body suddenly spread out. It was detected by Kazue. Her sensitive body quickly reacted. All the bodily functions of her body were stimulated and began to become active. This is the feeling. If this power belongs to me. Kazue trembled all over. For a moment, she was dazzled. But at this time. Life gate, open! Guy shouted loudly and directly pounced towards Kazue. This forced Kazue to retreat quickly. He completely ignored Kazue's eyes and ignored Guy's illusion technique. Relying on his powerful body technique, he forced Kazue into a very sorry state. Finally. Bang! Guy used the great circle of Konoha to send Kazue flying. Although Kazue's Sharingan could capture Guy's physical skills, her body couldn't keep up, and she was the first to be defeated in the three-person battle. It seems that you have neglected the training of your body during this time. Your physical skills have not grown much. Guy stood where he was, maintaining his posture with one hand behind his back and the other with his other hand. Kazue just stood up silently. Enough, Guy, let's do it like this. When Yuuji appeared, he first retrieved Nuclear Release's clone, then walked in front of Kazue and pulled her up. Maintaining enough physical training is good for your health. I know, and I have already undergone physical training, but the effect is minimal. Kazue looked at Yuuji with a hint of desire. What a greedy girl! Yuuji could not help but shake his head. This woman, the speed of her own training was very slow. Now, she relied more on the dangerous power of radiation. At this time. Swish! A member of Anbu suddenly appeared. Team Shibi, immediately go to the Hokage building. You have a new mission, and Superior Shibi has already gone there first. Yuuji smiled and said, understood, we will rush over now. It is really hard on you, senior. The members of Anbu nodded slightly and disappeared from the spot with the body blink spell. After resting for a week, are we going to the battlefield again? War is always a mess. Yuuji shook his head with a smile. After sighing with emotion, he immediately took Guy and Kazue to the Hokage building. Pushing open the door, there were already several people waiting. You guys are actually here. Yuuji looked at these people in surprise. Obito, Kakashi, Rin. There was also Namikaze Minato and Aberame Shibi, the two leading ninjas. Chapter 39, 1 year. 1 year later, at the border of Fire Country. Fire Escape, Dragon Fire Technique. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. The two balls of flames roared and pounced at the enemy. As they exploded, everything around them was soaked. The moment the enemy merged into the ground. 3 meters underground. The direction is 15 degrees east. The movement speed is very fast. Kakashi, Attack! Yuuji opened his eyes. The huge radiation cloud frantically penetrated into the ground, continuously interfering with the rapidly moving fellow. Lightning cut! In the midst of the lightning, Kakashi's figure quickly moved. On his ice-cold face, there was only endless killing intent. Whoosh! A powerful dash ability erupted. Kakashi aimed at the ground and ruthlessly stabbed. After a loud roar, the earth cracked and the soil flew up, accompanied by the spurting blood. Damn it, I didn't expect to meet you guys. Minato's team and Shibi's team's genius ninjas. An IWA ninja looked down at his chest that was pierced through in disbelief. In the end, he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and died unwillingly. Alright, this is the last one. Yuuji glanced at the scattered corpses around him and said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, their tense nerves began to relax. Nohara Rin hurriedly ran out, intending to use medical ninjutsu to heal the 5 people. She first came to Yuuji's side. No need, Rin. For me, this kind of injury is nothing. Yuuji smiled faintly, and as he spoke, he began to form seals. Super regeneration. The wounds on his body had already begun to heal rapidly. One of the wounds that had been pierced by Kunao even emitted a faint sizzling sound. Although she had seen it many times, every time she saw this terrifying self-healing ability with her own eyes, Rin still felt a chill run down her spine. Yuuji, your body is really too powerful. This self-healing ability is simply an all-round palm strike of senjutsu. Nohara Rin looked at Yuuji with a face full of envy. This kind of body was really too strong. Combined with the amazing chakra capacity, no matter what kind of injury Yuuji suffered, he would be able to quickly become lively and lively. She was simply, purple with envy, a body that every medical ninja longed to study. Damn it, Rin, ignore that guy. Didn't he learn some shallow medical ninjutsu from you, and develop this self-healing technique? Obito casually ran back from a distance, dissatisfied that Rin's attention was drawn away by the hateful Yuuji. Ha, idiot, not everyone is Yuuji. Even if you study medical ninjutsu for a lifetime, you still can't develop a suitable technique for yourself. Kakashi sneered. What smelly farts, Kakashi, don't look down on me. Rin, now you teach me medical ninjutsu, I can also do it. Obito broke through his defense in an instant. He shouted, rolled up his sleeves, and rushed over. He was going to settle the score with Kakashi. This kind of thing had happened many times in the past year. Even if the 6 of them often cooperated with each other to fight, so that the enemy had a lot of information about them and arranged them to the top few of the hunting list. Obito and Kakashi were always quarreling. At this time, swish! Yuuji suddenly pulled out Kunao and threw him out. With a thud, he nailed the ground in front of Obito. Before approaching, first use the secret signal. When attacking the enemy just now, you are the furthest away. It is easy for the enemy to kill you secretly and then replace you. If you are really Obito, you will definitely know our secret code. Before Obito could speak, Yuuji opened his mouth and said the secret code with a solemn face. The eyes are like copper bells, shooting out lightning like light. Ah, this! Obito's rare old face turned red. Ah, Black Cat police officer. Speaking of which, what kind of rubbish code was this? This annoying fellow, Yuuji, would always come up with some incomprehensible things in his head. And every time they used secret signals, for some reason, there would always be an inexplicable sense of shame, such as the Black Cat police officer or something. Damn it! Beside him, Guy nodded with a gratified expression. Obito, you are the weakest of the 6 of us. It's great that you are safe again. Bastard! Guy, do you want to fight too? Obito felt offended and flew into a rage. The few of them were noisy. This was the daily routine of the 6-man team. With Obito here, they could not calm down. Really stupid Obito, cold-eyed Kakashi, and Justice Man Guy. I feel that the 3 of them are very suitable for each other. They should form a team. Kazue coughed and looked at this scene. A smile that he had not seen for a long time appeared on her pale face. In the past year, as the war situation became more and more tense, a large number of the new generation began to officially step onto the battlefield. Blood and corpses were the eternal themes. Every day, there were companions who died. Every day, they were either on the road of killing or being killed. Only when she saw these guys quarreling would Kazue occasionally feel that she was not a body without body temperature. Rin used medical ninjutsu to heal Kazue while being worried. Kazue, your complexion is getting worse and worse. Your skin is white. This is the sign of the rapid decline of blood red cells. Your coughing frequency is also getting higher and higher. I am afraid that there is a problem with your lungs and the entire respiratory tract. It doesn't matter, Rin. I know my physical condition very well. Kazue said calmly, looking at Yuuji. However, Yuuji just calmly looked at the distance. In this year, several people became famous, following Minato and Shibi. They created a sensation in Konoha with a 100 completion rate and were repeatedly promoted by the village. Uchiha Kazue's name also resounded in the sky and was regarded as one of the 3 strongest new generations with Yuuji and Kakashi. Outsiders could only see Kazue lift the banner of Uchiha's new generation and announce Uchiha's name again, but only a few people knew that Kazue's life had entered the countdown. Although I do not know what disease you have, if you continue to delay, when you can no longer control your body, you will lose the qualifications to become a ninja. Rin looked at Kazue, who occasionally coughed. Uchiha's strongest genius was about to become the second Gekkou Heiate. If the symptoms get worse. Well, Rin, you don't have to care about this matter, and don't tell anyone. Even if the Hokage asks you, you absolutely can't say it. Yuuji finally opened his mouth and said calmly. Rin was startled and more confused. If Kakashi talked to her like this, she would not take half a step back. She had to solve this matter no matter what. However, the one who spoke at this time was the new generation's leader, Yuuji. He was a person who had wisdom, awareness, courage, and was valued and praised by the Hokage. He was known to have carried out the will of fire to the extreme. Since he said so, presumably, there was already a countermeasure between Yuuji and Kazue. I understand. Rin sighed. Chapter 40, Hirako. The few of them rested for a while. Soon, Shibi and Minato returned one after the other. Sorry. It took some time to deal with the enemy's main force. Minato scratched his head apologetically. Shibi pushed his sunglasses and said, but the main force of the enemy has been taken care of by the 2 of us. In this battle, nearly 50 ninjas were killed by our 2 teams and won a great victory. It doesn't matter. We are used to it. Yuuji waved his hand. Not to mention Minato, his type of battle was very suitable for one-on-one. He crazily scattered kunai and then flew back and forth. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a one-man army. As for Shibi, he had been directly authorized by the Hokage 2 years ago, and he had the qualifications to fight alone. Therefore, he also liked to kill the enemy alone. With these 2 leading jonins, Yuuji and the other 6 Konoha genin, most of the time, they could only rely on themselves. The only advantage was that Minato and Shibi would always attack first, forcibly killing powerful enemies, and leaking the remaining enemies to them, creating a difficult and yet able battle environment for the 6-man team. In short, it's great to see everyone so lively. Everyone has grown a lot. Minato smiled. Minato, sensei, we agreed that when I become genin, you will teach me Flying Thunder God. I will beat the stinky fart Kakashi to death. Obito pointed at Kakashi, feeling indignant. Ha, do you know how to learn Flying Thunder God? With your IQ. What? I'm going to beat you to death. The 2 of them started to argue again. Sigh, after a bloody battle, are you still so energetic? However, their feelings are as close as ever. Minato smiled bitterly. The group of 8 returned to the Western Front camp. Now, Orochimaru had officially taken over Minato and became the chief commander of the Western Front. This also freed Minato, the killing machine. In the entire Western Front battlefield, IWA Ninja and Suna Ninja were almost driven crazy by Minato. As a result, IWA Ninja directly issued an order in humiliation. If they encountered Minato, they could give up the task and turn to flee. But what was even more embarrassing was that they couldn't even escape. Whoa. They're back, Minato and Shibi-sama's team. Look at them. They must have won again. Of course, idiot, they are the strongest team in Konoha. After entering the camp, many ninjas cheered loudly. In this year, the contributions of the 2 teams were built on the corpses of countless enemies. Minato and Shibi were the 2 most powerful ninjas besides the Hokage, the Sunin, and the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Among the new generation they led, there were several powerful geniuses. The 8 of them walked to the central tent to report the mission to Orochimaru. However, when they walked to the door, a white-haired fellow walked out of the tent with a gloomy expression. Why is Senior Hirako here? Didn't you follow Lord Danzo to the eastern battlefield? Minato looked at the person in front of him in surprise. Minato, I don't need to explain anything to you. Hirako stopped and looked at Minato with a little fear, burying his head deeply. I'm really sorry. Please do as you please. Minato and the others moved aside and brushed past Hulu. But suddenly, Hirako stopped and stood next to Yuuji. He slowly raised his head and revealed a dark smile. Are you Shiranui Yuuji? You have nuclear releases blood limit, who can launch an area of effect attack. What an amazing newcomer. Every time I hear that you have made achievements, I feel a burst of excitement. With you here, the village is destined to have a bright future. Hirako revealed an uneasy smile. Then, he glanced at the pale-faced Uchiha Kazue and frowned. Finally, he looked at Obito. After looking at it for a moment, he revealed a deep sense of disdain. Then he left. Everyone felt a little confused. Minato-sensei, who is this guy? The way he looked at me just now made me feel very uncomfortable. Obito complained. He didn't know if it were an illusion, but he felt that he had been offended for a long time. He is a good friend of Sunin and a reliable senior in the village. Although he is a little strange, his nature is not bad. Minato smiled and looked at the back of Hirako. He was a little hesitant. What? It turns out to be Sunin's good friend. Then there is no problem. Obito breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling just now must be an illusion. When they entered the base camp, Orochimaru was looking down at the scroll in his hand with an indifferent expression on his face, sneering from time to time. After a conversation, Minato and Shibi handed over the related mission reports. It's been hard on you. The Western Front battlefield has been stabilized. It's all thanks to you guys. I don't have a new mission for you guys for the time being. You can rest for a while. Orochimaru laughed deeply. In addition, Yuuji, your recent performance has been very outstanding. It has become more and more eye-catching. I heard that IWA Ninja and Suna Ninja have already listed you as one of the top few on the assassination list. Your treatment is comparable to an elite superior ninja. Yuuji's expression did not change. This is also something that cannot be helped. As long as I can contribute to the village, everything is worth it. I will not refuse. Is that so? That's really amazing. Orochimaru laughed in a low voice. After Yuuji and the others left. In the big tent. Orochimaru sat in his seat, his face showing a deep cold expression. He once again picked up the secret letter that Danzo had sent. That guy, Danzo, was so unwilling to be lonely during the war. He actually left us to cooperate with each other. How ridiculous! Orochimaru sneered again and again. Hirako is the best friend of the Sunin, but that is in the past. As the Sunin became famous, they became Sandaime Hokage's apprentice, and they grew up to be cage level step by step. The distance between Hirako and the three of them is getting farther and farther. Orochimaru was keenly aware that the mediocre but extremely jealous fellow, who was very jealous, had a faint sign of distortion in his heart. Hirako, are you ready to be swallowed up by Danzo? Or are you planning something more interesting and think that you can take the risk? Orochimaru smiled coldly and opened his mouth. He stretched out a snake and swallowed the letter in one gulp, making sure that nothing would go wrong. What a pity! I originally thought very highly of this child, Yuuji. His bloodline is the power I need. This fellow clearly has his own will. Every time he faces my goodwill and draws me to his side, his mouth is filled with the will of fire. He's exactly the same as the old man, pretending to be true. More than half of the letter was swallowed by the snake, and on the last paragraph that was revealed, a name suddenly appeared. Shiranui Yuuji. Chapter 41, How could that be? After fighting for a while, Yuuji successfully pushed the distance between him and Godzilla to 80 meters. Tisk tisk, I wonder when I can truly possess your strength. Yuuji raised his head and glanced at the huge monster shrouded in darkness. After sighing with emotion, he directly retreated. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the tent. His teammates were resting. The energetic Yuuji directly stood up and walked out of the tent. There was already a figure that was endlessly drawing and waving his sword. Hey, Kakashi, you woke up early. After such a long battle, you still refuse to rest. Yuuji stretched and greeted. Yuuji. Kakashi looked at Yuuji with a complicated expression, then turned his head and continued to repeat his actions. He did not have any blood limit, nor did he have any secret arts. The only thing he could rely on was the short saber in his hand. Oh, perhaps this seemingly harmless guy next to him, the person named Yuuji, could try to trust him. As for the others, Root was not worth mentioning in the first place. No matter who Obito was, in the end, he was just a tool person who helped him complete the task. The life of a ninja is to strengthen oneself and then complete the task constantly. When the pace of growth stops, this ninja will lose the meaning of existence. Kakashi said coldly. Yuuji shrugged and smiled. As expected, you still haven't truly walked out. But forget it, at least this kind of transformation is still very gratifying. If you have any difficulties, feel free to say it. I will do my best to help you. However, what responded to him was only the head that Kakashi had deliberately turned away in a cold snort. After a while, there was a trace of an imperceptible voice. Yes. Yuuji chuckled and began his day of training. To put it bluntly, it was to refine chakra. As his body grew, the cells in his body became more and more active, and he could refine more chakra. After I go back this time, I can apply to participate in Genin's exam. In the war period, everything will be simple, and becoming Genin is not a problem for me. As time went on, the others slept comfortably for the night, recovering their vitality, and began to get up to train. But just as they were cultivating enemy attack, IWA Ninja and Suna Ninja's main forces have broken through several outposts and are close to the base camp. Are these guys crazy? They suddenly started an all-out war. Many ninjas were shocked and immediately rubbed their hands together. Ever since Minato and Shibi joined in, they directly beat IWA Ninja and Suna Ninja to death on the Western Line. The Western Line battlefield, which was already blunt and had no continuous battles, was originally a lot quieter. But now, it was a bit sudden to suddenly have a big battle. Soon, a large number of Konoha ninjas mobilized, including the injured and the medical ninjas. There were about 4,000 people. This was the full force of the Western Front. Orochimaru was personally dispatched, standing in front of Konoha's army with a cold face, giving orders from time to time to set up a front. You're finally here. I was still wondering how long you would last. Orochimaru licked his lips. On the side, Tsunade whispered, "Be careful, Orochimaru. They suddenly started a war. They must have reached some kind of agreement. Maybe Hanzo is also involved. I can't help you directly, so I can only take the medical ninja to guard the rear." Orochimaru nodded coldly. Tsunade led the medical troops and took charge of the camp, ready to rescue the ninjas who had retreated from the front line. Shua! 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 One figure after another approached. Some of the ninjas in charge of sensing Konoha were killed on the spot before they could escape. Boom! 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 On IWA Ninja's side, a large number of explosions sounded everywhere they passed. On Suna Ninja's side, there were even puppets shuttling back and forth rapidly, making cracking sounds. IWA Ninja's blasting force, Suna Ninja's puppet force. These are all the elite forces of their village, yet they were sent out so directly. Could it be that they want to start an all-out war? Minato was shocked. This was unreasonable. However, the war did not change by the will of the people. The frontline ninjas had already fought with the enemy, and the war broke out. At the same time, it could be said that this was the largest war that broke out when the front line was established. Initially, the three villages fought in a megakure and tacitly did not invade each other's countries. But now, this tacit understanding had been torn apart. Bang! 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 A great battle broke out. Countless figures rapidly moved. Countless swords in their hands, and kunai were thrown out in large numbers. As far as the eye could see, there were all kinds of open guns and hidden arrows that were impossible to guard against. There was no way to count them. Dong! All kinds of extremely lethal ninjutsu were used one after another, and everywhere they passed, the ground would shatter, and they would cry out in pain. In this chaotic battlefield, you guys protect yourselves. I'll be back soon. Minato and Shibi each threw out a sentence. As always, they disappeared in a flash and went straight to the enemy's powerful ninja. One cage level, one perfect elite jonin. In this chaotic environment, they could indeed create terrifying damage. Yuuji and the other 6 people immediately gathered together, not surprised by their own team's strategy. IWA Ninja and Suna Ninja's actions are very strange. Be careful. Yuuji naturally took over the command of the 6-man team and immediately brought the other 5 people to shuttle through the frontline battlefield. He didn't try to hide it anymore and directly opened it up. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've truly participated in the battle of the army. Finally, it isn't the battle of the small teams from before. Yuuji revealed a faint smile and began to form seals. Nuclear release, suction of turbidity. The nuclear radiation that was far stronger than before began to grow and spread rapidly, covering everything on the spot and burning everything in its path. All the Konoha ninjas were avoided by Yuuji as much as possible, and all the enemies were heavily taken care of. As long as they caught one, they would desperately fill up the nuclear radiation. Countless radiation particles attacked wildly in an exaggerated manner, wantonly destroying the cells of all the enemies and killing their health. In every moment, a large number of ninjas died. What was more cruel than the deaths of these ninjas was that it could not be detected in a short period of time. The human cells had already suffered a destructive blow. After Kakashi received Yuuji's signal in this fierce battle, he held White Fang's dagger in one hand and lightning in the other. He took the lead in launching an attack and led the other team members to advance. A few minutes later, there is something wrong with my body. The speed at which I create chakra is decreasing. The distribution of heat is higher than the normal index. Could it be that the nuclear release in the intelligence report, that damned Shiranui brat? But how can his technique cover such a large area of the battlefield? How is this possible? Some of the IWA ninja and Suna ninja who were in the midst of fighting changed their expressions. Chapter 42, The Nuclear Kid. The existence of nuclear releases blood inheritance was no longer a secret. Especially in the past year, Yuuji had killed too many people with this kind of blood inheritance that was impossible to guard against. Regarding this, IWA Ninja and Suna Ninja had already had relevant information. Moreover, the priority of killing Yuuji was placed at an extremely high position. But now, they once again discovered that they had seriously underestimated Yuuji's blood succession boundary. This guy's strength could actually be used to the greatest extent in a large-scale war. On the battlefield, roars of disbelief rang out. Why is this guy's attack range so large? In such a chaotic battlefield, he can actually do this. The village still underestimated him. No matter what, we must kill the kid from Shiranui's family. He is many times more terrifying than Kakashi. At this time, many enemies felt the terrible changes in their bodies, and their faces changed drastically. The weaker ones had already clearly felt the influence of radiation on their bodies. Their physical strength was weakening, and the speed of production of chakra was also constantly decreasing, which directly caused their combat strength to plummet. Shua, Shua, Shua. In this period of time, many of IWA Ninja and Suna Ninja, who were at the front, were also people who ate radiation and died the fastest. A few minutes ago, they were still alive and kicking, but now, their fighting strength was continuously reduced. They were all killed by Konoha's ninjas. Their eyes widened, and they died unwillingly. The Jonin could still rely on the powerful chakra to forcibly hold on, but the genin was killed one after another. The ninjas on Konoha's side noticed that the fight was getting weaker and weaker, and their morale was greatly boosted. They shouted and increased the speed of their attacks. Go to hell, damn guys! This is the price you have to pay for starting a war against Konoha. Many of the ninjas who were struggling to support Konoha were suddenly full of energy, and their eyes were shining with a fierce light. After killing the enemy, some of the ninjas naturally leaned towards Yuuji, blocking all the enemies that were rushing at them, and protecting Yuuji in this way. As for Yuuji's team of 6, they were strong, had perfect configurations, and had a tacit understanding. As time went by, enemies died in their hands one after another. Those who have fought with the enemy, do your best to stall them. The others first kill genin, don't let them go. Yuuji looked indifferent, maintaining the seal with one hand, and immediately gave the order, in the shortest time possible, cause the maximum damage to the enemy. The superior and stronger enemies, let Konoha's superior and cage level deal with them. Understood. Understood. Kakashi and the others immediately nodded. Yes, Yuuji-sama. Those ninjas who came over to protect Yuuji also heard it. Without any hesitation, they immediately shouted and spread the orders of Yuuji. Yuuji was full of question marks. Was this group of people who spread the orders serious? I am just an ordinary genin. However, forget it, it was not a bad thing. Yuuji once again increased the radiation output. His entire body burst out with a terrifyingly high temperature, turning into a terrifying heat wave that made people feel their hair stand on end. It exploded with a loud bang. An immeasurable amount of radiation particles were shot out, and under Yuuji's control, they rushed into the enemy ninja's body. The terrifying radiation area was the core area with a radius of 200 meters. The radiation intensity here was the most terrifying, and the further it radiated outwards, the weaker it became. Oh, I really feel tired. I only managed to maintain it for less than 5 minutes, but my chakra was actually reduced by more than 10%. Yuuji frowned slightly. His was 10% of the total amount of chakra he could refine. He looked at the layer after layer that wrapped around him, showing a seemingly loose but actually very orderly and firm line of defense Konoha ninjas. Some of IWA ninja and Suna ninja rushed to Yuuji with red eyes, but they were all stopped by these people. Don't be pressured, focus on using your secret technique. As long as you are safe, it will be the greatest help to us. If the enemy wants to touch you, they have to cross over our bodies. Domino Ikeku stood not far from Yuuji. After turning his head, he roared and pulled out kunao to block a rapidly moving puppet. Boom! In the next moment, a small-scale vibration wave was released and shattered the puppet on the spot. Uncle Amino, don't look down on me. Don't get killed. I'll treat you to a drink when we return to the village. Remember to bring Irika with you when the time comes. Yuuji said with a smile. Tisk, a little brat that makes people completely unable to like him. Domino Ikeku snorted twice, but with such a little brat standing behind him, he inexplicably felt at ease. Whoosh! In front of him, Kakashi had already gone crazy from killing. He was driving a lightning bolt. In the midst of the lightning and thunder, he only needed to charge forward. Flesh and blood splattered and covered most of his body. Anyway, with the radiation cloud covering Yuuji, the nuclear radiation in the direction of Kakashi's sprint would rise sharply. Many ninjas were seriously disturbed and then killed by Kakashi. But at the same time, Kakashi was also scarred. His own vision could not keep up with the speed of the lightning. After all, Kakashi lacked a pair of good eyes. Kakashi is still unable to perfectly control his own technique. Kazue stood by Yuuji's side, frowning slightly. It's an old problem. Once Kakashi opens his lightning, his speed will be extremely fast. He can only attack in a straight line. He can't even turn around. It will recover slowly. Yuuji said indifferently. The top existences of both camps finally could not hold it in any longer. All puppet troops, move out. First, use the puppets to eliminate that damned brat. We must kill him. Exploding troops, use as many rock clones as possible to tear apart the defense line around that brat to avoid being affected by the power of that brat. IWA Ninja and Suna Ninja finally couldn't bear it anymore. What was this? It was clearly the two of them who had the biggest advantage in strength. Together, they had more than 6,000 people, surpassing more than 4,000 people in Konoha. However, when they fought in front of them, they couldn't open up the situation. Not to mention, there were more casualties than Konoha. As time went on, the losses couldn't help but worsen. This was fucking ridiculous. Shiranui Yuuji's ability caused the commanders of both sides to be unable to restrain themselves any longer. That little brat is Shiranui Yuuji, possessing nuclear release's blood limit. Suna Ninja, Chiyo's face was ice cold, directly closing her eyes to feel the air that was blowing towards her for a while. Sure enough, this is not a normal biological poison, nor is it air poison, but a kind of directly attacking cell chakra poison. I have not figured out the principle behind it for the time being, but it doesn't matter. If the problem can't be solved, then the person who created the problem will be solved. Cho was restless. On IWA Ninja's side, Kitsuke was also observing. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. This kind of range attack, they still lacked effective defensive methods. Only powerful ninjas could rely on their own strong chakra reserves to create a protective layer on the surface of their skin. They could hold their breath and stop breathing. In a short period of time, they could block this kind of nuclear release attack. Using this method to protect himself, the consumption speed of chakra reached an exaggerated degree, en route could not last long. I can't wait any longer, I will personally go. This battle, not only to destroy the west line of Konoha, but also to kill this evil little brat nuclear release. Chapter 43, Something Even More Terrible Than Death. Ha! A large number of puppets began to move rapidly, and even the chakra threads controlling these puppets were pulled far away. All of this was to prevent oneself from being affected by the radiation too early. This little brat is too dangerous. He is not even 12 years old, and the chakra poison he created can already affect so many people. At this moment, Cho thought of Hanzo, that troublesome guy, who easily killed countless ninjas with the poison of pepper fish, and the experts of the 5 villages were extremely afraid. I will never allow a Hanzo to appear in Konoha. Chiyo's eyes flashed with a cold light, and she directly opened the scroll, summoning Chikamatsu Collection and the others. Accompanied by a series of strange sounds, Cho created a large amount of chakra to cover himself, and held her breath, wanting to control the 10 people to tear open the defense line and kill Yuuji. But at this time, latent shadow multi-snake hands. A large number of poisonous snakes suddenly rushed over and wrapped around the 10 puppets. We finally made a move. Old woman Cho, I will not let you succeed. Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue. In his sleeve, a large number of poisonous snakes kept gushing out, and a pair of vicious eyes directly fell on Cho. I can't let you get so close to Yuuji so easily. I am also very interested in this kid. This is not an attack cell. His blood can directly attack the DNA in the deepest part of his life. The more he thought about it, the more excited Orochimaru became, and he licked his lips. If not for the 2 guys, Minato and Shibi, he would have already attacked. Not to mention putting Yuuji on the operating table to dissect, taking a tube of blood every now and then, cutting off a bit of flesh to cultivate, and so on, it was normal. Orochimaru. Where is Tsunade? Ask her to come out and see me. Chiyo's eyes were cold. However, Orochimaru sneered and no longer talked nonsense. He brazenly confronted Cho. He used powerful S-level ninjutsu in succession, and the power was astonishing. On the other side, Kitsuki also encountered a troublesome enemy. Namikaze Minato and Aberame Shibi are both very difficult opponents. Rashi, you need to use your strength. Kitsuki's face was ugly. His commander Iwa Ninja was instantly killed by Minato, who was flying around, and he was also bitten by bugs that appeared out of nowhere from time to time. He directly turned his head and gave an order to a person who was emitting a dangerous aura. War is really disgusting. Rashi stood up expressionlessly, jumped forward and landed on the ground with a loud crash. Lava escape, scorching river, molten rock technique. Several lava balls shot out from Rashi's mouth, emitting a terrifyingly high temperature as they slammed into the ranks of Konoha's ninjas. What technique is this? What a high temperature, damn it, this guy's technique is very similar to Yuuji's, he can even create high temperature. Some Konoha ninjas used water to block, but they were instantly pierced by the magma ball. Hey, are all Konoha's guys so uncultured? Even if they are, it should be Konoha's kid's technique that is more similar to mine. Rashi's face was indifferent, and he spat out magma balls one after another, containing a terrifying impact. But in the next moment, a large amount of kunao threw out, and the moment it touched the magma ball, it disappeared with the entire magma ball. Iwa Ninja even sent Jinchuriki strength to the battlefield. However, I can still resist it. Namikaze Minato held Ryujin in his hand and instantly appeared, blocking Rashi with a solemn expression. He had fought with Kumigakure's 8-tailed Jinchuriki at the early stage of the 3 battles, and he knew how terrifying Jinchurikui's strength was. Not to mention that his girlfriend was a 9-tailed Jinchuriki. Don't look down on people. If you accidentally get killed by me, you won't be able to save them. Rashi sneered. The 2-cage level began a fierce confrontation. This was not a battlefield that ordinary ninjas could participate in. Aberame Shibi, without saying a word, single-handedly rushed to Kitsuki and his guards. Bastards of Konoha, we must defeat you this time. Kitsuki was furious. At this moment, cage level and the elite jonins who could fight all fell. All kinds of powerful ninjutsu with a large range often burst out. If they were careless, their power would spread out. Just the aftermath alone could take away a large number of ninjas. The battle of tens of thousands of people easily shook the earth, and various teams who mastered various tactics cooperated to create more powerful damage. Wind escape, great breakthrough. Wind escape, cut. A large number of escape techniques came, flying sand and stones flying. It's effective. The destructive extent of that power seems to have weakened. Hurry up and attack. We can restrain that kid, nuclear release. Kill him immediately. Soon a ninja rushed over with red eyes and many puppets attacked without regard for their losses. At this time, Yuuji stood in the protective circle of dozens of ninjas, calmly looking at these crazy guys. Using wind to blow away my radiation. Considering the existence of radioactive dust, it is indeed a smart idea to weaken it, but this is under the premise that I do not control the radiation. Yuuji tilted his head and looked at the puppets and the ferocious faces behind them. War was indeed a blind and crazy thing. Protect the descendants of Shiranui. If it really doesn't work, cover him to retreat to the camp. Some of Konoha's jonins were gloomy. Losing Yuuji's strength was equivalent to losing a great advantage. However, as long as they experienced fighting against a strong enemy, the strength of the enemy became weaker and weaker. After screaming in pain, they were killed by themselves. Zetsu could not refuse Yuuji's ability to control the field. In their knowledge, Yuuji's ability was equivalent to combining perception ninjutsu with a large area of poison. It was equivalent to that, as long as they could sense the enemy, they would be attacked. The role that Yuuji displayed in a large-scale war was terrifying. It was like a life harvester, and Yuuji was still so young. As long as he was given a few more years. Yuuji, Tsunade Darren ordered you to retreat with your team. A ninja appeared in front of Yuuji, kneeling on one knee. No need, I am standing here, the best support for this war, Yuuji said lightly. But this is Tsunade-sama. My skills will not be restrained by wind escape. Trust me. In the next moment, Yuuji increased the output of the radiation. Soon, a large number of Suna ninja and IWA ninja were once again greatly affected, and they fell into a difficult situation. Some of the fellows quickly screamed and gave up fighting. They lay on the ground and wailed, crazily grabbing their bodies. Their skin quickly festered, and their flesh swelled and tore. However, they would not die immediately. In the painful wailing, they personally felt the screams of every cell in their body and the shattering of every organ. They watched helplessly as they grabbed themselves, the high temperature from the inside out, and at the same time, stimulated their bodies into deformities and collapse. Such a horrible scene made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The impact on morale and willpower was even more unimaginable. The war continued like this. Thousands of ninjas fought on the border of Konoha, and every moment passed, someone died on the spot. Such a high-intensity war lasted for a whole day, and the fierce battle went on until the sunset. Chapter 44, You Are Too Big. At dusk, the red light shone on the earth and sprinkled on the countless corpses. Puchi. Yuuji used kunao to pierce through the heart of a Suna ninja. Don't always use wind escape technique to blow at me. It really isn't as useful as you think. Really? Yuuji kicked this enemy who had a frozen expression away. His surroundings were filled with densely packed corpses, layer after layer. Most of them were dead, and the broken limbs were considered good. Those skeletons that were not human form were the most terrifying. More importantly, from the distribution of the corpses, the closer they were to Yuuji, the more densely packed the corpses, and the state they were in was even more terrifying. Damn it, you devil, wind escape is ineffective against you. Just what is your technique? An IWA ninja's body was festering, and his desperate face was staring blankly at the sky. His life had already entered the brink of death. What was more terrible than defeat was that before he died, he personally felt the horror of Konoha's new generation. Especially Shiranui Yuuji, this kind of large-scale attack tactic. Just thinking about how they couldn't kill Yuuji made people feel despair. The next moment, Kazue had used kunao to pierce through this guy's head. It's over. Yuuji-san's strength is much more terrifying than I thought. Kazue was exhausted, and her pale face emitted a strange color under the red sunset. She turned her head to look at the people surrounded by countless corpses, surprises, and cheers of Konoha ninjas. Their faces were also full of exhaustion. Yuuji indeed felt tired. This was an extremely rare thing. He had not felt this feeling of being squeezed dry for many years. All the chakra in his body was almost exhausted. The result of the battle was also astonishing. In this kind of large battlefield, Yuuji was simply a human walking on the armory. Wherever he went, a large number of Konoha ninjas and enemies would follow him. There were many people who died. In the distance, the battlefield that belonged to cage level also came to an end at this time. The 4 cage level fought with their lives on the line, and for the time being, no cage level had fallen. Cho old woman, the speed of her escape is still so fast, but from now on, she will have to change her method of forming seals. Orochimaru was in a sorry state, but he held a broken arm in his hand. This was Chiyo's broken hand, and also the result of Orochimaru's battle. On the other side, even though Rashi had turned into a half-tailed beast, he was still unable to obtain victory. He was harassed by Namikaze Minato and had no choice but to suppress his anger and escort Iwa Ninja and the others to slowly retreat. This great battle had officially come to an end. Many of the exhausted Konoha ninjas could not hide the excitement on their faces, and their cheers resounded through the sky. The enemy lost at least 2,000 people. This is a big victory. Thanks to Orochimaru-sama and Namikaze Minato. Tsunade-sama is in the rear and didn't go to the battlefield, so we defeated them. Did you notice that kid from Shiranui's family? His nuclear releases ninjutsu is too strong. Many people followed him spontaneously, so the efficiency of killing the enemy is higher. Many Konoha ninjas were talking excitedly. In the whole of Konoha, less than 1,000 ninjas were lost in this battle. They were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. In the face of the joint attack of the two villages, it was no wonder that they were so happy. Iwa Ninja and Suna Ninja suffered heavy losses. They probably won't come again, right? Guy sat down on the ground, unable to open his eyes. Who knows? Anyway, no matter how many of them come, I will fight. Lord Obito will let them feel terror. Obito shook his arm as if he was showing off his strength and confidence. After experiencing such a great battle, he even won. Obito's confidence was completely built up and his mentality was bursting. Kakashi did not even raise his head. As he accepted Rin's treatment, he said coldly, speaking of which, you didn't seem to be of any use in this war, right? I even saw you almost cry out. What, stop joking, there's no such thing. I also killed 3 enemies. No? When I used lightning to kill an enemy, who was it that saved him? There was even something shiny on his face. No, it wasn't tears, it was snot. Guy followed up and added, oh, I'll give you 100 taels. Please come and tell me how you wiped your snot on your eyelids. This might be a good kind of cultivation. Hey! As they spoke, they began to quarrel again. In the end, they grabbed each other by the collar and pulled at each other, arguing noisily about a one-on-one battle. They were really energetic. Many of the ninjas who passed by Konoha saw this scene and their faces immediately revealed looks of praise. Look, these brats are Yuuji's teammates. The most outstanding freshmen are all gathered here. Oh! Looking at the way they are going to fight, I can tell that their relationship is very good. Many people stood in the distance, pointing at Obito and the others, their faces full of gratification. After this cruel battle, many people, for the first time, personally experienced the strength of the strongest new generation, Shiranui Yuuji. The terror of nuclear releases blood limit realm, after this battle, was vividly displayed. That terrifying ability to control the field simply made people want to die, unable to stop. In this regard, Yuuji was very calm. They won't let this go. Let's see how their next round of attacks will be launched. Yuuji let out a heavy breath and rested for a while. His exhausted physical strength had recovered a little. The big guy in his body, to a certain extent, had been constantly supplying him with energy. After a while, an order came from the central tent, asking Yuuji to go over immediately. Along the way, when many people saw Yuuji, they stopped and looked at him with respect and admiration. Thank you for what you did just now. If not for you, I would have been killed. If you need my help in the future, just say it. Please don't say that. Yuuji responded to these enthusiastic fellows and entered the tent. As soon as he entered the central tent, Tsunade punched him. Dong! It hurts. Damn brat, you actually dared to disobey my orders. Do you want to die? Tsunade grabbed Yuuji's neck, and her face revealed a fierce look. Tsunade-sama, you are going to strangle me to death. And in that situation, there is no need for me to retreat. I can stand there and play a bigger role. Yuuji looked helpless. Tsunade-sama. Don't you know how big you are? Chapter 45, You have to remember to repay me. In the tent, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Namikaze Minato, Abarame Shibi, and the others were sitting upright. Yuuji calmly looked at these big shots. Your ability is better than I thought. Yuuji, you have already grown up. Shibi pushed his sunglasses and said calmly. I'm also very happy to be able to display my value for the village. However, you must not have invited me here just to praise me, right? Yuuji touched his aching head and smiled. Tsunade snorted coldly, and her expression was unfriendly. Orochimaru's eyes shone with a terrifying light, and he couldn't wait to get it. At this time, Namikaze Minato smiled and said, "We have all seen your outstanding performance, especially in this Western Front war. The merit you have obtained is already very generous. Yuuji, you can make a request that is not too excessive." "I see. I want to learn powerful ninjutsu, but I am not sure what I am suitable to learn for the time being," Yuuji said after pondering for a moment. "Powerful ninjutsu, with your talent and performance, it is not impossible to apply for that thing. If you want to read the Book of Seal, you need the approval of the old man." Several higher UPS of the West Line discussed in low voices. Book of Seal. There were a lot of forbidden techniques recorded on it, and each technique was far more difficult and dangerous than ordinary ninjutsu. And this thing was exactly what Yuuji wanted. In his impression, one of the techniques in the Book of Seal was what he urgently needed. If he could learn that technique, he might be able to truly grasp the strength of Godzilla. After a while, a few higher UPS of the Western Front did not give a definite answer, which required the approval of the Hokage. However, Yuuji received a new task. Genin exam. "Can I finally become Genin?" Obito was overjoyed and shouted. "Ah, they said that we are all Genin now. It's a bit too much. Logically speaking, we have already qualified for Genin, but we still have to go through the process." Yuuji called the other 5 people over and spread out his hands to announce this matter. "Great, when I become Genin, I will not be too far away from superior ninja." Obito's breathing quickened. Kakashi sneered, "With your strength, whether or not you can pass Genin's exam is two different things. Why are you so excited?" "Ah! Smelly fart Kakashi, even if you can't pass, I can still pass." Obito broke through the defense once again. Kakashi's expression was indifferent. "Born as a genius. I am very sorry. When I was 6 years old, I was already Genin." Obito was both shocked and angry. Only now did he remember that Kakashi, this smelly fart, graduated at 5 years old and was Genin at 6. "No, Kakashi, you also have to participate. In the form of a small team, you will participate with Obito and Rin." Yuuji shook his head, "This is the village's order. In this Genin exam, all of us who are alive will participate. A 5-year-old Genin, 6-year-old Genin, 12-year-old Obito and Rin will participate in Genin's exam, and then they will be appointed as special Genin. This is ridiculous. The group of people in the village have arranged Kakashi clearly." Kakashi was stunned. He had a strange expression on his face, but in the end, he just nodded, "Since it's a mission, I understand." As for why everyone had to participate, the reason was actually very easy to guess. Just like the group of people in this year's graduation, the village urgently needed a new group of Genin to step into the battlefield. There were not enough chives. In the entire 3 wars, Konoha had always been in a difficult situation of 1 against 3. At the beginning of the war, it was to start a war with the 3 villages, Uegakuer, Tsunagakuer and Kumigakuer. After Kumigakuer was repelled by Namikaze Minato, it was now to start a war with Uegakuer, Tsunagakuer and Kirigakuer. After several years of continuous fighting, the source of soldiers was seriously insufficient. Yuuji had now begun to recall the content of the original work of Obito, Kakashi and the others, and Genin's test. The first test is a written test. I remember that the 6th question is to ask for blood succession elimination. For others, this is still considered a revolutionary question. That guy, Obito, was the only alternate pass in the written test. It was Rin who helped him cheat and barely entered the second test. At that time, he was ridiculed by Kakashi in the corridor. The second test is an actual combat test. That guy, Obito, fought against Guy and Kakashi one after another, and then he lost. Yuuji rubbed his chin. No matter how he looked at it, it was impossible for him to overturn the car. This time, Genin's test was destined to be just a formality. The main point was that he needed such a legal review process. Otherwise, it would not be easy to get promoted to a particularly high ninja. If nothing unexpected happened, after he was promoted to Genin, he would almost be able to get a spot to be promoted to a special superior ninja. Tidy up. We have to go back to the village to take the exam, Yuuji said. The few of them immediately began to adjust their states, full of expectations for becoming Genin. This process was naturally filled with Obito and Kakashi's quarrel and ridicule. Kazue, when we get back, I will think of a way to conduct human experiments on you. You better be prepared. If you can't make it, you will die. Yuuji sat cross-legged and said in a low voice. Kazue was shocked and pulled up her sparse hair. Is that so? Sorry to trouble you, Yuuji-san. I have already understood. Don't hold too much hope. The success rate is very low. I am also gambling. Yuuji calmly looked into Kazue's eyes. During this year, although he had mainly been on the battlefield and his research progress was extremely slow, he had at least guessed something. But, could Kazue hold on? Even if he succeeded, he would only be able to extend Kazue's lifespan by a few years. If he failed, it would naturally be over. He would just focus on sending Kazue to her grave. Yuuji's gaze was somewhat meaningful. The next day, all of the new generation who were out on missions had received orders from the village to return to the village in batches to participate in Genin's examination. Yuuji and the others were ready to go. A man landed in front of them, and his face was gloomy. Under the orders of Orochimaru, I will be your temporary leader. Sending you back to the village is my task. Konoha's superior ninja, Hirako, looked down at the little ghosts in front of him. Then, his eyes fell on Yuuji, and a stiff smile appeared on his gloomy face. We can get along very well. Yuuji nodded calmly. Then I will have to trouble Lord Hirako. I will have to trouble you to take action. I am really grateful. I will treat you to a drink when we get back. Oh? There is no need to drink a drink. You just need to remember that you have to find a chance to repay me. Hirako snorted coldly. Chapter 46, Explosive Escape. For now, Hirako was a guy who did not hide his emotions. His impatience for this mission was completely displayed on his face. Even if he brought Yuuji and the others back and forth, he was extremely impatient. His face was gloomy, and he clearly asked these people to repay him. The group of people shuttled through the jungle. I have already left the Western Line camp and entered the hinterland of the Fire Country. Along the way, Yuuji silently followed behind Hirako, constantly estimating the distance. Logically speaking, it could be said that they were basically safe here. Even if there were occasional squads that would encounter secret infiltration, it would be enough to easily eliminate them. However, Yuuji remained vigilant and chased after Hirako, not saying anything. Hirako-san, I heard from Minato-sensei that you and Sunin ninjas are close friends? Did you play with them since childhood? Yuuji asked with a smile. Get lost, little brat. I am not interested in paying attention to you. Hirako's face stiffened and became even uglier. It seemed that this question directly poked at the dark part of his heart. In fact, this question alone had already made Yuuji understand. Hirako, to a certain extent, is similar to Orochimaru. They are very good at research, especially in the field of human experiments. While Yuuji was thinking, Hirako turned around to look at him. They looked at each other and quickly crossed paths again. Time passed. Vaguely, there were figures that were shuttling quickly. They really came. Is it IWA ninja or Suna ninja? Yuuji formed a seal, and a dozen figures quickly rushed over from where the radiation spread. Yuuji! Be careful, we've met an enemy, and it's a strong enemy. Hirako-san, do we need to stop and meet the enemy? Yuuji asked calmly. No, keep moving forward. Hirako frowned and looked back. His face was a little ugly. Shua! 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 A large number of figures moved quickly. We have locked onto the target. He is 500 meters ahead. Very good, speed up. We have to kill that kid no matter what. This is a great opportunity. IWA Ninja's team increased their speed and charged forward despite the radiation left behind by Yuuji. As long as they could kill those people in front of them, everything was worth it. Shiranui Yuuji, Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Kazue. They only have an ordinary leader, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The eyes of the leader of IWA Ninja were red. As long as they could succeed in this battle, they would be able to interrupt the rising top of Konoha in the next 5 to 10 years. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Hirako frowned more and more tightly. After cursing in his heart, he turned around and said coldly, the speed of you brats is really too slow. We have no choice. We are just a group of genin. I'm really sorry for dragging Lord Hirako down. The situation is so dangerous now, and we don't have any reinforcements. Considering that you are the fastest, why don't? Yuuji said with a smile, his tone a little hesitant. Speaking up to this point. Kakashi and the others silently prepared for battle. Their eyes revealed determination. That's right, Yuuji was right. Under such circumstances, if Lord Hiriko were to go find reinforcements first. Even Hiriko revealed a deep hesitation and reluctance. He was about to speak, I think. Why don't you stay behind and fight the enemy to the death, Lord Hiriko, to create an opportunity for us to escape? When we return to the village, we will definitely bring reinforcements back to help you. Yuuji had a determined expression. Are you serious? Are these terrible words really coming from a little ghost? You learned the will of fire from elementary school to adulthood. Little ghost, you are really clever. I want to tear you to pieces right now. Hiriko sneered. You are too polite. Lord Hiriko, you can carefully consider my suggestion. Yuuji was very polite. At this time, IWA Ninja's attack team had already approached Yuuji and the others, and a fierce battle could not be avoided. Humph, I've caught up to you all. All of you little brats must die. A deep chill appeared on Gari's face. Moreover, he directly shifted his gaze to Hiriko. You are Gari, the guy who possesses the explosive blood limit? I never thought that I would meet you here. Hiriko was pleasantly surprised. Gari frowned and looked at Hiriko suspiciously. Hiriko. According to the information I have, you are just an ordinary superior Konoha. There is no need to hesitate. Kill him. A dozen elites of IWA Ninja quickly moved out and surrounded Yuuji and the others from all directions. Earth release, heavy earth flow wall. Layer after layer of barriers burst out from the ground, surrounding Yuuji and the others in the middle. Go to hell, the geniuses of Konoha, and this mediocre Konoha Jonin, Hunter revealed a cruel smile. Mediocre. Hiriko's expression immediately became incomparably sinister, his sharp teeth exposed, a malevolent expression on his face. I'm already so old, but I'm still just a mediocre superior ninja. I'm really sorry. You damned thing, I'll tear you to pieces very soon. Hiriko had broken through his defense. Originally, he was still at a loss whether he should take these little ghosts and run for his life, or if he should run away on his own. Now, there was no need to consider. Right here, he got what he wanted. In the next moment, the two sides collided. Hiriko directly used a water escape technique, breaking through several layers of earth walls. He brazenly clashed with Gari. Get out of my way. My target is those brats. If you escape now, I can spare your life. Gari laughed coldly and threw out a punch. Exploding escape, Earth Thunder Fist. Gari unleashed his explosive escape blood limit to the extreme, and with a fierce blow, he struck towards Hiriko. Hiriko felt his heart skip a beat. He hurriedly used the body substitution technique and used a piece of wood to block this punch. Rumble. The fist came into contact with the wood and exploded with a terrifying explosion. Is this power of explosion? What a terrifying power! Hiriko had a lingering fear in his heart. At the same time, a greater sense of greed appeared in his eyes. It seemed that the stronger Shao was, the more excited he was. But to get rid of Gari is also a big problem. Hey, little brat, can you kill this guy with your moisture absorption technique? Hiriko shouted. Not in a short period of time. This guy created a layer of chakra to protect himself. My power cannot invade. Yuuji was attacked by 3 IWA ninja, and he seemed to be in danger. The others were also attacked by IWA ninja, and they were separated by layers of soil walls, trying to divide their team. Tisk, then there's no way. Hiriko's face flickered. Chapter 47, Escape? It had to be said that Hiriko was very conflicted right now. The current development of the situation was completely out of his expectations. These IWA ninjas really appeared at the wrong time. Hiriko gritted his teeth. He was just a mediocre superior ninja, and he could not resist so many powerful enemies. Because of this, a certain thought in his heart grew stronger and stronger. I originally planned to find an opportunity to attack Yuuji, but these IWA ninja have disrupted my plans. Gerald, I think of a way to escape with Yuuji and then use the ghost's art to seize Yuuji and blood succession boundary. Was this just a simple accident, or was it also Orochimaru's doing? Hiriko used all his strength to resist Gari's attack with difficulty. In the battle with Gari, who had the explosive blood limit, Hiriko had fallen to a disadvantage from the very beginning. Boom! Another punch. Gari used the Thunder Fist in succession, causing a large area of an explosion, forcing Hiriko to retreat step by step. Humph, he isn't strong, but his ability to protect himself is pretty good. What a troublesome guy. Gary punched another substitute and his brows furrowed. After forcing Hirako back, his face revealed a look of contempt. He immediately turned around and pounced towards Yuuji. The little brat from Shiranui's family was the first target to be killed. This guy was simply a terrifying sweeping machine on the battlefield. Little brat, you won't have a chance to grow up. Gary had an awe-inspiring expression on his face as he smashed through multiple layers of earth walls with a single punch and arrived in front of Yuuji with a loud bang. At this moment, Yuuji was leading his team and constantly dealing with the other IWA ninja. Nuclear release, vibrating wave. The two IWA ninjas who were hiding behind the dirt wall and waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack were heavily injured on the spot. Several of them attacked Kunao and nailed him to death. Even Gary is rushing over. We can't go on like this. We have to think of a way to retreat. Yuuji frowned and winked at Kakashi and the others. He said, you can actually defeat Lord Hirako. He is not worth my time. Little brat, you are the one who is worth it. Gary's eyes shone with a fierce light as he attacked. The other IWA ninja attacked crazily, attacking Kakashi and Kazue. The layers of earth walls became more and more dense. The earth shook and dust flew into the air. Yuuji raised his hand and released another vibration wave. Oscillating waves, it doesn't look like a wind escape technique. Is this also nuclear release's blood inheritance escape technique? However, not only did Gary not dodge, he even formed seals with his hands and increased the speed of his assault. Steel escape, steel transformation. In that instant, Gary's body became incomparably hard, forcefully breaking through the shock wave. What kind of technique is this? Kakashi used lightning to forcefully break through the wall of earth. His eyelids twitched, and he immediately used lightning to stab at Gary from the side. Rumble. Whoosh. The two figures collided, accompanied by the sound of thunder and lightning. However, when the lightning cut hit Gary, Kakashi's expression immediately changed. His always successful lightning cut was actually unable to pierce through Gary's body. Get lost. Gary punched out with a backhand, and the explosive blood technique forced Kakashi to retreat. Root originally did not dare to take it head-on. If he was hit by the explosion, his body would explode on the spot. So that's how it is. The explosion and the steel escape. In order to kill me, he really spared no effort. He actually sent out a dangerous guy like you. Yuuji's expression was grave, feeling that it was a little tricky. The explosive version of Gary appeared in the comic version, and the steel version appeared in the movie version. And now? Fuck, the explosion and the terrifying defense of steel simultaneously appeared. This caused the degree of difficulty of hunting this guy to increase by several times. Elite Jonins were not that easy to deal with. Oh? It seems that you know about me. However, my steel escape blood inheritance is top secret information. So, how did you know? Gary narrowed his eyes and once again used the steel transformation technique, pouncing towards Yuuji. A decisive look appeared in Yuuji's eyes as he continuously sent out over a dozen shockwaves, crazily clearing out the area, smashing apart a large number of earth walls, and also slowing down Gary's attack speed. Don't stop, take this opportunity, everyone scatters and retreats. At this time, Hirako roared out in a sinister manner and immediately rushed towards Yuuji. Yuuji's face sank. IWA ninja, who had been attacked by a slap, had been crippled by countless radiations. Hirako had already rushed over and stretched out his hand, wanting to grab Yuuji. Let's go, this guy is too strong, he is not someone we can deal with. Hirako said in a low voice, slightly anxious. No, Lord Hirako, you and I will cover the retreat of the others. As Sunen's close friend, you will not do something like abandoning your companions to escape, right? Kakashi, I appoint you as the temporary captain. Immediately retreat with the others. Yuuji dodged to the side and avoided Hirako's palm. Hirako really wanted to say that he could really do it. He immediately became flustered and exasperated. Damn brat, do you know how difficult it is to deal with that guy Gary? You have to live to have a future. Gary resisted the vibration wave, his steel-like body was unbelievably hard, and his face was gloomy and cold at that time. None of you can escape. Kazue and Obito used all kinds of fire-style ninjutsu to try to stop the enemy. Guy's face revealed a deep determination, and he planned to risk his life to activate the higher level 8 escape armor to fight to the death. Yuuji-san, actually, I can. Guy said. No, you can't. Trust me, Guy, retreat immediately. You understand that I have a way to escape. Yuuji looked deeply at Guy. I understand. Guy nodded heavily. Could it be that Yuuji-san was going to use that technique? That technique that even made father shudder in fear. Kakashi, Rin, Kazue, Obito, let's go. We can only hold Yuuji-san back if we stay here. Guy said solemnly. At the same time, he grabbed Kazue and Rin and roared as he opened the fifth door. He increased his speed. Yuuji-san, if you die, I won't be able to live either. You know this, right? Kazue said with a smile and left without looking back. Whoosh! Kakashi used a short knife to cut off the neck of an IWA ninja. After hesitating for a moment, he finally gritted his teeth. Yuuji, don't die. I will come back to save you after I find reinforcements. Obito, we. Obito. Uchiha Obito, will not escape in the face of battle. IWA ninjas bastards, come at me. Obito had already been forced to the top by this nearly desperate situation. Not only did he not retreat, but he also madly pounced towards IWA ninja. Yuuji, if you leave one more person behind, you will be able to hold on for more time, right? I will not leave you behind. Rin said, quickly run, I will cover you. Obito's eyes were bloodshot, he first moved himself to a complete mess. Is this guy a fool? This sentence appeared in everyone's hearts. He had already said it so clearly. Yuuji had mastered some kind of secret technique and had enough confidence to escape, but this guy actually rushed up. For a moment, Yuuji did not know what to say. Chapter 48, Sharingan. Obito was too fierce, and he had added himself a buff of protecting his companions. However, he was already surrounded by several IWA ninjas. This guy is also a member of Uchiha's clan. He didn't open his eyes. He's just a piece of trash. Hurry up and kill him, then follow Lord Shao to kill that little brat. Nuclear release. Several IWA ninjas' faces showed cruelty. But what greeted them was a fully loaded fireball, even though it could not cause any damage. Obito howled, fighting to fight with them, and if there were a slight flaw, he would be killed in an instant. But miraculously, in such a near-death situation, Obito actually fought a few rounds and then took the initiative to be kicked away. Yuuji, Hirako-san, come closer to me. Obito spat out a mouthful of blood and directly pulled off the goggles on his head. When he raised his head again, the Two-Tomo Sharingan suddenly appeared. Two-Tomo at the first glance. Obito, you are really a powerful ninja with external nature. Yuuji did not know what to say. He and Hirako were being hunted down by Gari, and after several confrontations, they seemed to be in a rather sorry state. Under the cover of Hirako, Yuuji finally met up with Obito, standing back to back. Brat, if you have any hidden techniques, quickly use them. I can't hold on any longer. This time, Hirako was struck by Gari's punch. A terrible explosion occurred on his shoulder, and his flesh and blood flew everywhere. Troublesome fellow, are you not dead? And your body is very strange. Gari said with a cold smile. The combination of explosion and steel escape allowed his combat strength to rise to an incomparably powerful level. This made him very confident that as long as he was given more time, he would become the new cage level of IWA Ninja Village. There were only a few figures that surrounded Yuuji and the other two. No matter how one looked at it, these three were dead for sure. Although what Yuuji said about that technique made him very concerned, no matter what technique it was useless in front of his steel escape defense. Die, ninjas of Konoha. There was a hint of excitement in Gari's eyes. Hirako anxiously glanced at Yuuji. But this glance made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. Because nuclear release, super oscillation wave. This oscillation wave was the greatest power that Yuuji had unleashed. It bombarded the ground beneath his feet without any difference. The next moment, the ground collapsed, and countless rubble surged, covering all vision. A violent roar erupted. Brat, you! Hirako's angry roar was also covered by the terrifying explosion in an instant. This attack was too sudden, and there were no signs at all. Retreat! The moment the explosion began, Yuuji had already grabbed Obito and quickly retreated. He took a few hits from Kunao and rushed out a path. He suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of Hirako with an unprecedentedly cold gaze. Let's go, Obito! Hirako-san took the initiative to stay and fought for us. We will definitely survive. Yuuji said in a low voice. He dragged the confused Obito and quickly ran away. His movements were so decisive that it seemed like he had gone through countless drills. Hirako-san, are you going to sacrifice yourself to stop the enemy for us? Obito looked confused. At that moment, his second Megatama, Sharingan, was blinded and could not see clearly. Is that so? It seems rather weird. That's right, Obito. No matter what, we cannot fail to live up to Lord Hirako's good intentions. He is right. Only by living will we have a future. Yuuji said coldly. Hirako, this guy is dangerous. From the timeline, this fellow defected during the Third Ninja War and happened before Obito transplanted Sharingan to Kakashi. After this fellow defected and heard that Kakashi had obtained Sharingan, he was extremely jealous. He believed that if he had Sharingan himself, he would be able to become even more powerful. Counting the time, this fellow defected only in this period of time. Combined with his performance, there is a high probability that he has his eyes on me. It is best to deal with such a dangerous fellow in advance. Yuuji pulled Obito and shuttled back and forth quickly. A few minutes later, Gari appeared with the few remaining IWA ninja. One of his hands was stained with thick blood and minced meat. Tisk, Konoha's ninjas are really hard to deal with. Those two little ghosts can't escape far, so hurry up. The mission that was originally not difficult actually became so troublesome. Gari's face was gloomy. That little brat nuclear releases skill was simply impossible to guard against. Not to mention the power of that super vibration wave, it was used very suddenly. He was a little anxious. If we delay any longer, the other ninjas in Konoha will react and support us, and this mission will be declared a failure. Time passed. Yuuji and Obito carefully set up a trap. Yuuji, is this really useful? Obito was worried. It has to be useful. Hirako can't stop him. We have to find a way to stall for time. Then wouldn't Hirako-sama die for nothing? Obito, this world is not either black or white. Hirako has his own will and finally chose this result. When you understand this problem, let's discuss this problem again. Maybe one day, we can reach a consensus. Yuuji looked at Obito with a smile that was not a smile. Obito did not understand at all. However, he would understand in the future. Many things had already been decided from the moment he was targeted by Uchiha Madara and then noticed by Black Zetsu. In this world, a spokesperson needed to make a change. Gari finally caught up. He raised his head to look at the two figures in front of him. This time, no one will come to save you. Gari led several people and attacked with a sneer. At the same time, the explosion rune trap set by Yuuji exploded, but they were all ignored by Garo using steel escape. It seemed that everything was over. Yuuji, you go. Obito suddenly said, revealing a smile. Although I still don't understand what you were talking about just now, it looks like I don't have a chance to understand. You will definitely become an amazing ninja in the future. Obito revealed his two Megatama, Sharingan. He was already prepared to risk his life to create an opportunity for Yuuji to escape. He was about to charge at the enemy, but Yuuji stopped him. Yuuji's gaze directly passed Obito and looked at Gari. He suddenly sighed, Gari, you shouldn't have come. If you hadn't come, you might have lived for a few more years. Tiger seal, ox seal, hare seal. Yuuji made a hand seal. A terrifying high temperature suddenly erupted. At this moment, he finally used that technique, which was the ultimate killing of the first-generation Godzilla. In an instant. Chapter 49, Great Evaporation. The terrifying high temperature began to increase at an exaggerated speed, and every cell in his body let out a roar at this time. A huge amount of chakra was surging and roaring at this moment, and it was gathering in an exaggerated manner, shooting out a fluctuation that made people tremble. The huge pressure rose sharply, and the surge of pressure shook the soul. The earth trembled, and cracks appeared, and they spread crazily. What is this? Obito was stunned. This kind of terrifying power made him completely dumbfounded. Was this really a ninjutsu used by Yuuji? And what was even more shocked than Obito was the IWA ninja on the opposite side. This is also nuclear releases ninjutsu. His bloodline actually still has this kind of power hidden within it. This degree of oppression actually appeared on this little brat, damn it, this kind of guy root is a monster. Many of IWA ninja fell into a state of restlessness. The terrifying heatwave that rushed towards them made them feel as if they were in the mouth of a volcano, about to be burned into balls of flames at any time. The intense increase in nuclear radiation even began to break through the few layers of their chakra and began to enter their bodies, constantly destroying their bodies. Even Gari was moved at this time. He personally felt the rapidly rising high temperature around him. A strong sense of crisis welled up in his heart, and his sixth sense was screaming crazily. What a monster-like kid! However, if you only use this technique at this moment, I think this technique will make you pay a terrible price. Is it a forbidden technique? Gari tried his best to keep calm, and his face showed a thick hostility. After saying this in a low voice, he used the ability of the steel escape blood to the maximum and moved quickly, intending to kill Yuuji first. Iwa Ninja and the others were fighting with their lives on the line. Their eyes were blood red, and there was only Yuuji in their eyes. If I use this technique now, I will also have to pay a great price. You should feel honored. Yuuji slowly opened his mouth. The terrifying rays that were violently converging finally exploded at this moment. Nuclear release, white heat light. A terrifying pillar of smoke suddenly burst out from Yuuji's mouth. The extremely high temperature that was gathered together was unimaginably condensed together. Amid the explosion, it accurately hit Gari. Wherever the pillar of light touched, everything began to dissolve. The entire ground in front of Yuuji began to melt exaggeratedly, and a long gully appeared. The surged temperature turned this near area into a real furnace. Even if a ninja stayed here, he would feel pain and uneasiness. The water in his body instantly evaporated, and then the blood began to soak his skin. After losing all the water, it turned into blood clots that stuck to the dry and broken skin. Facing this terrifying attack, the expressions of Iwa Ninja and the others changed drastically. They almost burned on the spot and instinctively revealed deep fear. The premonition of death surged like an explosion, and despair suppressed all distracting thoughts. What filled their vision was precisely the pillar of light that was like smoke surging over. Facing this powerful attack, they even lost the possibility of escaping. My body! Damn it! How did this kid learn such a forbidden technique? It's over! Rumble! A long white beam of light swept through the barrier in front of them. No form of defense was able to defend against it. In an instant, it began to melt and evaporate. My steel style is the strongest defense in the whole world. It can't be destroyed by a little brat like you. Gari's eyes were about to split open. He screamed, and mobilized all the chakra in his body, and piled it up on the steel-style blood stick. He had never been forced to this extent in his life. In the face of the white light, he even had a feeling that he was facing Sandame's earth shadow. Rumble! The tempered skin was instantly swallowed up by the white light. In the billions of attacks from the countless rays, where the white light pierced through, a blurry black shadow was shrouded and dissipated bit by bit. The moment the white light disappeared, Gari also disappeared. There was only that long and terrifying ravine, and countless melted matter slowly flowed in the gorge, covering everything. The surrounding environment was also turned upside down. Everything nearby disappeared, turning into a desolate scene. The trees and flowers in the distance, even if they had not been evaporated or burned, had already died. I finally killed this guy. Fortunately, I met a fool. If he had turned around and fled without hesitation just now, instead of relying on the steel escape and walking position, it would have been really difficult. Yuuji sat down on the ground. In order to release this white light, he had also paid a great price. Half of his body was burned by the terrifying heat. The blood in his body had dried up a little, and his lips had withered. However, he could endure all of this. Yuuji! Obito was scared silly. He trembled and stood in place. In his limited thinking, there was only the white heat that radiated everything. It repeatedly played out in his mind. Don't be in a daze. Take me out of here quickly. Let's find a place to recuperate and wait for rescue. Yuuji said with a tired face. Obito's entire body shook, and he immediately carried Yuuji and quickly left the place. When he jumped, he couldn't help but look back. Those few Iwa Ninja had long been evaporated by the white-hot light, and not even their bones remained. Only the environment that was beyond recognition silently told this unspeakable tragedy. After a while, Iwa Ninja, who had been hiding in the distance in charge of sensing and communication, appeared on the spot, his entire body trembling as he looked at the scene before him. This Lord Gari's team was actually taken in one breath. No, I must report this to the village. Nuclear releases blood inheritance is countless times more terrifying than they imagined. IWA Ninja swallowed his saliva, wanting to flee at all costs. But just as he jumped to a dead tree in the distance, a thing in the shape of a pig cage suddenly appeared from the withered tree and swallowed him in one gulp. Along with the scream that quickly disappeared, there was a series of chewing sounds. Fortunately, I didn't jump out to save Obito in a hurry just now. I was just watching from afar. I didn't expect that nuclear releases bloodline would actually have such a terrifying forbidden technique. But is this bloodline of Hago Romo, or is it from Hamura? Why have I never heard Black Zetsu mention it before? White Zetsu looked at the figure of Obito and Yuuji who had left, and felt a burst of fear. Even though he had entered this withered tree, later on, he could still vaguely guess how terrifying that attack just now was. The high-temperature beam condensed by Yuuji was unreasonable, to begin with. Even if he was White Zetsu, he would be instantly vaporized if he rashly approached it. This matter needs to be reported to Madara as soon as possible. White Zetsu once again drilled into the withered tree and shuttled through the ground, deliberately bypassing the long gully. Chapter 50, You Have Nowhere to Go. The terrifying fluctuations that erupted were also noticed by some people in the distance. Kakashi and the others, who were traveling at high speed, suddenly turned their heads and looked over. Even though they were very far away, they could vaguely feel traces of heat spreading over. Along with the momentary emergence of light that was comparable to a small sun, it disappeared in a flash. Everything returned to peace. What happened just now? Is that Yuji's technique? Guy, how much do you know about this technique? Kakashi clenched the short saber in his hand. Guy also looked in that direction with a stunned expression. No, actually, I don't understand, only father knows a little about Yuji-san's secret technique. Is that so? Such a terrifying power. As expected of Yuji-san. A decisive look appeared in Kazue's eyes. Continue to move forward and look for reinforcements. I believe that the change just now has already been noticed by the patrols in the borders of the Kingdom of Fire. What about you? I want to go back and support Yuji-san. That technique, even if he killed the enemy, he must have paid a terrible price. If he dies, I won't be able to live. After saying that, Kazue turned around and left. Kakashi. Then I want to. No, no one else is allowed to turn back. Continue to move forward and find Konoha's patrol team as soon as possible. This is a mission given to me by Yuji. I will definitely carry it out to the end. But their safety. Even if they are all dead, I will prioritize the completion of the mission. In Kakashi's eyes, there was a hint of coldness. He did not understand what the relationship between Kazue and Yuji was. But he remembered what Yuji had said to him after he had knocked him down. You want me to transfer my hatred to you? It's so boring. If this is what you want me to do, I will firmly carry out your will, even if you die. Kakashi's eyes became more and more indifferent. This year, under Yuji's vague guidance, he cooperated with his companions closely. It seemed that he had walked out of some kind of shadow, but in fact, he buried the coldness deep in the bottom of his heart. The priority of the task was to sacrifice his own stubborn ideology in order to complete the task. It had been deeply planted in the depths of his heart by Yuji's hints day after day, and could not be shaken. The seeds that had been planted in the past, after this year of growth, had already sprouted and sprouted. Shoo! Kakashi increased his speed. Guy looked hesitant. He had been following Yuji's instinct all year round and had a fierce conflict with the feeling of turning back to help. Fortunately, they encountered Konoha's patrol team in a hurry. The captain of the team was really Ui Shinku. You are ninjas of Konoha. Kakashi, how come there are only the three of you? Where are the others? Shinku stopped. Lord Hirako brought Shiranui Yuuji and Uchiha Obito to stop IWA Ninja's ambush team. Captain IWA Ninja is a guy called Gari. Kakashi quickly reported. Gari? This is bad. Kakashi, take your team back to the village to recuperate and carry out the order. The others, come with me and support our companions. Shinku's heart skipped a beat and his face changed. The other side was the elite superior ninja of IWA Ninja Village. They didn't dare to delay any longer and rushed to the direction where the astonishing temperature and chakra fluctuations had exploded. When Ui Shinku and the others landed on the ground, the scene in front of them completely shocked them. It was a mess and desolate place. There were also scattered flames burning. The huge gully was extremely long. Some of the liquefied substances in the deep ditch had solidified, silently telling the horror. It should have been a dense forest with towering trees, but now. What kind of technique is this that can cause such an outcome? Is it an explosion? No, it doesn't seem like it. Shinku was shocked. Even though he was a Konoha Jonin, he still felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. The other members of the patrol were also stunned. This should be an attack ninjutsu that can create high temperature. As far as I know, the Kekkei Genkai can do this. Could it be that the enemy has a Kekkei Genkai that has sneaked into the fire country? Not only that. I remember that Yuuji's nuclear release Kekkei Genkai also has the ability to improve temperature. Could this be Yuuji's secret Kekkei Genkai, but is this kind of terrifying power really something a little brat like him can do? No matter how incredible it is, I hope that he is. At least it proves that he might be alive. The entire patrol team fell into a state of agitation, and their faces were filled with horror and uneasiness. The scene in front of them was beyond their understanding. Find Hirako, Yuuji, and Obito immediately. They are ninjas of Konoha, and we can't give up on them. Shinku suppressed the restlessness in his heart and immediately issued an order. His last gaze fell on the deep ravine, which was so smooth that it made one's heart palpitate. It was destined to be forgotten. If it really is Yuuji, even if it is a kinjutsu, it is too terrible. In order to use this kinjutsu, I'm afraid that he. But with the calm and steady Hirako, the result might not be so bad. Shinku comforted herself as he recalled Yuuji's face. Since his daughter, Kurane, was also the strongest student, he naturally paid attention to the students of Konoha Ninja Academy. I hope that Hirako can protect Konoha's super genius. This technique doesn't just mean his current strength, it also proves that his bloodline has unimaginable potential. Somewhere in the forest, in a cave. Obito looked at Yuuji worriedly. How are you feeling now? Not very good, but it is not bad. It is much better than what I expected. Yuuji felt the dry feeling coming from his body and smiled faintly. He seized the time to refine chakra. This white-hot light directly wiped out his thick chakra. This intense feeling of weakness was truly unprecedented. Fortunately, his recovery ability was very strong. After extracting a bit of chakra, Yuuji once again made a seal. Super regeneration. The prototype of this technique was the technique developed by the animals and plants that were born after Old Void Godzilla reconstructed the Earth's ecosystem. Those special plants and animals all had powerful self-healing abilities, and each individual had super regeneration abilities. Yuuji already had an astonishing self-healing ability, and with this super regeneration medical ninjutsu, the damage on his body was rapidly healing under the combined efforts of the two. Layer after layer of charred skin fell off. After 10 minutes, Yuuji had barely recovered from his injuries. When he raised his head again, he met Obito's complicated gaze. What's wrong? I thought you were going to die. After all, you used a forbidden technique of that level. Logically speaking, you would have paid a terrible price, but now it seems like, you are fine. Of course, I'm fine, idiot. Yuuji scolded with a smile. Obito's expression became more and more complicated, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. Yuuji used such a terrible technique and suffered such a serious injury. It was difficult to walk more than 10 minutes ago, but he was almost healed so quickly. Was this guy a monster? Was he transformed from some kind of demon? But Yuuji was very calm. He knew that his body was very powerful in the eyes of Obito, but there was still a greater space for development. The truly awesome thing was Tsunade. When she fought against Madara, she had been repeatedly stabbed by Susanoo countless times. Even most of her internal organs had been stabbed by a knife. If it were for any other cage level, they would have been killed by this attack, but Tsunade could recover in a few seconds. And according to Madara, the healing effect of Tsunade through the seal of yin and medical ninjutsu was the regular operation of Senju Hashirama. Hashirama didn't need any medical ninjutsu. He was very showy, and he could do it with the self-healing ability of his body. The immortal body or something, it was simply unreasonable. Now that I think about it, I still have a long way to go. Yuuji suddenly sighed and said something that made Obito confused and crazy. But at this time, a heavy breathing sound suddenly came from the hidden hole, full of exhaustion, accompanied by a cold voice. You have no way to go. Little brat, I have done so much for you, now is the time for you to repay me.